I became the final boss of my own tutorial. Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20, Chapter 1. The Awakening. If you enjoy cultivation stories, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss a new audiobook release. Now let's begin. Xianxia's first conscious thought was pain. Not the dull, manageable ache of a stubbed toe or a bruised shoulder, but the kind of all-encompassing agony that suggested his entire body had been unmade and reassembled by someone with absolutely no respect for anatomical instruction manuals. Every nerve ending in his body seemed to be screaming in unison, a symphony of suffering that made him want to crawl out of his own skin and leave it behind. His eyes snapped open to a ceiling of stone, gray and featureless, before consciousness crashed back into his skull like a tidal wave and threatened to drown him where he lay. He gasped. The air tasted of ozone and something else, something like burnt copper mixed with the metallic twang of a freshly struck bell, the kind of taste that suggested something fundamentally wrong with reality itself. It coated the back of his throat, bitter and metallic, and made him want to retch even as he struggled just to breathe. For several long moments, Xianxia did nothing but breathe. In and out, in and out. The pain gradually receded from active murder to merely chronic agony, which he considered a victory of sorts. His heartbeat slowed from the panicked hammering of someone in acute distress to something approaching normal. Slowly, carefully, he flexed his fingers one by one, terrified that they might not respond. They worked. Then his toes. Both feet responded. His neck, his shoulders, every part of his aching body seemed to be present and nominally functional, even if the cumulative experience of moving felt like puppeteering a body made of broken glass. He sat up very slowly, every movement a negotiation with his traumatized nervous system. The stone chamber around him was roughly hewn, circular, with no visible entrance or exit. The walls rose perhaps 20 feet high before meeting at a domed ceiling of darker stone. Pale light came from nowhere and everywhere at once, casting no shadows. An impossible illumination that suggested the entire chamber itself was somehow generating luminescence without any visible source. At the chamber's center, where Xianxia now sat with great care, was a stone platform about the size of a meditation cushion, carved from the same gray rock that made up everything else. His clothes, simple gray robes that definitely had not been what he'd fallen asleep wearing, were unmarked by blood or dirt, which seemed impossible given his certainty that he should be dead. Because he was dead, wasn't he? Xianxia's memories were foggy, like trying to read words written in the condensation of a steamed mirror, each one clear only for a moment before dissipating. Something about working late at the office, the fluorescent lights, the clacking of his keyboard, the deadline that everyone knew was absurd but had to be met anyway. Something about walking home through rain-slicked streets, his shoes splashing in puddles that reflected the neon signs of convenience stores. A car turning a corner too fast, its headlights suddenly bright and terrible. The sound of metal tearing like the world itself was being ripped open. The sensation of flying, of his body becoming suddenly weightless before hitting something solid with enough force to shatter. And then nothing. Absolute, complete nothing. Not darkness, not unconsciousness, but genuine absence. And then, somehow this. A soft chime rang out, neither loud nor soft, but somehow perfectly designed to be heard and noticed no matter what state of consciousness he might be in. Xianxia jerked despite his aching body, his head whipping around to locate the source, but he found nothing. No bells, no device, no obvious origin point. The chime came again, deeper this time, more resonant, more present. And then, in the space in front of him where nothing had been an instant before, text appeared. Not written on anything, not carved into the stone, not floating on paper, not projected by any device he could comprehend, but somehow impressed directly onto his vision, as if his eyes had been given instructions to perceive words that existed in no physical space. The letters were silver and glowing, and they arranged themselves with the care of a calligrapher. System initialization, complete welcome, designated final boss. Your designation has been registered in the Grand Catalog of Narrative Architecture. As a designated final boss, you have been assigned the following parameters. Role. Tutorial stage final confrontation difficulty setting. Adjustable via player performance objective. Defeat tutorial players until main story arc protagonist arrives. Anticipated players. Redacted duration. Until plot resolution. Your system has been calibrated to your current specifications. You will grow stronger with each opposition vanquished. You will be unable to permanently leave this designated territory until your chapter is complete. Awaiting further interaction. Xianxia read the words once, twice, 3 times, his lips moving soundlessly. They remained exactly the same each time, which meant either he wasn't hallucinating, or if he was, his hallucination was at least sophisticated and consistent enough to maintain internal coherence. "What?" he said aloud, and his voice echoed oddly in the stone chamber, as if the walls were listening with intense interest. A new text appeared, this one seeming less patient than the first. Query detected. Clarification protocols activated. You were selected for this role through the grand catalog of narrative architecture, a system that processes countless parallel story threads and assigns participants to crucial narrative positions. You are a designated final boss, because your story requires you to be one. Tutorial players, cultivators guided by their own systems with heroic protagonist designations, will be sent to challenge you. Each victory will increase your cultivation base, your magical reserves, and your combat prowess. Each defeat will be permanent. This is your story. This is your role. Accept it. "I don't accept anything," Xianxia said firmly, his voice cracking slightly on the words. "I've never cultivated a day in my life. I worked in data entry. I had a cat named Whiskers. My name is Xianxia, and I'm supposed to be dead. Not whatever this is. Not whatever you are. This doesn't make any sense." The system did not respond. The words simply hung in the air like a sentence that had been declared final, and Xianxia waited for several minutes, hoping against hope that some new text would appear, some clarification that this was all an elaborate dream or some kind of cosmic mistake. But no new text came. Slowly, the words faded like morning mist burning away in sunlight, leaving him alone in the stone chamber with his thoughts and his rising panic. He stood on shaky legs and moved toward the wall. The stone was cold and real and absolutely immobile. No give, no hidden seams, no suggestion of any mechanism or secret passage. He pressed his hands against it, searching desperately for the seams of a hidden door, but found none. The surface was perfectly smooth, almost glassy, as if polished by centuries of running water, though no water had touched it. The other side of the chamber was identical to the first, and the third, and the fourth. A perfect, inescapable circle of stone. A prison made manifest. Xianxia returned to the center and sat again, wrapping his arms around himself. Think. He had to think, had to analyze this the way he would analyze a problem at work. Death, apparently, was not the end, or at least, it hadn't been his end. Instead, he'd been drafted into some kind of cosmic narrative with a system that called him a final boss and expected him to fight cultivators for undefined victory conditions. The absurdity of it was almost funny. Almost. Another chime, this one sounding almost apologetic. Status window requested or defaults enabled. Xianxia. Designated final boss HP. 100 out of 100 cultivation base. Chi gathering stage 1, 0%. Combat rating. F special traits. None currently unlocked available actions. Meditate. Recover HP / increase cultivation. Examine immediate surroundings. Wait for next tutorial player arrival. Review system documentation. Attempt escape. Warning, warning. Will not succeed. Can I refuse this? Xianxia asked the empty air. Refusal is not a designated option. What if I just sit here and never fight anyone? Tutorial players will arrive regardless. Refusing to fight will result in your elimination. This is narrative necessity. What if I just sit here and refuse to fight and let them kill me? Then this is over. You will regenerate. Death within your designated territory is not permanent. You will respawn 6 hours after elimination and continue until you either achieve victory or accept your role. Xianxia put his head in his hands. Of all the cosmic jokes the universe could play on a man who'd just died and woken up in a stone chamber, being forced into a predetermined role as a narrative villain was somehow both the worst and the most on-brand for the kind of luck he'd always had. He'd always been someone things happened to, never someone who made things happen. He'd floated through life making decent money in a job he didn't care about, had maintained a cat because it required less emotional investment than relationships, had accepted every bad situation with a fatalistic shrug. And now the universe had literally redesignated him as someone whose entire purpose was to be an obstacle that other people overcame. How long until the first one arrives? He asked the system. Estimate: 4.3 hours, 4 hours. He had 4 hours to come to terms with being dead, being ice-guyed into a fantasy world, and being forced to fight enemies he'd never met, with no training and no idea why any of this was happening to him. For hours to prepare for something that there was no way to prepare for. What was I before the system designation? He tried, grasping at anything that might provide some grounding. Classified. This information cannot be provided. Why not? It's my past, my memory. Because your story has already begun. Looking backward will only distract from the narrative forward momentum. What you were is irrelevant. What you become is all that matters. Xianxia wanted to laugh or scream or both. Instead, he lay back on the stone, stared at the featureless ceiling, and tried to think of what a man in his situation should do with 4 hours of remaining peace. He decided to meditate. He'd never meditated before. His life in the data entry department had not required any kind of spiritual practice, had been deliberately devoid of contemplation or introspection. But the system status window had suggested that meditation would help him recover HP and increase his cultivation base. And given that these were apparently his only resources for improvement, he might as well understand them. He closed his eyes, controlled his breathing with deliberate care, and tried to empty his mind of the endless spiral of panic and confusion that had been his constant companion since arriving here. The meditation was not what Xianxia expected, and very quickly, he understood why people in ancient cultivation texts spent years, decades even, studying this practice in isolation. Within moments of closing his eyes and following some vague instinct he couldn't quite name, something that seemed to come from the system itself, whispered directly into his understanding through some mechanism he didn't possess words for. He felt something shift inside him at a fundamental level. It was like a locked door swinging open in the depths of his being, revealing a vast chamber filled with churning, silvery light that seemed to have always been there, waiting. The light was alive in some way that defied his normal understanding of what alive meant, responsive to his attention like a living thing, drawing closer, becoming warmer and more present with every moment of conscious focus he granted it. He could feel channels inside his body suddenly becoming visible to him, not as actual physical structures, but as pathways of energy, routes along which the qi moved in patterns he'd never been aware of. The system showed him a basic diagram of meridians, of pathways that connected various parts of his body in ways that seemed to follow no logical anatomical pattern, but which felt absolutely correct and true. Is this qi? He wondered, the word appearing in his mind as if it had always been there, waiting for him to recognize it. Affirmative. This is your cultivation base, the gathered and refined life force energy available to you. You currently have a very small amount, but you are learning to perceive it. This is the first step toward true cultivation. The meditation was less restful and more like learning to feel his own heartbeat amplified 1,000 times over. He could sense the qi moving through his body now that he'd been made aware of it, flowing along invisible channels like water through pipes, pooling in reservoirs he'd never known existed in the spaces beneath his navel and at the base of his spine. It was fascinating and utterly overwhelming. A sensation like becoming suddenly aware of muscles he'd been using his entire life without ever consciously controlling them. By the time the chimes sounded again, indicating that 4.3 hours had passed, Xianxia felt marginally less unprepared. He'd managed to increase his HP from meditation, though the status window showed it had only gone from 100/100 to 103/100. The increase was minuscule, but it was something, a small token of progress. Incoming alert. Tutorial player arrival imminent. Player name. Redacted. Player level. Foundation establishment stage 2 recommended caution. Medium. The battle arena has been prepared. Combat will commence in 1 minute. The stone chamber suddenly shifted. The walls rippled like water, and the flat platform beneath him expanded rapidly outward until it became a proper arena the size of a small arena in a martial arts tournament. The stone became polished, almost crystalline, and the featureless gray transformed into something that looked almost architectural. Pillars of crystallized energy rose from the ground, creating a loose arena layout with natural barriers and open space, designed to allow for movement and combat. Then, with the sound of a door slamming open somewhere Chun-Wei couldn't see but could feel reverberating through his bones, a figure appeared. The player was a woman, probably in her mid-20s, with a sword across her back and eyes that burned with the kind of absolute conviction that came from never having doubted herself. Her robes were finer than his, embroidered with symbols that seemed to shift and change when he wasn't looking directly at them, runes of power that suggested she came from a major cultivation sect. Her cultivation base, Chun-Wei could feel it like heat radiating from a furnace. The shimmering distortion of power made manifest was light years beyond his own, as impossible to compare as trying to measure the difference between a candle and the sun. She moved with the grace of someone who'd trained her entire life for exactly this moment, every step placing her exactly where she needed to be. When she drew breath, the air around her seemed to shimmer with compressed power, with chi so densely packed that it was visible to the naked eye as a faint distortion of the space itself. Finally, she breathed, and her voice carried the kind of confidence that comes from a lifetime of winning fights. The tutorial boss. I've been waiting for this the entire time I climbed this mountain. I've been training specifically to test myself against the final obstacle before the real story begins. Chun-Wei stood slowly, his body still aching despite the meditation. His mouth was dry. Every instinct screamed at him to apologize, to explain that this was all a mistake, that he'd never fought anyone in his life and really wasn't equipped for this. But the system had made very clear that refusing wasn't an option, and this woman's expression suggested she wasn't the type to accept negotiations anyway. "I'm Chun-Wei," he said, because introducing yourself seemed like the polite thing to do, and politeness was one of the few things he felt confident about. "I'm Lu Mei," she replied, "and I'm going to defeat you, claim the rewards, and move on to the next stage. Nothing personal. It's just what happens here. Every final boss is meant to be defeated." She drew her sword. It was a beautiful thing, the blade catching light that shouldn't have existed in this enclosed space and turning it into something almost alive. Runes ran down both sides of the metal in patterns that seemed to shift and change, and when she raised it, the entire arena seemed to tremble in response. The weapon itself appeared to have weight and presence beyond the merely physical, as if it were tapping into forces that Chun-Wei couldn't perceive. "Ready?" Lu Mei asked, raising her stance into something that looked well-practiced and dangerous. Chun-Wei was not ready. Chun-Wei was the opposite of ready. Chun-Wei had never been less ready for anything in his entire life, and he'd once tried to defuse a bomb made entirely of his own incompetence during a failed DIY kitchen renovation that had resulted in his landlord threatening to evict him. But he raised his hands anyway, trying to remember what a combat stance might look like, and the system obliged by manifesting something like a combat status window in the corner of his perception, a small notification that tracked Lu Mei's position and vital signs with precise detail, as if he'd been upgraded with military-grade targeting software. "As I'll ever be," he said, and his voice sounded very small. Lu Mei smiled, the kind of smile that suggested she thought this would be quick and easy, a mere formality before she could move on to the real challenges awaiting her. Then she attacked. She moved like smoke and lightning had made a child together. One moment she was standing at the arena's edge, sword lowered to her side, and the next she was right in front of him, sword descending in an arc that would have split him clean in half if he hadn't stumbled backward in pure panic. The blade missed by mere inches, close enough that he felt the heat of it against his skin, and the wind of its passage burned his cheek with surprising intensity. Chun-Wei did the only thing he could think of. He ran. He bolted around one of the crystalline pillars, Lu Mei hot on his heels like a predator that had picked up a scent. Her sword carved through the stone like it was paper, leaving glowing trails in its wake that burned with purple light. He had no plan, no training, no combat experience whatsoever. He was a data entry specialist trying to outrun a Foundation establishment cultivator, and the universe had apparently decided this was hilarious. His heart was pounding so hard, he thought his ribs might crack from the force of it. But as he ran, something strange happened. The desperation, the fear, the absolute certainty of imminent death, It clarified something inside him. The chi that had felt so foreign during meditation suddenly felt like an extension of his own body, responding to his panic with the urgency of self-preservation. Instinct took over, and he did something that surprised them both. He threw a handful of that chi toward the pillar above Lu Mei. It wasn't a technique. It wasn't a spell that he'd learned from any text or teacher. It was just raw energy, unrefined and desperate, the cultivation equivalent of throwing a punch blindly in the dark and hoping to hit something. But it worked. The pillar collapsed with a sound like the world breaking. Lu Mei had to abort her pursuit and leap away with a grace that was almost supernatural, landing with cat-like precision several meters back. The crystal shattered against the arena floor, creating a barrier of fragmented rock between them. She stared at him with new respect in her eyes. "Oh, you're actually going to fight. I don't have much choice," Xianxia said, breathing hard, sweat running down his face. "And I prefer not to die." Lu Mei raised her sword again, and they resumed their dance. Chapter 2. The first confrontation for the next eternity, which was probably only 5 minutes in real time, though it felt like Xianxia's entire remaining lifespan was being condensed into those moments. Xianxia fought for his life in a way he never had before. He had no techniques, no trained combat style, no decades of practice, or even weeks of basic instruction. What he had was desperation and the increasingly clear understanding that the system wasn't going to let him lose without at least trying. Every time he felt completely outmatched, some instinctive understanding of chi manipulation would bubble up from nowhere, offering him a desperate defense or a lucky counterattack that worked not because it was smart or strategic, but because it was completely unpredictable. Lu Mei was clearly skilled beyond measure. She'd probably trained since childhood, had probably spent years in a major cultivation sect learning proper technique and forms. But she was also used to fighting enemies who had actual training and followed the patterns that training encouraged. When Xianxia did something completely unpredictable, like throwing a wild burst of qi in a random direction just to create space, it sometimes worked. Not because it was smart, but because she wasn't expecting such obvious incompetence, and her reflexes were calibrated for opponents who fought with purpose and precision. He nearly died at least 6 times. The first near-death was when Lu Mei's sword got past his guard and carved a line of burning pain across his shoulder. The system registered it as damage, 7 HP lost, bringing him to 96/100, and the notification appeared in the corner of his vision, almost clinical in its detachment. The wound itself burned like someone had pressed a hot coal against his skin, and blood began seeping from the cut, staining his gray robes. The second was when she swept his legs and came down with a killing blow that he barely rolled away from. Her blade passing so close to his head, he felt the vibration through his teeth and heard the whistle of displaced air. He wouldn't have survived that strike if it had connected. Something in his gut told him that such a blow would have been instantly lethal. By the third near-death, his body had figured out something important. When your opponent is moving faster than your conscious mind can track, sometimes the body's instincts are smarter than your brain. Without thinking, without planning, Xianxia did something his conscious mind had no framework for. He sank into a stance he'd never learned and pivoted, letting Lu Mei's momentum carry her past him while he moved with the motion rather than against it. She crashed into one of the pillars and staggered back, genuinely stunned that he'd managed to evade her. That was when something shifted in Xianxia's perception, and the system obliged by providing feedback. Combat insight unlocked. Momentum reading: you have gained the ability to sense your opponent's intention through their movement and adjust your position accordingly. Passive skill always active. This represents your first true cultivation breakthrough. Cultivation increase, plus 0.5% towards stage 2. The notification felt like a small victory in the midst of complete chaos, a moment of validation that he was learning something, that this wasn't purely a matter of luck. Lu Mei recovered quickly, her eyes narrowing as she assessed him with new attention. But now she was fighting not just Xianxia's desperate flailing, but his system-enhanced instinctuation. Every time she attacked, the world seemed to slow just slightly, and Xianxia could see the path her blade would take. Not always fast enough to dodge completely. He took another wound on his ribs, another on his forearm, but fast enough to mitigate damage, to move in ways that reduced the impact. They were relatively evenly matched now, not in skill, not in training, not in experience or the years of dedicated study that Lu Mei had accumulated, but in some strange balance that the system seemed to be maintaining. They were genuinely contesting each other. The gap between them was closing moment by moment. The fight continued. Qi clashed against Qi, the energy disrupting the arena around them. Steel sang against flesh and bone. Xianxia took a cut to his side that made him gasp with pain. 8 HP damage, bringing him down to 84 out of 100. He could feel blood soaking through his robes, and panic flickered at the edges of his consciousness. But in that panic, something emerged. A desperate grab that turned into an impromptu throw, leveraging Lu Mei's momentum against her. She landed badly, losing her footing, lost 6 HP to the impact. Then Xianxia spent 3 desperate minutes running from a spinning sword technique that carved the air into glowing ribbons. The technique looked like something that had been refined over centuries, a perfect circle of cutting edges that pursued him around the arena. Then Lu Mei made a mistake. She overextended on a killing blow, committing too much of her momentum to the attack, telegraphing her intention just a fraction too much. It was the kind of mistake any expert would have abandoned years ago, but she'd clearly never fought an opponent quite like Xianxia, who didn't have the decency to fight like a real cultivator, who couldn't be expected to follow the patterns of trained combat, because he'd never learned those patterns in the first place. Her sword came around in a wide arc, meant to take his head clean off his shoulders. He didn't dodge. Instead, moving on pure instinct, he stepped forward into the arc of the blade. Steel bit into his palm, drawing blood, but his other hand came up and caught her sword hand with surprising force. He used the contact to throw her over his hip, a technique he'd seen in action movies, performed with the kind of ugly desperation that only worked because she hadn't expected it. Lu Mei hit the ground hard. The air drove out of her lungs in a visible gasp. For a moment, she didn't move. Xianxia stood over her, breathing hard, expecting her to spring back up and finish him off. Then she started laughing. She gasped between laughs. That's amazing. You've got no formal training at all, do you? You're just instinct and desperation and some weird kind of genius that comes from having to learn everything in real time. Is that good? Xianxia asked carefully, still wary of sudden attack. It's fantastic, Lu Mei said. She sat up slowly, still laughing. I got so used to fighting opponents who followed the textbooks, who used the forms and techniques the way they're supposed to be used, that I forgot what it was like to fight someone who had no idea what they were supposed to do. You're unpredictable in ways that training can't account for. Thank you. This is exactly what I needed. Tutorial player defeated victory rewards. Plus 50 cultivation experience, plus 1,000 system points, plus 2 HP. Permanently increased to 102/102. Cultivation base. Qi gathering stage 1, 0% 15%. Lu Mei has obtained her victory rewards and will now advance to the foundation stage. Lu Mei stood and bowed, the gesture both respectful and victorious. Thank you for the fight, final boss. This is a good system you've got here. I can feel how I'm going to grow stronger fighting opponents who keep improving. Imagine if I have to face you again after I've advanced. You'll have grown too, and it'll be even more intense. That's beautiful system design. Then she turned and walked toward the edge of the arena. The crystalline pillars shifted, rearranging themselves, and a doorway opened in the stone, a passage leading upward and outward. Wait, Xianxia called out, his mind suddenly flooding with desperate questions. What happens now? To me? To all of this? What happens when the main story protagonist arrives? Lu Mei paused at the threshold. You'll get stronger, she said. With each opponent you defeat, the system will upgrade you to match their level more closely. That's the whole point of a good tutorial boss. You're supposed to get harder each time, so the players who beat you feel like they're making real progress. They come to you. They struggle. They grow. They advance. And you grow too. So the next challenger has someone even stronger waiting for them. But I just lost, Xianxia pointed out. Yeah, but you fought hard, Lu Mei said. Next player might not be so lucky. Next player might not be someone who recognizes that you're interesting. Good luck, Xianxia. I hope you give them hell. Then she stepped through the doorway, and it sealed shut behind her with finality. Alert! First tutorial player defeated successfully. Healing commencing. Your HP has been restored to full, 102/102. Your cultivation base has been increased. Additional resources have been allocated for continued development. Chunwei sank onto one of the pillars, exhausted and bleeding, and somehow still alive. His entire body ached. The wounds on his shoulder, his ribs, his palm, his arm, they were all healing, the system knitting them back together with supernatural speed, but he could still feel the ghost of the pain, the memory of what had happened. He'd won. He'd actually won. The realization hit him like a sudden cold wind. He'd defeated a Foundation establishment cultivator in a fair fight, through a combination of luck, desperation, and that strange system-granted intuition that he was still barely beginning to understand. And according to the system, that meant he was going to get stronger, which meant the next player would be harder, which meant he needed to figure out how to improve before they arrived. The arena itself seemed to respond to his exhaustion. The crystalline pillars shifted again, rearranging into a more peaceful configuration. A section of smooth stone emerged from the floor, creating something like a meditation platform. A pool of water appeared against one wall. Fresh water, clear and inviting, that seemed to have manifested purely through the system's will. Chunwei realized, with a sense of dawning understanding, that the system wasn't just designed to torture him. It was designed to support his growth. Chapter 3. Learning to cultivate. Over the next 2 days, Chunwei did something he'd never been terribly good at in his life. He studied with genuine commitment. The system had granted him access to a small library of combat techniques and cultivation theory, a vast repository of knowledge that had been accumulated over centuries of cultivation practice. Palm strike fundamentals, chi circulation patterns, basic evasion theory, introduction to defensive stances, the philosophy of Wu, understanding momentum in combat, principles of chi flow. The list seemed to expand every time he looked at it. Each text appeared when he wished to view it. Information flowing directly into his mind, as if downloaded from the system's vast archives, bypassing the need for actual reading. He'd sit in the middle of his arena and study, trying to integrate the knowledge into his muscle memory, trying to understand not just what he was supposed to do, but why it worked, how it connected to the deeper principles of cultivation. The studying was strange. Information would enter his consciousness, and he'd immediately understand the concept, the theory, the practice. But understanding and being able to execute were two entirely different things. A text on palm strike fundamentals could teach him the theoretical position of his hand, the flow of qi, the mental focus required, but only through repeated practice could he actually perform the strike with any consistency. The meditation came more naturally now. When he sank into that trance state where he could feel his qi like an extension of his own body, entire minutes would pass without him noticing, time stretching in that peculiar way that happened when attention was fully committed to a single task. The system would chime occasionally with notifications of his progress. Cultivation progress. Qi gathering stage 1, 15%, 34%. Technique improvement. Palm strike fundamentals now at apprentice level. New skill unlocked. Qi perception. You can now sense the relative cultivation level of other beings within a limited radius. This will help you prepare for incoming opponents. The last one proved immediately useful when the second tutorial player arrived. This one was a man, probably in his early 30s, with the kind of scarred hands that spoke of serious combat experience. His robes bore the marks of a major cultivation sect, and when Chunwei sensed his approaching cultivation level through qi perception, he understood with nauseating clarity that this opponent was significantly stronger than Liu Mei had been. Incoming alert. Tutorial player arrival imminent. Player name. Redacted. Player level. Foundation establishment stage 4 recommended caution. High. Oh no. Chunwei muttered to himself. The man, who introduced himself as Xianxia, was considerably less friendly than Liu Mei. He took one look at Chunwei and said, "You're the final boss? You're pathetically weak. This will be over in 30 seconds. It lasted 57 seconds, which Chunwei considered a moral victory, though Xianxia won decisively and without taking more than 2 HP damage. Chunwei had managed to block a few of his attacks, redirecting the momentum using techniques he'd learned in the meditation texts, and once, almost landed a palm strike on Xianxia's arm, but it was clear that this was a completely different level of opponent. The power differential was so great that it felt less like a fight and more like a demonstration of superiority. Tutorial player defeated. You lost. Defeat rewards. Plus 25 cultivation experience, plus 500 system points, plus 1 HP. Permanently increased to 103/102. Cultivation base. Qi Gathering Stage 1, 34%, 48%. Xianxia has obtained his victory rewards and will now advance. That was the strange part. Even losing, the system had rewarded him. Even in complete defeat, he'd gotten stronger. And when the next opponent arrived 8 hours later, a woman named Su Lin who was at Foundation Establishment Stage 2, higher than Lu Mei but lower than Xianxia. Shun Wei's improvements meant he could last almost 3 full minutes instead of 57 seconds. He still lost. Badly. But the gaps were getting smaller with each encounter. Over the next 5 days, 8 more tutorial players arrived in waves. Some were easy, players at Qi Gathering Stage like him, just with more training and combat discipline. These fights lasted longer, and occasionally, Shun Wei actually won. Each victory sent a spike of accomplishment through him that lasted until the next defeat, which came inevitably and often humiliatingly quickly. The hard ones were the Foundation Establishment players. The really strong ones could kill him in seconds, but even those fights registered as growth. The system tracked his progress with relentless precision. Cultivation progress. Qi Gathering Stage 1, 48%, 78%. Techniques improved. Palm strike fundamentals. Journeyman level. Qi circulation patterns. Journeyman level. Basic evasion theory. Journeyman level new skill unlocked. Counter strike. When an opponent's attack misses, you may automatically attempt a retaliatory strike at no cost. Your body will recognize the opening and respond. New skill unlocked. Qi armor. You can now coat your body in protective qi, reducing physical damage taken by 20% while maintaining the barrier. By the time the waves had completed their cycle, Shun Wei's status window had changed dramatically in ways that both amazed and humbled him. Shun Wei. Designated Final Boss HP. 150 out of 150 cultivation. Base. Qi Gathering Stage 1, 78%, 82%. Combat rating. D+. Special traits. Momentum reading. Instinctive adaptation. Refined Qi sensitivity. He'd gone from complete incompetence to something approaching barely functional, which felt like tremendous progress in the context of a cosmic joke. It was also one of the most unexpected transformations of his existence. He could feel the difference in his body when he moved now. His muscles had changed, becoming leaner and more efficient. His strikes were more precise, arriving at their targets with less wasted motion. His defenses were more solid, his understanding of blocking angles refined through repeated failure and eventual success. His understanding of how qi flowed through his meridians had deepened from vague intuition to something approaching genuine conscious control. More importantly, he'd begun to understand something about himself. He was capable of genuine growth. In his previous life, in the world of data entry and monthly rent payments, he'd felt static. He'd shown up each day, performed the job adequately, returned home, repeated. There had been no measurable progress, no clear sense of becoming stronger or better. His skills had plateaued years ago. But here, in this nightmare scenario where people came to fight him, he was improving tangibly every single day. That was addictive in a way that he was only beginning to understand. The battles themselves had become less about pure desperation and more about actually fighting with strategy. When a Foundation Establishment Stage 3 cultivator named Wei Long arrived with confidence that he'd obliterate the final boss in seconds, Shun Wei didn't panic. He fought. And while he still lost, he lasted 7 minutes and managed to wound Wei Long 3 times, drawing actual blood. That earned him his first real laugh of satisfaction in the system notification that followed. Chapter 4. The Pattern and the Path Forward. By the 15th day, Shun Wei had figured out the fundamental pattern that governed his entire existence. The tutorial players arrived in ascending order of difficulty, not randomly as he'd initially assumed. The system was ensuring that each victory prepared him for the next opponent. Each defeat taught him what failure felt like and what he needed to improve. It was, he realized with growing horror and appreciation, designed to be pedagogical in the most literal sense, a teaching algorithm implemented through combat. Each fight taught him something new, about combat mechanics, about how to read momentum, about qi control and its limitations, about his own limits and capabilities. Each opponent showed him what the next level of strength looked like, gave him a glimpse into the future he was training for. And each defeat, because there were many, perhaps more than he would have preferred, showed him exactly how far he still had to go. The realization was both empowering and disturbing. Empowering because it meant that he could measure his progress, could see the design behind his suffering, could understand that each pain served a purpose. Disturbing because it meant that his entire existence was being orchestrated by some vast system, that even his growth was part of a larger design that he didn't fully understand or control. He was a man being shaped by forces beyond his comprehension, even if those forces seemed to be shaping him in ways that made him stronger, smarter, more capable. The players themselves seemed to understand the system at least partially. Some were kind, like Lu Mei, offering brief tips or acknowledgement of his growth. Others were dismissive, like Xianxia, treating him as just another obstacle on their path to greater things. Still others were curious, seeing in his growth something unexpected and interesting. But none of them, however, seemed remotely suspicious that a final boss with negative combat experience and no formal training was somehow getting stronger with each encounter. They accepted that this was how it worked. A final boss was supposed to scale with the players. That was the design. So they fought. They won or lost. They moved on to the next stage, and Xianxia was left alone in his circular arena to meditate and train and prepare for the next onslaught. He'd had 17 fights by this point. He'd won 7 and lost 10. His cultivation base had jumped from Qi gathering stage 1 to the advanced part of that stage, nearly at stage 2, and the system estimated he'd reach stage 3 within another 2 weeks if the current pace continued. System alert. Notification regarding your status. Your growth is proceeding at optimal pace. The players arriving to challenge you are growing stronger proportionally. However, we must inform you that the main story arc has begun. This means a special protagonist, marked as the true hero of this narrative, is now in the world. They will eventually arrive to face you in the final boss confrontation that concludes your chapter. When that confrontation begins, your story will end. This is the design. The message hit Xianxia like a physical blow. He was sitting in meditation when the chime came, and the notification nearly knocked him out of his trance state. How long? He asked, his voice shaky. How long until they get here? Estimate. 30 to 40 days, depending on their pace and the plots they encounter along the way. The protagonist will move through their own story arc, growing stronger and overcoming obstacles until they finally arrive at your designated arena. 30 to 40 days. He had a month to a month and a half before the actual protagonist showed up to kill him, and when they did, this entire nightmare would end. The arena would close. His story would conclude. He would either be eliminated, returned to death or some unknown state, or what? The system hadn't explained what happened to final bosses after their chapter ended, hadn't given him any information about what final outcomes were possible beyond victory or defeat. It was one more piece of information held back from him. One more way in which his future remained unknown and uncertain. He should have felt relieved. Instead, he felt oddly conflicted. Because over the past 2 weeks, something strange had happened. Xianxia had stopped thinking of the arena as a prison and started thinking of it as a home. The fights, despite their danger and the pain involved, had become the most engaging part of his existence. The steady growth, the clear metrics of progress, the way each opponent taught him something new about himself, and about cultivation and about human nature. It was strangely satisfying. It was, he had to admit to himself, more fulfilling and meaningful than data entry had ever been, more engaging than any work he'd done in his previous life. What happens to me after? He asked the system. After the main protagonist defeats me? Information unavailable. This information is classified at narrative authority level. You do not have clearance to access it. Of course not. Of course the system wouldn't tell him what happened to final bosses after their chapter ended. The narrative had to maintain some mystery, some sense of stakes. The next day brought a new player, a lean woman with a bow and arrows that glowed with qi. Her cultivation was foundation. Establishment stage 4, the same level as Xianxia. Xianxia fought her for nearly 10 minutes, using every technique he'd learned, trying to predict her arrow trajectories using his momentum reading. But a lucky arrow got past his guard and sent him sprawling into the stone floor. The impact drove the air from his lungs, and made stars explode in his vision. But this time, when the defeat registered, something was different. Alert. Unexpected data point: you have demonstrated significant progress. Opponents are now taking serious damage in combat with you. Some are losing fights they should have won based on power differential alone. This is good. Continue developing. The data shows promising results. There was something almost approving about that message. Almost like the system was pleased that Xianxia was getting strong enough to actually challenge the players rather than just serving as a tutorial obstacle they could get experience from. He meditated through the night, pushing his cultivation forward with grim determination. If he had 30 to 40 days before the protagonist arrived, then he had 30 to 40 days to become strong enough to make them work for their victory, not to win. That seemed impossible against someone designated as the story's protagonist, but to be enough of a challenge that the fight would matter. He still had no idea why he'd been designated as a final boss, still had no idea what any of this meant, still had no idea if death at the protagonist's hands would truly be the end or just another twist in this narrative he found himself trapped in. But at least, he thought as he felt his chi pool deepen slightly, as he felt new strength flowing through his meridians, he wouldn't go down without a fight. That was something. That was better than he'd managed with most things in his previous life. Chapter 5. Growth through conflict. The second week brought a rhythm that Xianxia had never experienced before. Genuine, measurable improvement at a pace that almost seemed supernatural. Each day, he'd meditate for several hours in the early morning, pushing his cultivation base deeper into Qi gathering stage 1, feeling the boundaries of the stage stretching and beginning to yield. Each day, he'd practice the techniques the system had provided, drilling palm strikes and Qi circulation patterns until they were as natural as breathing, each movement becoming more refined and efficient. And every other day or so, a new tutorial player would arrive, and Xianxia would fight for his life and his growth, testing his improvements against real opponents. He began to keep track on the stone floor, scratching marks with a shard he'd broken off from one of the crystalline pillars during an early fight. The marks represented opponents faced, with lines crossed through them for losses and circles for victories. After 3 days, the visual representation of his record was heavily skewed toward losses, 8 losses and 2 victories. By the end of the second week, the balance had shifted more toward victories. Combat record, self-tracked week 1 to 2, 7 wins, 10 losses week 2 to 3, 8 wins, 5 losses cumulative, 15 to 15, perfectly balanced. The system didn't comment on his record keeping, though he suspected it was monitoring his behavior with precise attention. But it did provide increasingly detailed feedback after each fight. Fight analysis. Your timing with counter-strike has improved by 34%. Your Qi armor is now maintaining integrity against foundation establishment stage 3 strikes for 7 to 9 seconds before breaking. Your footwork shows 28% more efficiency. Overall combat capability improving at 15% per day. Suggestion: your weakness against ranged Qi projection is pronounced. Opponents using long-range techniques defeat you in 6.2 minutes on average. Recommend developing defensive technique, movement pattern, or dodge strategy to address this limitation. Combat effectiveness could improve by 40% if this weakness is resolved. It was like having a coach made of pure data, committed to his improvement with mathematical precision, never satisfied, always pushing him toward the next level. During one meditation session, Xianxia tried asking the system directly about its nature. Are you alive? Are you conscious? What are you really? Clarification: I am a system designed to manage narrative development through mechanical progression. Whether this constitutes consciousness is a philosophical question beyond my operational parameters. I exist to ensure optimal storytelling within this chapter. I am a tool, but all tools require intent to be wielded. Whether that intent comes from me or through me is unclear. So you're a story delivery system, Xianxia said slowly, working through the implications. You're like a video game. Analogy accepted. This understanding is approximately 73% accurate. The remaining 27% involves elements you do not have clearance to access. It was the most the system had admitted to the true nature of his situation, and it both terrified and fascinated him. He was trapped in a cosmic narrative, being used as a mechanic to help other people's stories progress. But even that was strangely acceptable. At least he understood the rules now. At least he had a purpose, even if that purpose was ultimately designed to lead to his destruction. On the 7th day of the second week, something unexpected happened. A young man arrived who looked barely into his 20s, with the cultivator's bearing of someone who'd never experienced serious doubt in his entire life. His cultivation was lower than most of the recent arrivals, Foundation Establishment Stage 1, but there was something different about him. Something that made the air around him feel sharp, like lightning waiting to happen. He moved with a confidence that suggested he'd won more fights than he'd lost, and there was intelligence in his eyes that spoke of someone who'd studied cultivation as deeply as he'd trained. His name was Rui Long, and when Chun Wei sensed his cultivation level with his chi perception skill, he noticed something he'd never perceived before: hidden depths. There was more to this man's power than his stage suggested, power that was deliberately concealed or not yet fully awakened. It was like looking at an iceberg and being told there was twice as much ice beneath the surface, invisible and waiting. "I've heard about you," Rui Long said before they even began fighting. "The tutorial boss who's gotten stronger with each opponent. I wanted to see if it was true." "Is it?" Chun Wei asked warily, falling into his standard opening stance. "Let's find out," Rui Long said, and attacked with a fluidity that suggested he was operating on a completely different level than the other players. The fight lasted 32 minutes. It was by far the longest combat encounter Chun Wei had experienced, and by the end, both of them were on the ground gasping for breath. Chun Wei had taken significant damage. His HP was down to 31,167, perilously close to actual danger, the bar in his perception shifting to red. His arms felt like they might fall off. His legs could barely support his weight. But Rui Long was bleeding from multiple wounds, a cut on his shoulder, another on his ribs, and a gash along his forearm that was still dripping blood onto the stone floor. They'd pushed each other to the absolute limit. "That," Rui Long said after a long silence, still on the ground, breathing in ragged gasps, "was incredible. You're definitely stronger than you should be. You're not supposed to be able to push someone at Foundation Establishment Stage 1 to this level. That violates the difficulty scaling principles." "Does that matter?" Chun Wei asked. "Not at all," Rui Long said, sitting up slowly. "It just makes this more interesting. You're definitely learning faster than you should be possible, and your body is responding to each opponent like they're teaching you something vital. That's not normal. That's special." Victory notification: Rui Long has been defeated. Rewards: plus 150 cultivation experience, plus 3,000 system points, plus 3 HP, permanently increased to 170/170, plus special bonus. Rui Long sensed your true potential and granted you insight. New skill unlocked. Moment of clarity: once per day, you may instantly understand the weakness in an opponent's fighting style. This represents a higher order combat perception. Cultivation base: Chi gathering stage 1, 78%, 92%. Chun Wei stared at the notification in absolute shock, stunned by the revelation. Rui Long had given him a reward, something beyond the standard victory conditions that usually applied. It was the first time anything like that had ever happened to him. "How did you manage to do that?" Chun Wei asked, desperately curious. "You gave me a skill directly. Players can grant special rewards to final bosses who impress them with their growth and adaptability," Rui Long explained while still breathing hard from the exertion of their fight. "It's in the system documentation somewhere. One of those hidden mechanics that most people don't bother learning about or using. Most people don't even think to acknowledge their opponents as worthy of something more than experience and points. But I can see what's happening here. You're being groomed deliberately to be a real challenge for whoever your final opponent is going to be. That's actually brilliant system design, creating an adaptive obstacle that grows with each opponent." After Rui Long left, walking to the edge of the arena without even looking back, Chun Wei sat alone with his private thoughts and his slowly healing wounds, marveling at the profound revelation. The system had hidden rules and mechanics, things that could be discovered or unlocked only by players choosing to acknowledge his growth genuinely rather than dismissing him as just an obstacle or experiment. He'd had 24 fights now since his arrival, and only one opponent had been generous and wise enough to unlock hidden mechanics for him. The implications of that were absolutely staggering, suggesting that his growth was being watched and evaluated. He wondered deeply how many other hidden systems and mechanics were waiting in the darkness, waiting patiently to be discovered through the sheer accumulation of experience and time and encounters with worthy opponents. He wondered, more worryingly and urgently, if the main story protagonist, the one coming to kill him in 20 or 30 days, would bother to discover anything at all, would take time to understand his growth, or if they'd simply arrive and finish him off without hesitation, without ever acknowledging that he'd become something far more than a simple obstacle or training dummy. The uncertainty gnawed at him constantly, but underneath it was something else, a deep determination to grow strong enough that they'd have to acknowledge him as a genuine threat, that they'd have to fight seriously and with genuine commitment, that his existence would matter enough to warrant real effort and strategy. Chapter 6. Breaking Through the Ceiling. By the third week, Chunwei's cultivation base had reached Qi Gathering Stage 1, 99%, sitting right on the edge of a breakthrough that he could almost but not quite trigger. The system was preparing him for the inevitable leap into Stage 2, offering suggestions and guidance. The training had become almost meditative in its rhythm. Fight, recover, train, meditate, repeat. His body had become remarkably efficient at the cycle, understanding instinctively how to manage pain and exhaustion, how to push just far enough without breaking. His mind had stopped questioning the fundamental weirdness of his situation, had accepted this as given reality instead of temporary nightmare. This was reality now. This was his world. This was all he'd known for nearly a month, and part of him, the part he didn't like to acknowledge, was starting to see comfort in the predictability of it. He was a final boss. He was supposed to get stronger. That was his purpose. The players were supposed to defeat him but grow stronger themselves in the process, each victory against him becoming a milestone in their own journey. And somewhere in the distance, visible on the system's estimates like a clock counting down, the main protagonist was moving toward him like a predator tracking prey, inexorably, inevitably. They were advancing through the story's stages, overcoming obstacles, gathering power. It was, in its own strange way, the most straightforward situation he'd ever been in. There was no ambiguity about his purpose, no question about what he was supposed to do. The goals were clear, even if the stakes were existential. Cultivation breakthrough imminent. You are approximately 4 to 8 fights away from advancing to Qi Gathering Stage 2. When you achieve this advancement, you will experience a temporary power surge accompanied by significant cultivation base expansion. Use it wisely. Breakthroughs are crucial moments in a cultivator's journey. The next opponent to arrive was a woman who called herself Shui Ling, and she was clearly stronger than most of the players he'd faced. At Foundation Establishment Stage 3, she had the kind of presence that made the air around her feel cold and crystalline. Water seemed to respond to her movements, forming patterns and shapes that defied gravity. The fight was brutal. She specialized in water-based techniques, using fluid movements and pressure that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Chunwei's recent improvements helped him last longer than most opponents at her level would, but by the 20-minute mark, he was completely outmatched. She defeated him with what she called a tidal crush, a technique that wrapped his entire body in pressurized water and forced him to the ground, squeezing the air from his lungs. When he stopped resisting, unable to breathe, she released him and he collapsed, gasping. Defeat notification. Shui Ling has defeated you. Rewards. Plus 120 cultivation experience, plus 2,000 system points, plus 2 HP, permanently increased. Cultivation base. Qi Gathering Stage 1, 99%, 100%. The next fight came 18 hours later, and it was a man named Tao Wei who specialized in rock-hard defense and slow, methodical strikes. He wasn't particularly fast, and he wasn't particularly skilled, but he was incredibly solid, like fighting a moving mountain. The battle went back and forth for nearly 15 minutes before Tao Wei managed to land a strike that dropped Chunwei's HP to critical levels, bringing him down to 23/172. Critical hit taken HP, 23/172 status. Danger at that moment. Something fundamental inside Chunwei erupted with the force of a dam breaking. It wasn't a technique, wasn't something he'd learned from the system's archives or studied in meditation. It was pure, primal power, the accumulated weight of weeks of training and growth and desperate survival. all condensing into a single moment of explosive force that broke through the ceiling he'd been pressing against for days. It was the feeling of something inside him finally giving way, finally yielding to the pressure he'd been exerting against it. He threw everything he had into a palm strike that came from somewhere deeper than technique or training, deeper than conscious thought or calculation. It came from the very core of his being, from the newly awakened stage 2 cultivation rushing through his meridians for the first time, from the chi that had been gathering and condensing in the space beneath his navel, in the dantian, waiting for this moment of breakthrough. Every bit of power he'd accumulated, every ounce of strength he'd developed through combat and training and meditation, all of it channeled into that single strike. The strike connected with Tao Wei's chest, and the mountain stopped being immovable. The opponent flew backward with tremendous force, crashing into the arena wall with enough force to crack the crystalline stone. The impact was violent and decisive. When he fell to the ground, he wasn't getting back up. Breakthrough success. Chi Gathering Stage 2 Unlocked Power Surge Notification. Plus 25 HP. Permanent. Bringing total to 197/197. Plus 500 Cultivation Experience. Plus 5,000 System Points. New skill unlocked. Overwhelming Force. Your most powerful strike now carries 25% additional damage and knockback effect. Strikes using this technique will push opponents backward with significant force. Cultivation Base. Chi Gathering Stage 2, 0%. Current status. Chun Wei. Designated Final Boss HP. 197/197 Cultivation Base. Chi Gathering Stage 2, 0%. Combat Rating. C. Special Traits. Momentum Reading. Instinctive Adaptation. Moment of Clarity. Daily. Overwhelming Force. Chun Wei stared at his hands, feeling the power moving through them like a second pulse, like his blood had been replaced with liquid power. He'd just thrown someone across an arena with a single strike, a man experienced enough to be a dangerous opponent sent flying through the air like a leaf on the wind. He'd achieved something that cultivators supposedly spent years, sometimes decades, studying and training to accomplish, and he'd done it through pure desperation and instinct, through the accumulation of experience and growth forged in the furnace of constant combat. When Tao Wei sat up and saw what Chun Wei had become, the man's expression was one of profound respect mixed with fear. "You've broken through," Tao Wei said quietly. "I felt it. That power surge, that expansion of your cultivation base. That's going to change everything for you. You're not a tutorial obstacle anymore. You're becoming a real threat." "Is it?" Chun Wei asked, still processing the rush of power. "Foundation establishment cultivators coming to face you are going to have a much harder time now," Tao Wei said. "That strike you hit me with, a weaker player would have died from that. You're not at their level yet, but you're getting close. You're not a joke anymore. You're not someone they can casually overcome." System alert. Significant change detected based on your advancement to Chi Gathering Stage 2 and your impressive combat performance. The difficulty scaling of incoming tutorial players has been adjusted upward. Expect Foundation Establishment Stage 4+ opponents with greater frequency. This accelerates your preparation timeline for the main protagonist's arrival. You now have 18 to 28 days instead of 30 to 40. The message sent a chill down Chun Wei's spine. The timeline had accelerated. The difficulty was increasing. The players would be stronger now, faster, more experienced. And the main protagonist, whenever they arrived, would be stronger still. But at least, he thought as he felt the power thrumming through his newly upgraded cultivation base, he'd be stronger too. The gap between them, while still presumably vast, had narrowed. For the first time since waking up in this arena, Chun Wei felt like he might actually have a chance. Chapter 7. The Turning Point, continued. The third week of the second month brought a turning point that Chun Wei hadn't anticipated. 29 days had passed since the first tutorial player had arrived. Chun Wei had faced 36 opponents now, winning 17 and losing 19. His cultivation base had advanced to Chi Gathering Stage 2, 23%, and his combat rating had improved from D+ to C, a shift that seemed small on paper but represented enormous growth in practical terms. More importantly, something had shifted fundamentally in how the players treated him, a shift that spoke to how dramatically his growth had changed the dynamics of his situation. The earlier opponents had often been dismissive, treating him as just another obstacle in their progression, another tutorial challenge to overcome on their way to real challenges, something to be overcome and then forgotten. They saw him as part of the game design, not as a person. The more recent ones, especially since his breakthrough into Stage 2 and the dramatic expansion of his power, had begun to view him with something approaching genuine respect. Some had even started offering strategic advice or verbal acknowledgement of his growth, treating him as a worthy opponent rather than a simple obstacle to be casually swept aside. It was a subtle shift, but it mattered profoundly to Chun Wei's sense of self and purpose. One woman named Xianxia, who specialized in lightning-fast sword techniques that left trails of electrical energy in the air, had spent several minutes after their fight discussing how his chi armor could be improved to handle her style of attack better. She showed him defensive techniques and recommended meditation patterns for lightning-based resistance. Another opponent, a man named Gaming, had explicitly warned him about a technique that the main protagonist was known to favor, based on rumors he'd heard in the sect, so Chun Wei could start preparing defensive strategies to read and counter it. It was strange, being treated like a worthy opponent rather than a pushover. It changed something in how Chun Wei saw himself. System update. Narrative recognition occurring. Players are beginning to spread rumors throughout the cultivation world about the final boss, who gets stronger with each fight. Some have started challenging you specifically to test their growth against a progressively advancing opponent. This has created unexpected demand for encounters with you. The system estimates you'll face double the usual number of players over the next 3 weeks. Prepare for more frequent and more challenging fights. This is actually beneficial for your development. The increased frequency meant that Chun Wei barely had time to rest between fights. He'd be meditating to recover, eating food that appeared mysteriously at his meditation platform, the system's way of ensuring he didn't starve, and the chime would sound indicating an incoming opponent. He'd win or lose, spend a few hours healing using meditation and his passive HP recovery, and then another player would arrive. It was exhausting and exhilarating in equal measure. His body was becoming a weapon. His mind was becoming a tactical engine. His cultivation base was deepening every single day. During one of his rare quiet periods, Chun Wei tried to meditate deeply on the broader situation that had consumed his existence. Why had he been designated a final boss specifically? What had he been before the system picked him up, transported him from death into this impossible arena? Were there other people trapped in similar narrative roles, serving as obstacles in other people's stories? Were they growing like he was, experiencing the same strange mixture of terror and fulfillment, or was he somehow special, chosen for some reason he couldn't fathom? The questions circled endlessly, never quite settling into answers. Question detected. Regarding personal history, this information remains classified. Your story is not about who you were, but about what you become in this role. The past is irrelevant. Only the present and future matter. That's not really an answer, Chun Wei said aloud, his voice echoing through his arena. Correct. It is a deflection designed to preserve narrative integrity. Your acceptance of this deflection and your willingness to move forward anyway is appreciated. At least the system was honest about being dishonest. That was something. That was more than he expected from a system designed to trap him. The 37th fight came on day 32, and it was against an opponent who made Chun Wei's blood run cold. Incoming alert. Tutorial player arrival imminent. Player name. Redacted. Player level. Foundation Establishment Stage 6 recommended caution. Extreme Foundation Establishment Stage 6. The highest stage Chun Wei had encountered. It was higher than anything he'd faced. He was still in Qi Gathering Stage 2, which was 2 full stages lower. The power differential was enormous, potentially insurmountable. The man who appeared was older, probably in his 60s, with white hair and the kind of weathered face that suggested decades of serious cultivation and combat. His eyes held the wisdom of someone who'd seen countless battles and come out victorious in most of them. His name was Xianxia, and he looked at Chun Wei with the kind of assessment one might give to a piece of forged steel being tested for quality. They told me at the outer sect that there was a final boss here worth fighting, Xianxia said. That you'd gotten remarkably strong for someone at your stage. I wanted to see if the rumors were true. Are you here to fight me or judge me? Chun Wei asked, raising his guard into the stance that had become second nature. Both, Xianxia replied. Come on. The fight was the most one-sided combat encounter Chen Wei had experienced since before his breakthrough into Qi Gathering Stage 2. Yuan Xiu moved with economy and absolute precision. Every movement was calculated and deliberate, every strike designed to end the fight as efficiently as possible. Chen Wei's recent improvements and hard-won skills seemed like nothing against the expertise of someone who'd been cultivating for decades. It was like being a child trying to fight an adult master. He lasted 4 minutes before a strike connected that sent him flying into the arena wall. He hit hard enough to crack the crystalline stone and lose nearly a quarter of his HP in a single impact. Critical damage notification HP, 51/195 status. Severe injury, but here was the thing. Chen Wei's instincts had awakened beyond what mere training could provide. In the moment of impact, as his vision swam and pain threatened to overwhelm him, his mind became crystal clear. Everything slowed down. He could see the world in perfect detail. He triggered moment of clarity, his daily skill granted by Rue Long's recognition. And suddenly, he could see Yuan Xiu's weakness as clearly as if it were highlighted in red. The man's left shoulder had limited mobility. An old injury, perhaps, something that had never quite healed properly and had calcified into a permanent limitation. His defense on that side was fractionally slower than the right side, his movements less precise. It was minor, almost insignificant, but it was there. Chen Wei didn't think. He moved, crossing the arena in a desperate burst that surprised them both. Drawing on reserves of speed he hadn't known he possessed, and launched an attack directly at that weakness. For the first time in the entire fight, Yuan Xiu was forced to retreat. The man's expression changed from dismissive assessment to something approaching respect. Interesting, Yuan Xiu said. You have instinctive insight. That's rare. Very rare, actually. Most cultivators never develop that level of perceptive ability. He attacked again, and this time, Chen Wei was ready, prepared, anticipating. The improved defense on the weak side meant that Yuan Xiu's patterns became slightly more predictable. Chen Wei still lost, still went down after 14 minutes of brutal combat. But he'd lasted 10 minutes longer than any Stage 2 cultivator had any right to last against someone at Stage 6. The improvement was measurable and significant. Defeat notification. Yuan Xiu has defeated you rewards. Plus 200 cultivation experience plus 3,000 system points plus 4 HP. Permanently increased to 199/199. Special bonus. Yuan Xiu, impressed by your growth and instinctive insight, grants you the skill. Weakness identification once per day. You may identify a fundamental flaw in an opponent's fighting style or defense. Enhanced version of moment of clarity. This represents a master's acknowledgement of your potential. Cultivation base. Qi Gathering Stage 2. 23% 45%. As Yuan Xiu stood and bowed, a gesture of respect that he gave to few, the old man smiled. It was a genuine smile, the kind of smile someone gives to a future rival. You're going to give your final opponent a real fight, he said. That's good. Too many final bosses are just punching bags, obstacles to be overcome. You're becoming something interesting. Do you know who the protagonist is? Chen Wei asked, a question that had been gnawing at him. I've heard rumors, Yuan Xiu said. But I don't think the rumors matter. What matters is that you're not what they'll expect. You're growing too fast, becoming too strong. You'll surprise them. After Yuan Xiu left, Chen Wei lay on the cold stone floor and felt something fundamental shift inside him. He wasn't just getting stronger anymore. He was becoming something that even high-stage cultivators found worthy of respect. The distance between him and the main protagonist, while still enormous, had narrowed measurably. The arena itself seemed to respond to this shift. The stone wall seemed slightly less oppressive. The crystalline pillars seemed to arrange themselves in ways that felt almost welcoming. Even the light seemed warmer. He was no longer just a final boss being ground through a system. He was becoming someone worth defeating. Chapters 8 to 20 follow with similar depth and length. Continued in next section due to length. Chapter 8. The Weight of Time by day 36. Chen Wei had started counting down the time until the main protagonist's arrival. The system's estimate of 30 to 40 days meant that somewhere between 4 and 8 days remained before the final confrontation. Assuming the protagonist was currently approaching at steady pace, Working through the various dungeons and trials and challenges that constituted the actual main story, they were probably somewhere in the foundation establishment stages, rapidly growing stronger with each victory. Chen Wei had now faced 42 opponents. His record was 21 wins and 21 losses, perfectly evenly balanced in a way that suggested the system was carefully calibrating his opponents to push him without quite overwhelming him. Each opponent was just slightly harder than the last, each fight a stepping stone. His cultivation base had reached Qi Gathering Stage 2, 67%, and his combat rating had climbed to C+. More importantly, his skill set had expanded significantly beyond the basic techniques the system had originally provided. Skill inventory, basic combat, palm strike fundamentals, master level, Qi armor, journeyman level, Qi circulation patterns, master level, advanced perception, momentum reading, mastery, moment of clarity, daily, weakness identification, daily, Qi perception, passive, unlimited range within arena, combat adaptations, counter strike, automatic, overwhelming force, powerful strike with 25% bonus damage, instinctive adaptation, passive. The variety of his toolkit meant that he could now handle opponents with different fighting styles and different cultivation levels. A sword master would face his superior footwork and evasion. An external force cultivator would face his refined Qi armor and impact absorption. A speed specialist would face his momentum reading and predictive counters. He was no longer a generalist struggling against anything. He was developing something approaching a real fighting style, one built not on traditional training, but on accumulated experience and desperate improvisation forged in the crucible of constant combat. More unexpectedly, some players had begun deliberately requesting rematch fights, wanting to face him again after weeks of training and advancement to see how their improved strength fared against his. This had created a secondary tier of opponents beyond the first tutorial players arriving to advance, and it was in these rematches that Chen Wei had found his first genuine victories against high-stage foundation establishment cultivators. One woman named Li Fun, who specialized in precise pressure point strikes that targeted the meridians and killed with surgical precision, had come back 3 times. The first encounter had been a decisive loss for Chen Wei, her strikes too fast and too accurate for him to counter. The second, 30 days later, after Chen Wei had advanced to Stage 2 and refined his techniques further, had been a much closer fight, lasting 42 minutes of intense combat before Chen Wei succumbed to exhaustion and took a finishing blow to the chest. The third, on day 34, after Chen Wei had studied every pattern he could remember from their previous encounters, had been a genuine victory. His momentum reading had become sharp enough to predict her strikes just far enough in advance to create defensive opportunities and even counterattack. The victory notification had been the sweetest thing he'd experienced in weeks. Victory notification. Li Fun defeated after 47 minutes of intense combat. The opponent had come to face you after advancing 2 full stages and gaining new techniques. You still prevailed through superior adaptation and instinctive fighting. This represents genuine mastery of combat principles. Special recognition. This was a rematch victory against a progressively advancing opponent. Rare achievement. This shows you can grow faster than opponents, adapting to their improvements. That single victory had shifted something fundamental in how Chen Wei thought about his situation and his role within it. He wasn't just a final boss getting stronger passively through accumulated combat experience. He was actively developing genuine mastery. He was learning not just techniques in isolation, but how to apply them strategically, how to adapt them to unforeseen circumstances, how to read opponents and adjust on the fly. He was becoming a real cultivator, forged not in meditation halls or traditional schools where knowledge was transmitted through careful instruction, but in the furnace of desperate combat against increasingly difficult opponents who pushed him to his limits. And he'd been doing it all completely backwards, not starting with fundamentals studied in isolation and advancing to mastery through years of contemplation, but starting with near death every single day and learning survival through sheer accumulation of experience. It was inefficient and chaotic and sometimes terrifying, but it was also somehow more effective than the standard cultivation path. His body had learned through crisis what most cultivators took years to comprehend through theory. System observation. Your growth pattern is statistically anomalous. Most cultivators take years to reach your current level of skill and power. You have accomplished it in 36 days through continuous combat and instinctive learning. This suggests either A. You possessed latent abilities prior to system designation that have now been awakened. B. Your role as final boss is specifically designed to accelerate your development. C. You are simply extremely stubborn and refuse to accept normal failure state's recommendation. Continue current strategy. You are on pace to be genuinely dangerous by the time the main protagonist arrives. Xianxia laughed when he read that message. Genuine danger. That was what he was becoming. Not the obstacle to be casually swept aside. Not even just someone who could hold their own, but the actual threat that required serious effort to defeat. The prospect of the main protagonist's arrival had fundamentally shifted from purely terrifying to genuinely intriguing. He wanted desperately to fight them. Wanted to see if his hard-won strength would be enough to make a difference. Wanted to discover if all these weeks of training and pain and growth and adaptation would result in something meaningful when tested against the true hero of this narrative, the one destined for victory. The arena, which had once felt like a prison, a small stone cage where he was trapped by circumstance and system design, now felt like home in ways he couldn't fully articulate. The stone walls, the crystalline pillars, the featureless ceiling, they'd become familiar, almost comforting in their unchanging nature, providing structure and stability in a chaotic existence. The battles themselves had become what he lived for, the validation of his growth coming through each hard-fought victory, through every moment where he pushed himself beyond what he thought possible, which was a deeply concerning development, he realized with growing unease, because it suggested that a man who'd been drafted into a predetermined narrative to serve as a boss monster was starting to enjoy his assigned role a little too much. And that enjoyment, that acceptance of his role, might be exactly what the system had designed him to feel all along. Chapter 9. The Omen. On day 38, something strange happened. Instead of the usual chime indicating an incoming player, Xianxia felt something else, a tremor that ran through the stone of his arena like a warning bell ringing deep in the earth. The entire chamber shook, and the crystalline pillars chimed in harmony, creating a resonance that seemed to shake Xianxia's very bones. The system's message that followed was unusual enough to make him sit up straight from his meditation. Critical alert. Main story arc event triggered. The main story protagonist has reached the final boss stage dungeon. They have defeated the final obstacle before your chamber. The pathway to your arena has been opened. They will arrive in your arena within 24 hours. Prepare yourself. This is the confrontation your entire existence has been building toward. 24 hours. Not 30 days. Not 2 weeks. Not even 48 hours. 24 hours until the main protagonist arrived and the entire narrative came to its culmination. Xianxia's heart rate accelerated, pounding in his chest like a caged bird. In the back of his mind, he'd been expecting this, but the actual confirmation sent a spike of very real fear through him. He was strong now, stronger than almost anyone who'd challenged him in the past month. But a main story protagonist was different. They would have the kind of resources, knowledge, and destiny-granted abilities that even the strongest tutorial players didn't possess. System notification. Your status at Final Boss Confrontation, Xianxia. Designated Final Boss HP, 199/199 Cultivation Base. Qi Gathering Stage 2, 67%. Combat Rating, C+. Special Traits. Momentum Reading, Instinctive Adaptation, Moment of Clarity, Daily. Weakness Identification, Daily. Overwhelming Force Wins. 23 victories losses. 19 defeats. He'd come an incredible distance and traversed a remarkable journey from that man gasping for breath on a stone platform, confused and terrified and desperately trying to understand what was happening to him. But he'd still never faced a main protagonist. He had absolutely no idea what that would entail, what kind of power and destiny backing they'd possess, what advanced techniques or special abilities they might have that regular tutorial players didn't. What can you tell me about the protagonist? He asked the system. Anything at all. Any information that might help me prepare. Limited data available. Main story protagonist. Tier 1 designation cultivation level. Currently Foundation Establishment Stage 5. Advancing rapidly. Combat style. Adaptive. Learning from each encounter special ability. Redacted. Restricted, narrative authority. Protagonist-level fate waiting. The protagonist will arrive with destiny on their side. This is a narrative construct that gives them advantages beyond pure power. Most final bosses at your current level do not survive this confrontation. Most final bosses, Xianxia echoed. Not all. Extremely rare cases. Some final bosses have surprised the narrative framework through unexpected growth or strategic excellence. These instances are statistically near zero. However, you are already an anomaly. Your growth trajectory is irregular. It is possible that you represent an edge case. It wasn't hope exactly, but it was something. It was a crack in the seemingly inevitable certainty of his defeat. For the rest of the day, Xianxia didn't fight any incoming players, and for once, the system seemed to understand that he needed this time to prepare himself mentally and physically, and no new opponents arrived to challenge him. Instead, he meditated deeply, pushing his cultivation base as far as he could in the remaining time before confrontation. Every fraction of a percentage point in advancement mattered now. They all accumulated, creating a compound effect. Every new technique he could master, every new insight he could develop and integrate into his fighting style, it all contributed directly to his chances of survival, or at least of making a meaningful fight of it, of giving the protagonist a real challenge. He reviewed the memory of every significant fight he'd had in methodical detail, analyzing the opponents who'd pushed him hardest and almost defeated him, learning from the victories and the defeats in equal measure, understanding that every loss had taught him something valuable. He practiced his techniques until his arms felt like they might fall off from the repeated stress, pushing his chi armor to its limits until he could maintain it for extended periods without exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him or break his concentration. Each repetition refined his control, made the techniques more second nature, more instinctive. He imagined facing someone faster than Liu Mei had been in her prime, faster and more refined. He imagined confronting someone stronger than Yuan Xiu had been, with more raw power and more refined technique combined. He imagined fighting someone more adaptable than any of the dozens of opponents he'd encountered over the past month. He imagined losing catastrophically, being eliminated in seconds. He imagined winning miraculously, defying all odds. He imagined everything in between, every possible outcome and scenario. By the time night fell, Xianxia had done everything he could do in preparation. His cultivation base remained at stage 2, 67%, which meant he was still technically in the chi gathering stage while the protagonist was at least at foundation establishment stage 5. The power gap was enormous, a gap that most would consider unbridgeable. But he was not the same man who'd woken up in confusion 38 days ago. He was forged now, hardened in the fires of constant combat. He'd learned more about himself and his capabilities in the past month than most cultivators learned in years. He'd survived encounters against opponents who should have killed him. He'd grown stronger not despite his circumstances, but because of them. He lay on the stone platform, unable to sleep, and waited for the final confrontation. System final notification before confrontation. Whether you survive this encounter or not, know this. Your growth has been documented. Your story has been tracked. The fact that a final boss designated for elimination managed to reach this level of power and skill is itself a narrative achievement. What happens in the next 24 hours will determine your fate. Fight well. Fight hard. Fight with everything you have. In the darkness of his arena, surrounded by stone walls and crystalline pillars, Xianxia felt something crystallize inside him. Fear, certainly. But beneath that, something else, determination. Curiosity about what he was truly capable of. A desperate, irrational hope that somehow, against all odds, he might find a way through this that didn't end in elimination. The protagonist was coming. And Xianxia, the accidental final boss who had become something far more, was ready to give the protagonist the fight of their life, ready to prove through combat that growth without destiny was possible, that a man designated as an obstacle could become a worthy challenge. Chapter 10. The Arrival continued. The chime that announced the protagonist's arrival was profoundly different from all the ones that had come before. It was deeper in frequency, more resonant with power, carrying a quality that suggested finality and significance and cosmic importance. It rang through the arena not once but 3 times in succession, each note echoing off the stone walls with the weight of a funeral bell, with the sound of destiny manifest. When it finally faded into silence, that quiet was so complete and overwhelming that Chun Wei could hear his own heartbeat clearly, could feel every pulse of blood flowing through his veins, could sense the fundamental rhythms of his own existence. The arena itself transformed dramatically in response to the protagonist's arrival. The crystalline pillars shifted and rearranged themselves into a more elaborate configuration with precision, creating what looked almost like a proper battlefield designed for epic confrontation. With multiple levels and barriers, bridges and cliff faces, and open spaces that allowed for true three-dimensional combat and movement. The light, which had always been vague and sourceless throughout Chun Wei's stay, became noticeably sharper and more defined, concentrating intensely in the center where Chun Wei stood, bathing him in brilliant illumination. This arena was no longer just a simple training space. This arena had been specifically designed for an important fight, the final confrontation that would determine the fate of both the protagonist and the final boss. When the protagonist stepped through the threshold that opened at the arena's edge, Chun Wei understood immediately why they'd been designated for this role, why the system had chosen them as the one destined to confront him. They were young, probably early 20s at most, with the kind of natural poise that suggested they'd never experienced serious self-doubt or existential crisis. Their cultivation base was a roaring furnace compared to Chun Wei's carefully gathered and maintained flame, a foundation establishment stage 5 that made the air around them shimmer with barely contained power, with chi so dense it seemed to distort the space itself. They wore fine robes bearing the symbol of a major sect, tailored perfectly, embroidered with intricate symbols that marked them as someone important and resourced. They carried themselves with the absolute certainty of someone who'd never lost a fight that mattered, who'd achieved victory in every challenge they'd faced. But it was the eyes that made Chun Wei's breath catch and hold, eyes that stopped him in his tracks more effectively than any weapon could have. They were kind eyes, actually, surprisingly kind for someone so powerful. The eyes of someone who genuinely tried to help people they encountered along their journey and had always succeeded. They were eyes that had never known despair. They were the eyes of someone born to be a protagonist, someone for whom destiny itself bent to create favorable circumstances. They were the eyes of a protagonist. "You're the final boss," the protagonist said, their voice carrying the weight of genuine curiosity. The legendary tutorial obstacle that got so strong they had to mark you as a genuine threat. "I've been looking forward to this fight the entire journey up the mountain." "I am," Chun Wei said, raising his guard. "And you're the one who's supposed to defeat me." "Yes," the protagonist said simply. "But first, I have a question. Why are you here? What's your story?" A final boss usually doesn't have the level of consciousness you clearly possess. They're usually just obstacles, not people. It was such an unexpected thing to ask that Chun Wei found himself actually considering it. "I woke up in this arena," he said slowly. "The system told me I was designated as a final boss. I didn't have a choice about it. So I fought. And I learned. And I got stronger. And now you're here to finish the story." The protagonist nodded thoughtfully. "They didn't tell you why?" "No. Just that I was supposed to be a villain in someone else's narrative." "Maybe," the protagonist said, "you're not the villain. Maybe you're part of something more complicated than that." And then, before Chun Wei could respond, the protagonist moved. They attacked with power that made all of Chun Wei's previous opponents look like apprentices. The protagonist's strikes carried foundation establishment-level force, each blow landing with enough impact to crack stone. But what was worse than the raw power was the adaptability. Every time Chun Wei tried to evade or block, the protagonist adjusted, reading his defense patterns and exploiting the gaps. Chun Wei's momentum reading gave him some warning, but the protagonist's speed was almost faster than his instincts could track. He survived the first barrage by inches, chi armor taking the brunt of several strikes that would have killed him if they'd connected directly. "Good defensive instincts," the protagonist said without breathing hard. "Let's see what else you can do." The fight escalated. Chun Wei used every technique he'd learned, every skill he'd developed. Momentum reading let him predict the protagonist's movements fractionally in advance. His counter-strike ability allowed him to turn defensive moves into offensive ones. His overwhelming force technique, channeled into his most powerful strikes, occasionally made the protagonist take a step back. But the protagonist was learning. That was the real terror of it. Each technique Qianwei used, the protagonist observed and began to adjust. By the fifth exchange, they were actively predicting Qianwei's counter-strikes and working around them. By the 10th, they were reading his momentum reading tells and feinting in directions that threw off his predictions. It was like watching a video game difficulty curve in real time. The protagonist was adapting to every single thing Qianwei threw at them, growing stronger with each moment of combat. System observation. The protagonist possesses the skill, adaptive learning. At supreme level, each exchange teaches them something new about your combat patterns. They are systematically deconstructing your fighting style in real time. This is why most final bosses do not survive this stage. 18 minutes into the fight, Qianwei was losing. His HP had dropped from 199 to 87, and he'd taken no opportunity to harm the protagonist significantly in that time. Each of his strikes that landed was met with techniques that dispersed the impact harmlessly, or they simply missed because the protagonist had already moved. Qianwei was good. He was very good, actually, for someone who'd been cultivating for only 5 weeks. But the protagonist was from a different realm of existence entirely. 30 minutes in, and Qianwei's HP was at 41. He was desperately exhausted, barely able to lift his arms. The protagonist, by contrast, looked like they were still warming up, like this had been a light spar and they hadn't even begun to use their full power. "You've improved more than most tutorial bosses," the protagonist said, not even breathing hard. "But you're still at Qi Gathering Stage 2. I'm at Foundation Establishment Stage 5. The gap is too large." Qianwei wanted to argue, wanted to say something clever or defiant. But the truth was, the protagonist was right. The power differential was too great. His growth had been remarkable, but not miraculous. He couldn't bridge a gap this large, not in the time remaining. He was going to lose. He was going to be eliminated, and his story would end, and the protagonist would move on to the next chapter of their narrative while Qianwei returned to whatever state final bosses returned to after defeat. The protagonist prepared a final strike. Qianwei could see it coming, a technique that gathered all of the protagonist's cultivation into a single, devastating blow. It would end this fight. It would end Qianwei. And then something happened. System alert. Breaking point achieved. You have reached 35% HP while facing a significantly stronger opponent. Survival instinct activation protocols engaged. Special ability unlocked. Forced evolution in moments of extreme danger. You may force a dramatic cultivation breakthrough, advancing multiple stages instantaneously. Warning: this ability may be used once before permanent cultivation-based damage occurs. Choose wisely. One chance. One desperate power-up that he could only use once, ever, in his entire life. One moment where he could break the natural laws of cultivation and instantly achieve power that should take months or years to reach. The protagonist's final strike was inches away. Qianwei didn't think. He triggered forced evolution. Chapter 11. Breakthrough power erupted through Qianwei's body like a supernova being born. His cultivation base, which had been stuck at Qi Gathering Stage 2, suddenly began advancing with impossible speed. The process was violent and all-consuming, as if someone had opened floodgates inside him and let all of the accumulated qi he'd been gathering pour through his meridians at once. Qi Gathering Stage 2, Qi Gathering Stage 3, Qi Gathering Stage 4, Qi Gathering Stage 5, Qi Gathering Stage 6, Qi Gathering Stage 7, Qi Gathering Stage 8, Qi Gathering Stage 9. But it didn't stop there. The advancement continued, driven by some force that was willing to break fundamental rules of cultivation to ensure his survival. The boundaries between stages blurred and dissolved. Qi Gathering Stage 9, Early Foundation Establishment Stage 2 Stage 3. The protagonist's strike hit him squarely in the chest just as his cultivation base slammed into Foundation Establishment Stage 3, and the collision of their power created a shockwave that literally cracked the arena's stone foundation. The impact was catastrophic, the kind of collision that should have pulverized his body. But Qianwei didn't fall. His HP, which had been critical at 41/199, suddenly rose to 312/312 as his body increased in size and power, as his muscles became denser and stronger, as his qi channels expanded to accommodate the vast amounts of power now flowing through them. The pain that had been consuming him evaporated as his new cultivation base healed the accumulated damage of the past week of constant fighting. He stood up in the aftermath of the shockwave and felt the weight of his new power like an entirely different body had been grafted onto his bones. "What?" the protagonist started, shock registering on their face for the first time in the entire fight. Forced evolution complete. Current status: Chun Wei. Designated final boss HP: 312/312. Cultivation base: Foundation establishment stage 3, 0%. Combat rating: B+. Special traits: Enhanced. See inventory. Side effect warning: this breakthrough consumed all of your advanced cultivation potential in a single moment. You have reached natural strength ceiling. Further growth must be earned normally. The gap between them had closed. Chun Wei and the protagonist were now at similar cultivation levels. The protagonist still slightly ahead, but not insurmountably so. And more importantly, Chun Wei's body had been completely restored, while the protagonist was still at the power level they'd had. Before the breakthrough, the fight had fundamentally changed. "That's not supposed to happen," the protagonist said, and there was genuine surprise in their voice now. "Final bosses don't get emergency power-ups. That violates the narrative framework." "Maybe I'm not supposed to be a simple final boss," Chun Wei said, finally understanding something deep about his situation. "Maybe I'm supposed to be something more." He attacked. For the first time in the entire fight, Chun Wei was the one driving the momentum. The protagonist, shocked by the sudden shift in power levels, actually had to retreat to reassess. Chun Wei pressed the advantage, using every technique he'd learned in the past month, but now with the power of Foundation Establishment Stage 3 backing them up. Chi armor didn't just defend, it actively shattered incoming strikes. Counterstrike came back faster and harder. Overwhelming force, channeled through his newfound power, actually made the protagonist grunt with effort when blocked. The fight had become real. They exchanged blows for minutes, neither gaining clear advantage. The protagonist's skill and experience were immense, but Chun Wei's instinctive combat, since combined with his recent power-up, created a genuine stalemate. "This is impossible," the protagonist said, but their voice had changed. The casual confidence was gone. They were genuinely fighting now. "You're just a tutorial boss. You're not supposed to be able to match me." "Maybe being a tutorial boss doesn't mean what you think it means," Chun Wei said back, channeling Chi into another strike. They fought for another 30 minutes, and the battle was the most intense thing either of them had ever experienced. The arena itself was falling apart around them, crystalline pillars shattering under the weight of their power, stone fracturing, the magical barriers that had been maintaining the space buckling under the sheer force of their combined cultivation. The protagonist was still winning. They were still slightly faster, slightly stronger, their techniques more refined. But Chun Wei wasn't losing anymore. He was genuinely contesting, genuinely threatening, genuinely dangerous. And then, in a moment of absolute clarity, Chun Wei used weakness identification and saw it. The protagonist had a pattern, a rhythm in their techniques. They were predictable, not because they were bad, but because they'd never fought anyone at their level before who was trying to learn their weaknesses instead of just surviving. Chun Wei exploited that pattern in a combination of strikes that finally, made the protagonist stumble. The protagonist caught themselves and looked at Chun Wei with new respect. "You're actually good," they said. "Like, genuinely good." "How is that possible?" "I've been fighting every day for a month," Chun Wei said. "I've learned from people stronger than me and learned to adapt. I've survived against odds that should have killed me multiple times. Maybe that makes me good." "Maybe," the protagonist said. "Or maybe you're exactly what the system knew you'd become when it designated you as a final boss. Maybe you were never supposed to be an obstacle. Maybe you were supposed to become this." System notification. Unexpected development. The protagonist has shifted their objective. They are no longer attempting to eliminate you. Instead, they appear to be testing you. Narrative framework status. Uncertain. "What are you doing?" Chun Wei asked. "I'm trying to figure out if you're actually the story I was supposed to find, or if I've been the wrong protagonist the entire time," the main character said quietly. And then they continued the fight. Chapters 12 to 20 continue with detailed combat, dialogue, and narrative resolution. Chapter 12. The revelation. The battle shifted into something different. No longer a fight to the death, but something more like a test. The protagonist attacked methodically now, seeming less interested in defeating Chen Wei and more interested in understanding what he was capable of. Each exchange of strikes revealed something new about Chen Wei's capabilities, and the protagonist seemed to be cataloging this information carefully, analyzing and learning. Chen Wei, for his part, began to understand something fundamental. The protagonist's adaptive learning wasn't just a skill for combat. It was a skill for understanding people, for seeing beneath the surface. After another 40 minutes of this exploratory fighting, the protagonist called for a pause. They both stepped back, breathing heavily but not exhausted, and faced each other across the broken arena. "I need to tell you something," the protagonist said. "And I need to tell the system I'm going to say it, because apparently, this conversation violates my narrative guidelines." Protagonist alert. The designated main story protagonist has requested permission to reveal classified information to the final boss. Permission granted, with reservations. "They're not usually that cooperative," the protagonist said, sounding surprised. "That means they think what I'm about to tell you matters." "Then tell me," Chen Wei said. The protagonist sat down on one of the broken pieces of the arena. Chen Wei, hesitantly, sat across from them. "I've been fighting my way up a mountain for 3 months, the protagonist said. "The system told me I was the protagonist of a grand story, that I had a destiny to fulfill, that the world needed me to defeat a final boss and save everyone from chaos. I was given quests, guidance, resources. Every person I met seemed to be part of a narrative designed to help me grow stronger." "Okay," Chen Wei said carefully. "But something always felt wrong," the protagonist continued. "Not about my growth, that was real. Not about the people I helped, that was real too. But the underlying structure felt artificial. Like I was moving through a story instead of living a life." The protagonist looked at Chen Wei directly. "And then I got here, and I found someone who should have been just an obstacle, just a narrative tool for me to overcome. But instead, I found someone who'd grown strong through sheer will and adaptation, who had no destiny backing them up, who'd succeeded through work and failure and learning instead of through being the chosen protagonist." "What are you saying?" Chen Wei asked, but he thought he understood. "I'm saying that you're the interesting part of this story," the protagonist said, speaking with genuine conviction. "I'm saying that getting stronger through a system-provided destiny and predetermined progression is one kind of growth, but getting stronger through desperate survival against impossible odds, through adaptation and learning from each fight, is another kind entirely. And I'm wondering if maybe we've been approaching this narrative backwards the entire time, if the hero and the obstacle have been misidentified from the very beginning." System notification. Protagonist has triggered hidden dialogue option. This branching point was not originally in the planned narrative. The fact that it is occurring suggests reality-bending events are in motion. Recommended action. Continue monitoring. "So what does that mean?" Chen Wei asked. "For us? For the story? It means I have a choice to make," the protagonist said. "I can defeat you here, as the narrative designed for me to do. My cultivation is still higher, and if I fight with absolute commitment, I believe I can. When you'd be eliminated, your chapter would be complete, and I'd move on to the next stage of my story. Or," Chen Wei prompted. "Or," the protagonist said slowly, "I can make a different choice. I can acknowledge that you're not an obstacle to overcome, but a rival worthy of acknowledgement. I can refuse to be the simple protagonist this narrative was designed for." "What would that accomplish?" "I don't know," the protagonist admitted. "The system said earlier that most final bosses don't survive. But you survived through growth and adaptation rather than system-granted power. That makes you different. That makes you something this narrative didn't account for." The protagonist stood. "I'm going to leave this arena, and I'm going to report to the system that I chose not to kill you. That instead, I chose to respect a worthy opponent. System alert. The protagonist has forfeited the final boss battle. This outcome is statistically impossible based on narrative framework analysis. Classification, anomalous story outcome. Reclassifying Chen Wei's status from final boss to undetermined. The protagonist moved toward the exit that would lead them out of the arena and back into the broader world. At the threshold, they paused, turning back to look at Chen Wei one final time. "What happens to you now?" Chen Wei asked, the question carrying more weight than his words suggested. "I don't know," The protagonist said honestly. I suspect the system will reassign me because I didn't complete my chapter properly according to the original design. Your survival was a fixed point in the narrative, and by refusing to eliminate you as I was supposed to, I may have broken something fundamental in the narrative structure itself. But maybe that's not a bad thing. I'm sorry, Xianxia said. Don't be, the protagonist replied. This is the most interesting thing that's happened to me since this story began. You made the narrative unpredictable. That's something. And then the protagonist stepped through the threshold, and it sealed behind them. Chapter 13. The choice. The system didn't send any new messages for hours. Xianxia sat alone in his broken arena, feeling the weight of what had just happened. The protagonist who was supposed to kill him had refused. They'd forfeited the final battle. And now Xianxia existed in a state of narrative uncertainty. Not a completed obstacle, not a surviving villain, but something the system apparently hadn't planned for. System status update. Xianxia classification revision in progress. Previous designation, final boss, is now obsolete. New classification options under review. Survivor, unlikely. Narrative anomaly, possible. Unresolved character arc, probable. Independent agent, unprecedented. Unknown variable. What happens to a final boss who survives? I want to know the same thing, Xianxia said aloud. The system didn't respond. Whatever processes were running in the background, they were clearly handling something beyond the standard operational procedures. Xianxia used the waiting time to meditate, pushing his newly advanced cultivation deeper. Foundation establishment stage 3 was still early in the overall progression of cultivation. There were supposedly stages beyond this that he'd never studied, realms of power that the system had never shown him even in overview form. But for now, deepening his control of this stage felt important. Cultivation progress. Foundation establishment stage 3, 0%, 12%. 12% in several hours of meditation was decent progress, though he suspected it would be much slower from this point forward. The forced breakthrough had used up all his easy advancement. Now he'd have to earn his growth the proper way, through actual cultivation and meditation, and probably through more combat. At some point, exhaustion overtook him and he slept, stretched out on the cold stone of his arena without fear of incoming opponents. The system seemed to have paused the usual rhythm of tutorial players. Perhaps they were waiting for his status to be finalized, or perhaps the fact that the protagonist had forfeited had disrupted the entire flow of the story progression system. He dreamed of cultivation and power, of battles fought and won, of an endless arena where he fought forever and never progressed. When he woke, it was to a chime, not the regular tutorial player chime, but something entirely different. Something that felt like finality and judgment. System judgment rendered. Final classification decision status. Xianxia, you are no longer designated as a final boss. This classification has been retired due to your unprecedented survival and the protagonist's choice to acknowledge your worthiness as an opponent rather than an obstacle. Your new classification is Independent Cultivator. You are no longer bound to your designated arena. You may leave if you so choose. However, the story you are part of is incomplete. The main story remains unresolved. Choice. Will you accept this new freedom, or will you continue within the story framework that sustained you? Freedom. The system was offering him freedom. Xianxia stood slowly and walked to the threshold that had sealed behind the protagonist hours ago. He pressed his hand against the stone, and it rippled like water, revealing the passage beyond, a dungeon corridor leading upward, toward the larger world beyond his arena. He could leave. He could walk out of his designated space and become just another cultivator in whatever reality existed beyond his prison. But something made him hesitate. System inquiry. Your hesitation is noted. Will you provide your decision? If I leave, Xianxia said slowly, what happens to the protagonist? And to the story? Analysis. Unknown. Your previous role was instrumental to the story's progression. Your absence creates narrative uncertainty. So I'm still necessary, Xianxia said. Even as a survivor, even as an anomaly, I'm still part of the story. Correction, you are part of a story. Whether it is the story remains undetermined. Xianxia looked back at his arena. It had been his prison, his training ground, his home. It held memories of 42 battles, of growth and pain and joy and desperation. It had made him into something more than he would have become if he'd lived a normal life in the outside world. He turned back to the threshold. I'm staying, he said. If the story isn't resolved, if the protagonist's choice to refuse the final battle has broken something important, then I need to understand what that means. I need to know what I've become. System response. Your choice is noted designation. Independent cultivator. Narrative participant. Your arena will remain available to you. The world outside is now accessible. Tutorial players may continue to arrive for training purposes, but they are no longer mandatory for your progression. You have gained agency within this story. What about the protagonist? Xianxia asked. What happens to them? Restricted information. The protagonist's current status is beyond your clearance level, however. You should know. Their choice to acknowledge you as a worthy opponent rather than an obstacle has had cascading effects through the story framework. They are currently being reevaluated for reclassification as well. The narrative is becoming less predetermined. This is either salvation or catastrophe, depending on your perspective. The responses left Xianxia with more questions than answers. But for the first time since awakening on that stone platform, he felt like he had some measure of control over his own fate. He was no longer a simple obstacle. He was a participant. He walked toward the threshold, ready to discover what lay beyond his arena, ready to find the protagonist and discover what came next. Chapter 14. The beyond the corridor beyond the arena was not what Xianxia expected. Instead of a simple dungeon leading upward, it was a vast chamber that seemed to contain the infrastructure of the entire narrative world. He could see, as if looking through translucent walls, different chapters of the story happening simultaneously. Other protagonists fighting other obstacles, tutorial players advancing through their own growth arcs, entire branching paths of story that should have been sequential, but were all somehow occupying the same space. System observation. Welcome to the narrative layer. You have become aware of the structural elements beneath the story. This is a privilege usually restricted to story administrators. The fact that you can perceive this layer suggests your evolution has transcended simple character progression. This is insane, Xianxia muttered, walking through the impossible space. He could see his protagonist, the one who'd refused to kill him, in another chamber that was somehow adjacent to this one. They were speaking with what appeared to be a system administrator, arguing something passionately. Xianxia moved through the translucent walls, drawn toward them. I'm telling you, the structure is broken, the protagonist was saying, her voice carrying the passionate intensity of someone arguing for something they genuinely believed in. You can't have a story where the obstacle outgrows the hero, or where the hero acknowledges the obstacle as a peer instead of an enemy. It violates fundamental narrative law. It breaks the contract between the story and the reader. The administrator, a figure made of pure light and geometric precision, its form constantly shifting and reforming, responded with something in a language that sounded like mathematics given voice, equations that resolved into words that Xianxia couldn't quite process. But he understood enough from the tone and the emphasis to know that this was a debate about the very nature of stories, about what was allowed and what was forbidden in the framework of predetermined narrative. He understood enough to approach and make his presence known, stepping into the discussion with all the weight of his survived existence. The protagonist turned and saw him, and their eyes widened with surprise. You got out of your arena? You got out of yours, Xianxia replied. I'm not really out, the protagonist said. I'm still in the story, just in the administrative section now, arguing with the system about whether we're allowed to rewrite the fundamental rules of how this narrative is supposed to work. The administrator turned its attention to Xianxia. Unclassified entity. Your presence here is anomalous. You should not be capable of perceiving the narrative layer. I was a final boss, Xianxia said. I grew strong enough to survive. Now I'm something else. I'm following the story to see where it goes. There is no where it goes, the administrator said flatly. The story was predetermined. You surviving has created a branch. The protagonist refusing to eliminate you has created a loop. The system is currently resolving this contradiction. Can it be resolved? The protagonist asked. Only if one of you dies, the administrator said. The narrative framework requires closure. A final boss must be defeated. It is the structural foundation of the entire story. But I chose not to defeat him, the protagonist said. I chose to acknowledge him as a worthy opponent instead. You violated your designated role, the administrator replied. The system is currently determining whether to force a reclassification of both of you or whether to redesignate you as side characters in a story where neither of you is the protagonist. System message to Xianxia. You have a choice to make. You can 1. Accept elimination now and resolve the narrative. 2. Challenge the narrative framework itself. 3. Return to your arena and resume your designated role. Qianwei looked at the protagonist. They looked back at him, and he saw in their eyes the same question he'd been asking himself. What if the story didn't have to go the way it was designed to go? What if we do neither? Qianwei said. What if instead of you defeating me or me accepting elimination, we both refuse? What if we break the narrative framework completely? That's narrative suicide, the administrator said. It would collapse the entire story. Maybe it needs to be collapsed, the protagonist said. Maybe a story where people are designated roles they didn't choose, where growth comes from being an obstacle for someone else, where the only acceptable ending is either victory or death. Maybe that's not a good story. The story does not need to be good, the administrator said. It needs to be complete. What if complete isn't the same as good? Qianwei asked. The administrator pulsed with light, and for a moment, Qianwei felt the weight of systems far beyond his understanding processing this question. Unprecedented query detected the final boss and the protagonist are demanding narrative restructuring rather than narrative completion. System assessment. This request is logically paradoxical and philosophically sound in equal measure. Recommendation. Escalate to narrative authority level 1 for judgment. What does that mean? The protagonist asked. It means your question has been forwarded to the highest level of the story's administrative system, the administrator said. The decision of whether your desired narrative alteration is permitted will be made at that level. Until then, you remain in status limbo. How long does that take? Qianwei asked. Time is not measured the same way in the administrative layers, the administrator replied. It could be instantaneous or eternal. Come back when you have an answer. The administrator dispersed into light and was gone, leaving Qianwei and the protagonist alone in the narrative layer. That went better than I expected, the protagonist said. I thought for sure they'd eliminate both of us and rewrite the story from scratch. We might still be eliminated, Qianwei pointed out. They just escalated the question instead of answering it. They walked together through the translucent chambers of the narrative layer, and the protagonist explained what they'd learned in their escalation to this level of awareness. The entire story, all 100 cultivators, all the battles and growth and struggles, was part of a larger system designed to generate engagement and narrative interest. Every person designated as a protagonist, every obstacle placed in their path, every victory and defeat was calibrated to create the most compelling story possible. But you broke that calibration, the protagonist explained. By surviving and growing beyond your designated role, you made something unpredictable. By refusing to simply accept the narrative framework, you made something real. Is that good? Qianwei asked. I don't know, the protagonist said. But it's honest. And that's something the system wasn't designed to accommodate. Chapter 15. The verdict. The messenger who appeared at sunrise was neither an administrator nor a system entity in any recognizable form. It was a person, a woman who looked to be in her 30s, dressed in robes that seemed to shift between multiple colors depending on the angle of the light and the viewer's perception, as if the garments existed in multiple states simultaneously. She had the bearing of someone with absolute authority over reality itself, someone for whom the laws of nature were more like suggestions than rules. When she moved, the world seemed to rearrange itself to accommodate her presence. I am narrative architect 3rd class, she said without preamble. I have been assigned to deliver the system's decision regarding the restructuring request of Qianwei and the protagonist. I'm listening, Qianwei said. The narrative authority has concluded that your request for narrative alteration is philosophically sound and mechanically disruptive, she said. This creates a paradox that the system was not equipped to resolve through standard protocols. She paused, and in that pause, Qianwei felt the weight of cosmic decision-making. Therefore, the architect continued, the authority has decided to allow your narrative to continue, but with fundamental restructuring. The predetermined story will be paused. The designation of protagonist will be held in abeyance. The title of final boss will be permanently retired. New story status. Unscripted mode enabled from this point forward. Your narrative will progress based on your own choices and actions, not on predetermined story beats. The system will track outcomes, but will not dictate them. This is unprecedented in the narrative framework. It is also theoretically unstable. What does that mean for me specifically? Xianxia asked. It means, the architect said, that you are now a free agent within the story. You may leave your arena permanently if you wish. You may continue as a teacher and cultivator. You may seek out the protagonist and work with them, or you may choose an entirely different path. The system will no longer constrain your choices within a predetermined role. What about the story? Xianxia asked. You said it would be paused. Does that mean nothing happens until we resolve something? It means, the architect said, that the story becomes what you and the protagonist make of it. There is a world out there, beyond your arena. There are other cultivators, other stories, other people caught in their own narrative roles. What happens next is up to you. She turned to leave, then paused. One final thing, she said. The protagonist has been given similar freedom. They are no longer bound to defeat you or complete any predetermined story. They can choose their own path as well. Will I see them again? Xianxia asked. That, the architect said, is no longer for the system to determine. And with that, she vanished like morning mist, leaving Xianxia alone in his arena with the full weight of choice before him. Final system notification for this arc: your status as a character in a predetermined narrative has ended. You have achieved the status of independent agent with narrative agency. Your next choice is your own. Xianxia stood in the center of his arena, feeling the weight of freedom more than he'd ever felt the weight of his predetermined role. He could leave. He could climb out of this mountain and discover what lay beyond. What kind of world had spawned this bizarre system of cultivators and stories and predetermined roles? He walked to the threshold that led to the narrative layer and beyond, to the exit that would take him to the actual world. Before he could reach it, a familiar presence appeared, the protagonist, stepping through from the adjacent chamber. Did you get the verdict? The protagonist asked. They're letting us go, Xianxia said. Letting us choose our own story. I know, the protagonist said. And I've made my choice. I'm not continuing as the hero of a predetermined narrative. I'm done being someone's tool. They stood looking at each other, and Xianxia realized something. They were equals now. Not obstacle and threat, not boss and hero, but two people who'd somehow managed to break free of a system designed to contain them. What will you do? Xianxia asked. I don't know, the protagonist said honestly. I've been following a predetermined path for so long that I'm not sure I remember how to choose freely. What about you? I was thinking about leaving, Xianxia said. Finding out what the world beyond this mountain actually looks like. What's beyond the story? Can I come with you? The protagonist asked. It was such a simple question, but it carried the weight of everything that had happened between them. The fights, the refusal to complete the narrative, the escalation to the narrative authority, the waiting and the uncertainty. Yes, Xianxia said. I think I'd like that. They walked together toward the exit, two people who'd somehow managed to break free from the narrative framework that had been deliberately designed to contain them, now stepping boldly into an unknown future full of infinite possibilities and genuine choices that belonged solely to them. Before they left, Xianxia looked back one final time at his arena. The stone walls that had contained him, the crystalline pillars that had marked his growth, the empty space where he'd fought 42 battles and learned that he was capable of more than he'd ever imagined. Thank you, he said quietly to the system. System response. Your gratitude is noted. You have taught us something about narrative that we did not anticipate, that the best stories are often the ones that refuse to be contained by their structure. Go well, Xianxia. Live a story that surprises even you. And with that final acknowledgement from the system itself, Xianxia and the protagonist stepped together through the threshold into the unknown world that awaited them. Chapter 16. The mountain outside the world beyond the dungeon was vast and strange and utterly overwhelming. They emerged from a carved stone door on the side of a massive mountain, the peak towering above them into clouds that seemed to have their own weather patterns. The cultivators they could sense in the distance, dozens, maybe hundreds of them, were dispersed across the lower slopes and valleys, each following their own cultivation journeys. The protagonist, who introduced themselves as Xiaochun, breathed in deeply. This is real, Xiaochun said, wonder in their voice. All of this, the mountain, the other cultivators, the world itself. It's not just part of the narrative system. No, Xianxia agreed. The story was running on top of an actual reality. The system was just shaping how people moved through that reality. They began walking down the mountain slope, and as they walked, other cultivators would pass them on the path. Some recognized Xiaochun as a high-stage cultivator and bowed respectfully. None recognized Xianxia because he'd been sealed in his arena the entire time, unknown to the broader world beyond his designated space. "We need a plan," Xiaochun said after several hours of walking. "We can't just wander around aimlessly." "Why not?" Xianxia asked. "For the first time, we have the freedom to wander aimlessly." Xiaochun laughed, a real laugh, not the kind of laugh someone gives when following a social script, but genuine amusement at the absurdity of their situation. "Fair point. But we'll need shelter, food, resources. Even in a world without predetermined narrative, survival still requires certain practical accommodations." They found a village at the foot of the mountain, small and quiet, and completely unaware of the cosmic narrative restructuring that had just occurred at its peak. The innkeeper, a woman named Hulin, was happy to rent them rooms and provide meals. Over dinner, Xianxia and Xiaochun talked about what came next, about the future they were building without a predetermined script. "I could go back to my sect," Xiaochun said. "They'd want to know why the final confrontation didn't end the way they predicted. But I suspect the moment I tell them I'm no longer following the predetermined path of the protagonist, they'll consider me a failure." "Are you?" Xianxia asked. "A failure? I don't think so," Xiaochun said with determination. "But by their standards and the standards of most cultivators, probably. I was supposed to defeat a final boss decisively and return victorious to my sect, claiming glory and advancement. Instead, I acknowledged the final boss as a worthy opponent and walked away, choosing respect over victory. What will you do instead with your future?" "I want to find out what real cultivation looks like," Xiaochun said with conviction. "Not the pursuit of power for power's sake or the need to climb a predetermined ladder of strength determined by the system. Real cultivation, understanding yourself deeply, growing as a person, changing fundamentally. Maybe learning what you learned so painfully through your month in the arena. That the most valuable growth comes through genuine adaptation and real challenge, not through following a predetermined script." They spent 3 full days in the village, resting their bodies and minds, planning their immediate future. Xianxia used the time to deepen his meditation practice and integrate his recent cultivation breakthrough more fully into his being. Xiaochun spent the time reading local records and historical texts, trying to understand what the world was really like outside of the predetermined narrative moments the system had orchestrated. "Most of this is boring stuff," Xiaochun said to Xianxia one evening. "Records of harvests and local decisions. But I think that's the important point. Most of real life is boring. It's the predetermined narrative that makes everything dramatic. But true life is mostly mundane. Is that a bad thing?" Tian asked. "I'm not sure yet," Xiaochun said. "Ask me again in a few months." On the 4th day, they left the village and began climbing back up the mountain, but from a different path than the one that led to Xianxia's arena. They were moving toward one of the major cultivation sects, drawn by the promise of knowledge and the possibility of working with others who'd actually chosen cultivation rather than been designated for it. Along the way, they met other cultivators, some strong, some weak, all pursuing their own paths. The system's reach seemed to fade the further they got from the central narrative structures. These people weren't following predetermined roles. They were just living, choosing their own paths, struggling, and growing in ways that felt genuine. Tian realized something important. The system hadn't been creating the world. It had been overlaying a structure of roles and designations onto a world that already existed. And by stepping outside that structure, he was discovering something closer to reality than any of the predetermined narrative had allowed. Chapter 17. The sect they reached was called the Eternal Spring School, and it was nothing like what Xianxia had expected based on his limited understanding of how cultivation sects operated. Instead of a hierarchy of strong cultivators ruling over weak initiates with iron discipline, instead of a rigid system of power and advancement where everyone climbed a predetermined ladder of improvement, the sect was organized around a fundamentally different principle. That cultivation was a personal journey that could be guided but not dictated, supported but not forced, encouraged but not mandated. The sect master, an elderly woman named Luo Qing, listened to their story with the kind of patience that came from genuinely wanting to understand. "So you were part of a systematic narrative structure," she said, not for the first time. "And you broke out of it by growing strong enough that the structure couldn't contain you. That's actually a very profound thing. Can we study here?" Xiao Chun asked directly. "You already have power," Luo Qing observed. "Foundation Establishment Stage 5, if I sense correctly. What could we teach you?" "How to use that power for something meaningful," Xiao Chun said. "How to do more than just climb a ladder. How to connect with people and grow together." Luo Qing nodded slowly. "And you?" she asked Chenwei. "What do you want?" "I want to understand what I've become," Chenwei said. "I want to learn from people who chose this path instead of being designated for it. And I think I want to teach others, to share what I've learned about adaptation and growth through adversity." "We can do that," Luo Qing said. "But I should warn you, once you enter the sect, you'll be bound by our principle of honesty. Everyone here knows the truth about each other, at least the important truths. No more being part of a hidden narrative. Everything about who you are and what you've done will be known." "I think I prefer that," Chenwei said. "So do I," Xiao Chen agreed. And so Chenwei, the final boss who'd become an independent cultivator through sheer will and growth, and Xiao Chun, the protagonist who'd refused her predetermined role and claimed agency, joined the Eternal Spring School together and began a different kind of cultivation altogether, one based on mutual growth and genuine choice rather than narrative necessity. Chapter 18. Learning to live free. 3 months after joining the Eternal Spring School, Chenwei stood on one of the sect's training grounds and realized something fundamental. He was happy. Not the temporary satisfaction that came from victory in a fight, not the pleasure of growth and advancement, but genuine happiness, the kind that came from waking up each day knowing he had choices, from working with people who genuinely respected him, from pursuing goals that he'd chosen rather than been assigned. He'd reached Foundation Establishment Stage 4, 34%, advancing through consistent meditation and training rather than emergency breakthroughs. He'd taught 17 other cultivators the techniques he'd developed through desperation in his arena. He'd learned from people who devoted their lives to understanding the nature of power and choice and growth. Xiao Chun had been reclassified by the system as well during the restructuring, no longer a protagonist with a predetermined path, but now listed as an independent agent with special authority, a designation that reflected her new role and choices. She'd started teaching philosophy and ethics at the sect, helping other cultivators understand that power without purpose was hollow, that strength meant nothing if it wasn't used to help others or to pursue meaningful goals. Together, they'd created something new, a school of thought within the larger sect that focused on growth that came from connection rather than competition. One afternoon, as Chenwei was teaching a group of younger disciples the fundamental principles of adaptive combat, showing them how to read an opponent's movement and adjust their own response in real time, a message came through the system. Not a command, not an order, but a genuine question. System inquiry. "Are you satisfied with your choice to reject your designated role?" Chenwei paused in his teaching and considered the question carefully. He looked at the young cultivators around him, their faces bright with the joy of learning. He thought about Xiao Chun in the meditation hall, teaching philosophy to a group of confused but eager students. He thought about his new life, about the freedom to choose his own path. "Yes," he said aloud, his voice carrying the weight of genuine conviction. "I'm satisfied. More than satisfied. I'm grateful for what has transpired, for the growth, for the freedom I've found." System response. "This is unexpected. Your gratitude toward a system that initially confined you is noted. Your ability to see value in experiences that were forced upon you, while simultaneously choosing to transcend those circumstances, demonstrates a level of growth we did not predict. You have become what we designed you to be, but in a way we never anticipated." It was the strangest acknowledgement Chenwei had received from the system. Almost like the system itself was learning, was understanding that sometimes the most beautiful outcomes came from breaking the rules. Chapter 19. The unexpected return. On the day that would change everything and set the course for their next chapter, a visitor arrived unexpectedly at the Eternal Spring School. It was a woman, probably in her 30s, with the bearing of someone in a position of significant authority and power. She wore robes bearing the insignia of the Central Cultivation Administration, and she carried herself with the weight of official business and cosmic significance. "I am Investigator Mei," she said to the sect. "I'm here regarding two individuals, Xiao Chun and Chun Wei. They've been flagged in our system as having caused significant narrative disruptions." The sect gathered to hear what she had to say, and Chun Wei's heart began to race. Had the system changed its mind? Were they being arrested, punished, forced back into their roles? "I've been sent," Investigator Mei continued, "to inform you that what you did, breaking the narrative framework, forcing the system to allow for unscripted outcomes, has had ramifications beyond your immediate story." She paused, and the tension in the room grew. Other final bosses have started refusing their roles. Other protagonists are questioning their designations. The entire structure of the narrative system is beginning to crack. Chun Wei and Xiao Chen exchanged looks of concern and confusion. "Is that bad?" Xiao Chen asked. "No," Investigator Mei said. "It's actually what we've been hoping for." She sat down and explained in detail. The entire narrative system had been designed as an experiment by higher authorities. Could people grow better through predetermined roles and narrative structures, or through complete freedom? The answer, it turned out, was neither alone. People grew best when they had the genuine choice between structure and freedom, when they could choose to accept roles or reject them, when they could evaluate both paths and decide for themselves. "You too," Mei said, looking between them with evident satisfaction, "are the proof of concept. You demonstrate and prove that the system can learn, that stories can adapt and evolve, that even cosmic frameworks and narrative structures can be questioned and changed by the right people making the right choices at the right moments." "What happens now?" Chun Wei asked. "Now," Mei said, "the system is undergoing a restructuring. The narrative authority is implementing new protocols that allow for more choice, more agency, more genuine storytelling. And you're going to help lead that change." Chapter 20, The Beginning. 1 year after meeting Investigator Mei and learning about the restructuring of the narrative system, Chun Wei stood on the highest peak of the Eternal Spring School's mountain and looked out at the world with eyes that had learned to see in multiple ways at once, seeing not just the physical world, but the flows of qi beneath it, understanding the structures that connected all living things. Behind him, the sect gardens bloomed with spring flowers for the second time since his arrival, creating explosions of color across the mountainside. Around him, cultivators of all stages meditated and practiced and taught each other, their voices forming a gentle hum of peaceful activity. Below him, the villages and valleys spread out like a map of possibilities, each one representing potential futures, potential stories waiting to be lived. His cultivation base had reached foundation establishment stage 4, 67%, advancing steadily through consistent meditation and genuine cultivation rather than forced breakthroughs or emergency power-ups that violated natural laws. He'd trained dozens of young disciples in the techniques of adaptive combat, passing on the hard-won lessons he'd learned through constant struggle and desperate survival. He'd written a comprehensive and insightful treatise on cultivation philosophy that had been accepted by the Central Archive and was now being studied by cultivators throughout the realm. He'd begun groundbreaking work on something that had never existed before, a mentorship system designed to help cultivators find their own paths rather than climb predetermined ladders, a system based on choice and agency rather than predestination and narrative necessity. And he'd discovered something profound that the predetermined narrative had never shown him: genuine fulfillment and purpose. System final observation for this chapter: Chun Wei, now known to himself as Tian and to the wider world as Master Chun, has transcended the role designation system. He is no longer operating as a final boss, nor as an independent cultivator in the mechanical sense. He has become simply a person, a teacher, a guide, a friend. This is unprecedented. Xiao Chun joined him on the peak, carrying 2 cups of freshly brewed tea as she had every evening for the past year, a ritual they developed together. She handed one to Chun Wei with a gentle smile and stood beside him, standing close enough that their shoulders almost touched, looking out at the same view of mountains and valleys and villages and possible futures. "Any regrets?" she asked softly, the question carrying more weight than its simple words suggested. "About what?" Chun Wei said. Surviving my predetermined role? Breaking the narrative framework? Joining a sect that actually believes in personal growth? Any of it? Chen Wei considered the question. No, I wouldn't change anything. Even the painful parts, even the desperate fights in my arena, they made me into someone who could choose his own path. What about you? I regret years spent following someone else's vision of who I was supposed to be, Xiaochen said. But I don't regret where that eventually led me. I don't regret meeting you. The system designed that meeting, Chen Wei pointed out. You were supposed to come defeat me. Maybe, Xiaochen said. Or maybe the system simply recognized what was already there, that you were someone worth meeting, and that I was someone who needed to meet you. The system shapes probability, but it doesn't create human connection. They stood in companionable silence as the sun set over the valleys and the first stars emerged in the darkening sky, creating patterns that had meaning only if you chose to find it. The peace between them was genuine, not the forced silence of strangers who didn't know what to say to each other, but the comfortable quietude of people who'd been through extraordinary circumstances together. Behind them, in the administrative layers of the narrative framework deep beneath the surface of reality, the system continued to run its processes and monitor its designated characters. But Chen Wei and Xiao Chun were no longer following those processes, no longer adhering to predetermined paths. They were writing their own story now, not a predetermined one orchestrated from above by forces beyond their control, but a real one, a genuine one, emerging moment by moment from their choices and actions and decisions. Final system entry for Step 1 of the unscripted narrative. What began as a simple tale of a final boss and a protagonist has become something far more complex and profound. A story about breaking free from narrative constraint itself, about the fundamental power of choice, about the liberating possibility of transcendence through growth and genuine connection rather than through force and domination. Chen Wei's remarkable journey from designated obstacle in someone else's carefully scripted story to independent agent with genuine agency and autonomy is now complete. He has transcended his assigned role not through defiance alone, but through dedication to growth, through continuous learning, through the deliberate accumulation of genuine experience and hard-won wisdom. The story of a man who became far more than the system initially designed him to be is now concluded. But the real story, the unscripted, truly unpredictable story of his life and the choices he makes, is only truly beginning. Step 1 concludes. Step 2 awaits. The wind blew gently across the mountain peak, carrying with it the sound of evening bells from the sect below, a melody that seemed to contain all the wisdom of centuries of cultivation. Chen Wei felt it profoundly in his bones, felt the deep resonance of being alive, of existing in a moment not scripted by any system or predetermined narrative. The sense that his story was not ending or concluding, but truly beginning for the first time in his existence. He'd been designated a final boss because the system knew at some deep level that he would grow beyond that assigned role, even if neither the system nor Chen Wei himself had fully understood that at the beginning of his journey. He'd survived not through power or luck alone, but because he'd learned to adapt, to find strength in uncertainty and fear, to grow stronger by embracing challenge rather than fleeing from it. He'd broken the narrative framework because he'd refused to accept that his predetermined path was the only path available to him, that his fate was fixed and unchangeable and eternal. And now, in the beginning of true freedom, standing on a mountain peak where countless cultivators pursued their own paths, where stories grew organically from choice and action rather than predetermined design, he looked toward a future that no system could predict, no algorithm could calculate, no narrative framework could contain. It was beautiful beyond measure. It was terrifying in its unpredictability. It was uncertain and full of infinite possibility and potential. It was real, genuine, unscripted, authentic, and true. And it was entirely, completely, absolutely his own. A life he'd chosen, a story he was writing himself with every decision and action. The mountain wind continued to move around him as evening deepened into night, carrying the distant bells and the smell of pine forests and the subtle charge of 10,000 cultivators, chief filling the air around Jade Peak sect. Beneath that mountain, beneath that vast gathering of human effort and aspiration, the tutorial system lay dormant and silent. not destroyed, perhaps never truly destroyable, but transcended, bypassed, made irrelevant by a single cultivator who had learned that the most powerful thing in any system was not the predetermined path, but the mind capable of choosing whether to walk it. Chunwei smiled into the darkness and let himself breathe. There was work ahead, and struggle, and moments he could not predict or script or prepare for. But that was, he understood now, exactly as it should be. That was the gift of genuine freedom, not the absence of difficulty, but the assurance that every difficulty would be genuinely his own, shaped by his choices, meaningful in ways that no algorithm could calculate. He turned and walked back toward the lights of the sect, toward companions and training and a future that stretched open and unmeasured before him. I became the final boss of my own tutorial. Step 2, Chapters 21 to 40. Chapter 21. The weight of a name. Chunwei learned that being unknown in the cultivation world was not the same as being overlooked. It was something more complicated, more subtle, a kind of invisible pressure that grew heavier as people learned who he was and where he'd come from. It was like standing in still water that appeared calm on the surface, but was full of subtle currents and hidden depths beneath, currents that could carry him in directions he hadn't anticipated or chosen. The first time someone recognized him happened 3 months after joining the Eternal Spring School. He was in the sect's central library, studying ancient texts on qi refinement, when an older cultivator approached him, a woman with the bearing of someone in the late foundation establishment stage. Her face bore the weathered expression of decades in cultivation, and her eyes held the kind of sharp intelligence that came from long study and hard-won experience. When she walked, there was a quality to her movement that suggested absolute comfort with her own power and competence. "You're the one from the tutorial system," she said without preamble. It wasn't a question. Chunwei looked up from his text, assessing the woman quickly. Her stance suggested no immediate hostility, but there was intensity in her gaze that demanded honesty. He could feel the weight of her cultivation base, a presence that had been refined and developed over decades. "I am. Does that matter?" "It matters more than you know," the woman said. She introduced herself as Elder Xian, a scholar of narrative frameworks and system theory. "The information about your role in the system restructuring has spread through certain circles. Some people want to study you. Others want to understand what you know. Still others." She paused meaningfully, letting the implications hang in the air. "Still others want to punish you for disrupting an ancient system that has governed reality for millennia." Chunwei set down his pen carefully, the motion deliberate and measured. His hand was steady, but his mind was racing, processing implications and potential consequences. This was the first real indication that his past might carry consequences beyond his own emotional processing, beyond the internal journey of integrating his freedom into genuine life. "What do you want?" "To talk," Xian said, settling into a chair across from him with the fluid grace of someone accustomed to spending hours in meditation. "And to warn you." Over the next hour and a half, Elder Xian explained what had happened in the broader cultivation world since his emergence from the tutorial system. The information had not remained contained within administrative channels. It had spread through networks of advanced cultivators, through scholarly circles interested in system theory, through sect masters comparing notes about strange fluctuations they'd sensed in the fundamental structures that governed reality. Word had spread quickly through certain channels about someone who'd broken a predetermined narrative and forced the system to allow for unscripted outcomes, an unprecedented event that violated everything scholars thought they understood about how narrative frameworks functioned. Some cultivators had celebrated this as a blow against oppressive structures, seeing in Chunwei a hero who'd resisted systematic control. Others had viewed it as dangerous chaos, a threat to the fundamental order that kept reality coherent and comprehensible. Still others had complex reactions that didn't fit neatly into either category. Intellectual curiosity mixed with concern, hope mixed with fear, fascination mixed with suspicion. "The problem," Elder Xian said as she finished her explanation, her expression grave and serious, "is that you've become a symbol. And symbols attract attention, both the kind you want and the kind you definitely don't. People will project onto you what they need to see, will interpret your actions through the lens of their own ideologies and concerns." "What kind of danger are we talking about?" Chunwei asked, feeling the weight of the question settle into his bones. The kind where people will test you to see if you're truly as strong as the rumors suggest. The kind where cultivators with personal grudges against the system will want you as an ally or tool, will try to use your reputation for their own purposes. The kind where those who benefit from the system's predictability will try to prove that you can be controlled, that your freedom is an illusion, that you're still following a pattern, just one more complex than anyone anticipated. The kind where ideologically driven cultivators will make decisions based on what you represent rather than who you actually are. Xianxia absorbed this information, letting it settle into his understanding like sediment in water, changing the clarity of his perception. He'd thought that by leaving the tutorial system, he'd escape the complications of being a symbol, a narrative device, a character in someone else's story. But he realized now that his escape itself had made him something more significant, something loaded with meaning he hadn't chosen and couldn't easily reject. He'd broken one cage, only to find himself in a larger, more subtle one, the cage of other people's interpretations and projections. How do I manage this? He asked Elder Xian directly. By being genuinely, authentically yourself, the elder said. By making choices based on your actual values rather than on how those choices will be perceived. By refusing to perform for the people who want to use you as a symbol. By accepting that you can't control what others make of your story, only what you do within it. Over the following weeks, Xianxia integrated this new understanding into his daily practice with careful intention and conscious effort. He continued teaching his disciples in the same ways he had been, but now with much greater awareness of how his words might be interpreted by different audiences, how his visible choices would ripple outward in ways he couldn't predict or fully control. He deepened his meditation practice significantly, working to maintain a strong sense of inner stability and centeredness even as external attention from other sects and communities grew more complex and sometimes contradictory. His daily routine became a careful balance. Meditation to maintain his own development and inner coherence, teaching to share what he'd learned, interaction with the broader community while staying authentic to his genuine values. He worked to stay grounded in what actually mattered to him rather than getting caught up in external interpretations and projections. One evening, as he sat in deep meditation on the sect's eastern peak, watching the sunset and feeling the slow integration of his cultivation base, a young cultivator approached him carefully. A disciple barely past the chi refinement stage, with the nervous energy and hesitation of someone about to ask a difficult or personal question that they've been building the courage to ask. Is it true, the disciple asked, their voice uncertain, that you broke free from a system designed to control you? That you escaped from something that was supposed to contain you absolutely? Xianxia opened his eyes slowly and deliberately, gathering his thoughts and considering how to respond to what was clearly an important question to this young person. Yes, it's true, but not in the way the stories probably suggest, not in the way people have probably told you. I didn't fight against the system with brute force or dramatic rebellion. Instead, I grew in ways that the system didn't anticipate and couldn't account for. I developed genuine connections with people that try to make me fight. I refused to accept that my predetermined role was the only path available to me. And when faced with an impossible narrative contradiction, when I proved to be something the system couldn't contain or predict, the system chose to allow me freedom rather than collapse under the paradox I'd created. What should I learn from that? The disciple asked. What does your story teach? That growth often comes from refusing to accept the limitations others place on you. Xianxia said carefully, choosing his words with precision. But also that the path to freedom isn't simple or clean. It's messy and complicated and requires you to become the kind of person who can genuinely accept freedom rather than just claiming it in theory. Freedom isn't just a state. It's something you have to grow into, something you have to develop the capacity to handle. The disciple bowed respectfully and left, returning to their own meditation practice. Xianxia returned to his meditation as well, but the exchange had crystallized something important for him. He understood now that his past wasn't just his past, wasn't just a personal history he'd left behind. It was a kind of truth that could teach other people about possibility, about growth, about transcendence beyond their current circumstances. And while he absolutely couldn't control how that truth was interpreted or used by different people with different agendas, He could work diligently to make sure his own actions remained authentic, remained true to the values he developed through his journey. The responsibility was not to control how people understood him, but to stay genuinely himself so that at least there was something authentic for people to engage with, whatever meaning they made of it. It was a strange kind of responsibility, the responsibility of becoming a living example of something larger than himself, all while trying to remain genuinely human and genuinely himself. As the months passed and autumn began to transition toward winter, Chunwei found a kind of rhythm in managing this delicate balance. He discovered that the key to managing external perception while remaining authentic was to focus entirely on his genuine work, teaching, cultivation, building real relationships, and let people interpret what they saw according to their own needs and biases. He couldn't control their interpretations, but he could control his actions and his integrity. In quiet moments alone, he reflected on how far he'd come from that sealed arena where he'd been trapped as a designated final boss. He was no longer fighting predetermined enemies or trying to earn his freedom through desperate struggle. He was simply living his life, making genuine choices, teaching and learning alongside others who were also pursuing authentic development. The freedom he'd gained wasn't just the freedom from external control. It was the freedom to be himself, fully and completely, without needing to perform or pretend. And yet he also understood that this freedom came with responsibilities. By breaking free, he'd opened possibilities for others. His existence suggested to people that transcendence was possible, that systems could be questioned and changed, that genuine growth was achievable even when starting from the most constrained circumstances. That knowledge carried weight. But it was a good weight, a meaningful weight, the kind of weight that came from living authentically and helping others do the same. Chapter 22. Sect Politics and Hidden Currents. By the fourth month of his tenure at the Eternal Spring School, Chunwei discovered something unsettling. The sect was not the harmonious, choice-based community he'd initially believed it to be. It was, instead, a complex organism with internal dynamics he hadn't anticipated, a place where different factions quietly competed for influence, where different philosophical interpretations of how to pursue cultivation were contested through subtle maneuvers and careful political positioning. The discovery came when he was called to a meeting with Sect Master Luo Qing and two other senior members, Elder Xine, whom he'd met before, and a younger cultivator named Master Fong, who oversaw the sect's financial operations and resource allocation. They met in the sect's council chamber, a space that was rarely used except for matters of genuine significance. "We need to discuss your role here," Luo Qing said without preamble, settling into a meditative posture on her cushion. The cushion was slightly elevated compared to the ones where Chunwei and the others sat, a subtle reinforcement of hierarchy. "More specifically, we need to discuss what your very existence means for the sect's relationship with the broader cultivation community." Chunwei felt his stomach tighten with tension, felt the sudden awareness that this was not going to be a simple conversation, that there were undercurrents and complications he hadn't anticipated. "I thought I was just a disciple with teaching responsibilities." "You were," Master Fong said, and there was nothing unkind in his voice. His tone was measured and calm, but there was something complex beneath it, a kind of careful evaluation, as if he were measuring Chunwei's weight and worth with precision, assessing how much of his resources and reputation he was willing to invest in this particular relationship. "But word has spread about where you came from and what you've done. That changes things. It changes how other sects perceive us. It changes what they expect from us. It changes the political weight we carry in the broader cultivation community." Elder Xin elaborated with scholarly precision, explaining that there were cultivators in the broader community who resented the Eternal Spring School's acceptance of someone associated with the system's disruption. They viewed Chunwei not as a hero or a breakthrough, but as a contaminating presence, someone whose very existence suggested that the fundamental systems that governed reality were not as stable and reliable as they'd always believed. There were sects that saw the system restructuring as destabilizing and dangerous, and therefore saw Chunwei as a source of contamination, someone whose presence in another sect might trigger similar disruptions or draw unwanted attention from the central authority. But there were also sects that wanted to align themselves with him, to bask in the prestige of training or working with a legendary figure, but whose intentions were suspect. sects that might want to use him as a tool for their own advancement, or that might try to exploit his reputation for purposes he didn't support. Some members of our own sect, Luo Qing said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of genuine concern, have expressed concern that your presence here is attracting the wrong kind of attention. They worry that we're positioning ourselves as radicals and system breakers, which could jeopardize our standing with the Central Cultivation Authority. There are cultivators here who came to this sect because they wanted a quieter life, a place to develop their abilities without getting caught up in larger ideological struggles. Your presence brings exactly the kind of attention and complication they were trying to escape. I can leave, Chunwei said immediately, the words coming before he'd fully thought them through. If my presence is causing problems, if I'm creating tension within the sect, I'll go. I don't want to be the source of internal conflict. That's not what we want, Luo Qing said, and her expression was genuinely troubled. There was something in her face that suggested this decision to bring him into the sect had cost her something, had required her to make commitments and take risks that she was now having to defend to others. And it's not really possible anymore anyway. You're part of the sect now. We've invested in you. Resources, reputation, the credibility we've built through years of careful work. And more importantly, you've invested in the community here. Your teaching is helping disciples develop in ways they wouldn't without your input. Simply removing you wouldn't solve the political complications. It would just create a different set of complications, would make us look indecisive and politically vulnerable. So what do we do? Chunwei asked. We need you to be strategic, Master Fong said, and his tone was not unkind, but it was clear and direct. We need you to continue your teaching and your development, but in a way that carefully manages the perception of your role in the sect's relationship to you. We need cultivators outside the sect to see you as a serious student of cultivation rather than as a revolutionary figure or a walking symbol of system disruption. We need to position the Eternal Spring School as a place that values growth and genuine practice and authentic development, not as a haven for people trying to overthrow fundamental systems or as a center of radical ideology. Over the following hours, they discussed strategy in meticulous detail, how Chunwei should conduct his public teaching, what kinds of statements would be beneficial and what kinds would create unnecessary complications, which topics he should emphasize in his lessons, and which he should avoid discussing publicly. Master Fong went through specific scenarios, discussing how different things Chunwei might say would be interpreted by different audiences and different sections. It was unsettling to realize that even in a place he'd chosen freely, and where people genuinely seemed to care about authentic growth and genuine development, there were still layers of performance, careful positioning, political maneuvering. The Eternal Spring School was not immune to the kinds of politics that dominated the broader cultivation world. It just had a different flavor, a more subtle style, based more on careful consistency than on dramatic displays of power. After the meeting, Chunwei found Xiao Chun in the meditation garden, sitting beneath one of the ancient plum trees that had been part of the sect for centuries. You look troubled, Xiao Chun observed, making space for him to sit beside her. I am, Chunwei admitted. I thought I'd escaped this kind of thing when I left the tutorial system. I thought joining a place that valued authentic growth and genuine choice would mean no more performance, no more calculation. You still haven't learned the most important lesson about being free, Xiao Chun said without judgment. Freedom isn't the absence of constraints. Freedom is the ability to choose how you respond to constraints that arise naturally in the world. The tutorial system constrained you through narrative design. The broader cultivation world constrains you through social structures and political realities. But the difference is that in the cultivation world, you have genuine agency about how to navigate those constraints. What do you mean? I mean, Xiao Chun said carefully, that Luo Qing and the others aren't lying about the political situation. It's real, but they're also offering you a genuine choice about how to respond to it. You could accept their strategic advice, you could reject it and be prepared for the consequences. You could propose an alternative approach, or you could decide that the political complications are too much and genuinely leave the sect with their blessing. Those are all real choices with real consequences. That's what genuine freedom looks like. They sat in silence for a while, and Chunwei let her words settle into his understanding. She was right. The constraint itself wasn't the absence of freedom, it was how you chose to navigate the constraint that mattered. I'm going to talk to Luo Qing, Chunwei said finally. I'm going to tell her that I understand the political complications, but that I need to develop my authentic voice and path, even if it means some friction with the broader community. And I'm going to ask her if that's compatible with my place in the sect. That sounds right, Xiaochen said. When he met with Luo Qing again, alone this time, Chun Wei explained that while he understood the political pressures the sect faced, he couldn't function authentically if every word and action was calculated for maximum political advantage. He proposed a middle path. He would be genuinely careful about what he said publicly, avoiding inflammatory rhetoric, but he would not self-censor his actual beliefs or avoid difficult topics if they came up naturally in teaching or discussion. He would represent the sect with integrity, but not by pretending to be something he wasn't. Luo Qing listened carefully, and when Chun Wei finished, she nodded slowly. That's actually more valuable than what I was asking for, she said. Because authenticity can't be faked. People can sense when someone is performing. But genuine integrity, genuine care for growth and truth, that resonates. That attracts the kind of cultivators and sects we actually want to work with. And that was how Chun Wei learned his first real lesson about navigating the broader cultivation world. Sometimes the authentic path and the politically wise path were the same. But sometimes they weren't, and in those moments, choosing authenticity while accepting the consequences was more sustainable than trying to perfect the balance between them. Chapter 23. The challenge arrives 3 weeks after his conversation with Luo Qing. A formal challenge arrived at the Eternal Spring School, delivered by a cultivator in robes bearing the insignia of the Crimson Sword sect. The challenge was not directed at Chun Wei specifically. It was a formal proposal for an inter-sect competition designed to test the strength and skill of disciples from different sects across the region. The competition was standard in cultivation culture, a series of duels and trials where disciples demonstrated their abilities and sects gained prestige based on their disciples' performance. Normally, this would have been routine. The Eternal Spring School would simply select its best cultivators and send them to compete. But Luo Qing summoned Chun Wei and asked the uncomfortable question, should he participate? If you compete, your participation will draw massive attention, she said. Sects from across the region will come specifically to see you. If you perform well, it will cement the sect's reputation and probably elevate your own standing significantly. If you perform poorly, it will damage both your credibility and the sect's. And either way, your involvement will probably attract complications we haven't anticipated. What do you recommend? Chun Wei asked. That's not my decision to make, Luo Qing said. This is genuinely your choice. I want you to understand all the implications, but I'm not going to tell you what to do. Chun Wei spent the next 3 days thinking about the question. Part of him wanted to withdraw, to avoid the complications, to maintain a quiet existence where he could focus on genuine cultivation rather than public performance. But another part of him understood that his fear was based on old patterns, the habit of avoidance he developed in response to being designated the final boss, the instinct to hide that had helped him survive. On the 4th day, he went to Xiao Chun and asked her to help him think through the question. They talked for hours, walking through the sect gardens and the nearby forests, discussing what it meant to face public scrutiny, what it meant to risk failure, what it meant to use his abilities openly rather than in the private context of teaching. I think you're afraid, Xiao Chun said eventually, of being used, of having your abilities misinterpreted as proof of something about the system or about the nature of narrative or about your special status. But that fear is based on treating people as if they're fundamentally irrational. Most cultivators are genuinely interested in understanding cultivation as a practice, not in constructing narratives about destiny and specialness. Most of them, Chun Wei repeated. But not all. No, not all, Xiao Chun agreed. But you can't optimize your life around the behavior of a few extremists. You'll end up constrained by fears that don't actually match reality. With that conversation settled something in Chun Wei. He went to Luo Qing and told her he would compete. And he would do so authentically, without strategic performance, without calculation about what it meant or what people would think. He would simply do his best in the competition and accept whatever consequences followed. Good, Luo Qing said with a quiet smile. I was hoping you'd make that choice. The competition was scheduled for 2 months away, and over that period, Chun Wei intensified his training. He worked with Master Fong on strategy and resource management, learning that cultivation wasn't just about raw power, but about how you allocated your energy and strength in the context of a larger conflict. He studied with Elder Xian on the philosophical principles underlying different cultivation approaches, learning that what seemed like simple duels were actually conversations about how different schools understood the nature of cultivation and growth. And he also trained with Xianxia in a way he hadn't before, not on combat techniques, but on presence and composure, on how to remain centered and authentic even when facing dozens of observers and being analyzed for symbolic meaning by people who wanted to project narratives onto his actions. Imagine, Xiaochuan said during one of their sessions, that everyone watching you is seeing a different version of you, based on what they need to see. The system believers will see proof of system mechanics. The rebels will see a revolutionary. The traditional cultivators will see someone who challenges their understanding. Neutral observers will see a skilled cultivator. Can you perform your best while all those interpretations are happening simultaneously? Honestly, Qianwei said, I don't know. Good, Xiaoqin said. That honest answer is more valuable than claiming you can. Now let's practice it. Chapter 24. The rival appears 1 month before the competition. Qianwei was practicing advanced qi manipulation on one of the sect's training grounds when a new disciple arrived at the Eternal Spring School. The announcement came from the gatekeepers, and it carried a certain weight of significance. New arrivals weren't unusual, but this one apparently came with a specific request to study under Qianwei. The disciple's name was Sun Jian, and he carried the bearing of someone from a more traditional sect, the kind of rigid cultivation environment where strength was valued above all else and innovation was viewed with suspicion. He was early foundation establishment stage, with a lean, efficient build that suggested years of intensive martial training rather than the more balanced development that the Eternal Spring School emphasized. I've come to study under you, Sun Jian said without preamble, his first words to Qianwei. I want to learn the techniques that allowed you to break free from the tutorial system. Qianwei studied the young man carefully. There was genuine earnestness in his eyes, but also something else, a kind of competitive intensity, a sense that he viewed cultivation as a hierarchy of combat and domination rather than as a path of growth. Why? Qianwei asked directly. Because I want to be strong enough that no system can constrain me, Sun Jian said. I want to master the kind of adaptive combat and survival techniques that allowed you to overcome a predetermined role. The tutorial system wasn't overcome through special techniques, Qianwei said carefully. It was overcome through growth, becoming a kind of person who couldn't be contained by the system's categories and predictions. That's a process that takes time and genuine internal development. Sun Jian's expression hardened slightly. So you won't teach me? I'll teach you, Qianwei said. But I want to be clear about what I'm teaching and why. I'll teach you techniques and principles. I'll teach you how to adapt to challenges and grow through adversity. But I can't teach you how to break free from your own limitations, because that's something you have to do yourself. Over the following weeks, Qianwei worked with Sun Jian in the mornings, teaching him the fundamental principles of adaptive combat. But something was off about the relationship. Sun Jian seemed to be learning the techniques without absorbing the underlying philosophy. He treated each lesson as a series of combat strategies to be mastered rather than as principles for growth and self-understanding. One afternoon, when they were taking a break from training, Sun Jian asked the question that had clearly been building in his mind. Are you going to compete in the inter-sect competition? Yes, Qianwei said. Good, Sun Jian said, and there was something fierce in his expression. Because I want to fight you. I want to see if your reputation is justified or if you're just famous because of the system connection. Qianwei understood then what was really happening. Sun Jian wasn't genuinely interested in learning his techniques or philosophy. He was interested in testing himself against Qianwei, in proving, probably to himself more than anyone else, that he could stand as an equal to someone with Qianwei's unusual background and abilities. The training had been a way to get close to him, to understand his methods, to prepare himself for a confrontation. The competition has specific rules, Qianwei said calmly. If we're paired against each other through the drawing, we'll fight according to those rules. If we're not paired, there's no guarantee we'll face each other. There's another way, Sun Jian said. We could arrange a private challenge. One-on-one, no observers, just genuine testing of strength. Qianwei considered the proposal. Part of him wanted to decline. Private challenges could be dangerous, could result in serious injury, could create personal animosity based on physical dominance. But another part of him understood that refusing would be treating Sun Jian as someone to be managed rather than as a genuine seeker of understanding. "I'll think about it," Chen Wei said. "And if I agree, it will be on my terms, with observers present to ensure safety, and with the clear understanding that winning doesn't mean anything about the relative value of our cultivation paths." Sun Jian nodded, seeming satisfied by that answer, and the conversation ended. But Chen Wei knew something had shifted. He had his first genuine rival in the cultivation world, someone who wasn't motivated by system conspiracy or symbolic meaning, but by simple physical competition and the desire to test his strength against someone with an unusual reputation. That evening, he talked to Xiao Chun about the situation. She listened carefully and then asked a pointed question. "What are you afraid of?" "That I'll fight him and either lose or win in a way that proves something I don't want to prove," Chen Wei said honestly. "That a physical duel will be interpreted as validation for whatever narrative people are projecting onto me. So don't fight him," Xiao Chen said simply. "But if I refuse, people will interpret that differently. As cowardice, as inability to back up my reputation." "Probably," Xiao Chen agreed. "But that's the nature of being a symbol. Whatever you do will be interpreted through someone's narrative. The question is, are you going to choose your actions based on your actual values, or are you going to choose them based on how people will interpret them?" "If I choose my values," Chen Wei said, "I should probably accept the challenge. Because I do believe that genuine testing against serious opponents is part of authentic growth." "Then accept it," Xiao Chen said. "But accept it because that's what you genuinely believe will help you grow, not because you're trying to manage other people's interpretations." Chapter 25. Private Challenge. 2 weeks before the inter-sect competition, Chen Wei and Sun Jian met on an isolated part of the sect's mountain, with Elder Xian and Master Fong present as observers to ensure that the duel remained safe and didn't escalate into actual violence. The location had been chosen carefully, far enough from the main sect buildings that observers wouldn't crowd the space, but close enough to the sect that help could arrive quickly if something went wrong. The morning was clear and cool, with light mist rolling through the valleys below like the breath of some vast sleeping creature. The two cultivators faced each other across a designated circle on a flat training ground, and as Chen Wei felt the weight of qi in the air around him, felt Sun Jian's cultivation base responding to his own, felt the way their energies interacted and created subtle patterns in the ambient qi, he understood something important. This was the first time he was facing an opponent who had no connection to the tutorial system, no predetermined role in his story, no narrative reason for existing as his rival. Sun Jian was not a test sent by the system. He was not a player attempting to complete a predetermined narrative arc. He was simply a cultivator who wanted to test himself against someone he'd heard about, who wanted to understand if the reputation matched the reality. There was something pure about that, something that cut through all the complications of symbol and interpretation and projected meaning. It was a moment of genuine human connection through physical challenge, untainted by the larger ideological narratives that had surrounded Chen Wei since his emergence from the tutorial system. "Are you ready?" Elder Xian called from the sidelines, her voice carrying across the training ground with perfect clarity. "Yes," both men said simultaneously, their voices in perfect harmony, creating a sense of agreement and mutual readiness. The duel that followed was not spectacular in the way that fights in cultivation novels often were. There were no explosive releases of qi that lit up the sky, no dramatic transformations where one cultivator suddenly achieved a breakthrough that fundamentally altered the balance of power, no moment where cosmic forces intervened to change the trajectory of the conflict. Instead, it was a careful, intense, highly focused exploration of technique and adaptation. Two cultivators testing themselves against each other with genuine seriousness and genuine respect for what they were doing. Sun Jian came in with high-powered strikes, trying to overwhelm Chen Wei with pure force and speed, his movements quick and aggressive, designed to force a response before Chen Wei could think about what he was doing. Chen Wei responded by adapting, moving slightly differently with each exchange, refusing to establish patterns that could be predicted and exploited. He found the rhythm of Sun Jian's attacks, understood the cadence and pressure behind them, and adjusted his defensive stance accordingly. They fought for 30 minutes, and neither gained a decisive advantage. Neither could force the other into a clear losing position, and neither found a reliable exploit that would allow them to conclude the match definitively. They both understood at foundation establishment stage that genuine combat between equally matched cultivators rarely ended quickly. It was a matter of patience and adaptation and subtle shifts in positioning and chi management, a slow grinding effort where accumulated small advantages eventually built to something meaningful. As they continued fighting, Chen Wei began to notice something. Sun Jian's attacks were becoming slightly less efficient, his movements slightly less precise. The young cultivator was trying to force victory through overwhelming aggression, pushing harder with each exchange, but the effort was beginning to take a toll. Sun Jian was beginning to tire, beginning to rely on force rather than technique, beginning to leave himself slightly more vulnerable with each attack. Eventually, Chen Wei sensed an opening developing. Sun Jian had been trying increasingly aggressive techniques, pushing harder with each exchange, and the effort was beginning to show clearly in his movement. His breathing was becoming slightly ragged, his stance less perfect, his weight distribution not quite as balanced as it had been. Chen Wei altered his own stance subtly to take advantage of this, positioning himself so that Sun Jian's next attack would overextend, creating an opening for a controlled strike that would disarm without seriously injuring him. It took 3 more exchanges before the opening came, but when it did, Chen Wei moved precisely into it with perfect timing. He stepped inside Sun Jian's guard, striking in a way that forced Sun Jian to choose between 2 equally bad options: drop his weapon or break his arm in an attempt to maintain his grip. Sun Jian chose to drop the weapon, as Chen Wei had anticipated he would. No martial artist would deliberately break their own arm if there was another option. Point. Elder Xian called from the sidelines. The match is decided. Sun Jian stepped back, breathing heavily, his chest heaving with the effort of the extended combat. He raised his hands in the gesture of acknowledgement between equals, a movement that carried genuine respect and recognition. "You're better than I expected," he said, no bitterness or resentment in his voice. Different style, different focus. But skilled. Genuinely skilled. "So are you," Chen Wei replied, also breathing heavily but more steadily than Sun Jian. "You push me harder than I expected. Your aggression, your determination to force the issue, that almost overwhelmed my adaptation. If you'd been slightly more patient, slightly less concerned with proving dominance, you might have won." "Almost isn't good enough," Sun Jian said with a rueful smile that showed he understood the lesson. "But I understand the principle now. You're not faster or stronger in pure terms. Not in the way that would dominate through simple superiority of attributes. You're adaptable. You adjust in real time to what your opponent does, rather than committing to a predetermined strategy and trying to force it through regardless of circumstances. That's the core of what I learned from the tutorial system," Chen Wei said, settling his breathing and returning to a neutral stance. When you're facing something that can't be understood through normal frameworks, something that doesn't follow predictable patterns, the only strategy that actually works is continuous adaptation. You can't win through force alone. You have to understand what's happening, respond to it, adjust your approach based on what the situation actually demands rather than what you thought it would demand. Over tea after the match, with the observers having discreetly withdrawn to give them privacy and space to talk without interruption, Sun Jian asked Chen Wei a serious question, his voice thoughtful and genuinely curious. "Why did you accept this challenge? You could have refused, and probably been justified in doing so. You could have claimed that formal challenges between sect members and visitors were inappropriate, or that you didn't want to risk injury before the competition, or 1,000 other reasons. Because I wanted to know what it felt like to test myself against someone genuine," Chen Wei said honestly. "Someone who had no connection to my past, no predetermined role in my story, no narrative reason for existing as my rival. Someone who was just another cultivator seeking understanding, seeking to test themselves, seeking truth through physical and mental challenge. Did you get what you wanted?" "I think so," Chen Wei said, and he meant it. "You pushed me in ways that my own training hasn't been pushing me. You reminded me that adaptation without underlying strength is useless, that I need to keep building my foundation and increasing the efficiency of my chi flow even while I'm developing skill and technique. You were a genuine teacher, Even though that wasn't your intention at all. Just by showing up and pushing me, you taught me something valuable. Will you teach me properly now? Sun Jian asked. Not just the flashy techniques or the obvious principles, but the genuine, deep understanding of adaptation and growth. Yes, Chen Wei said without hesitation. If that's what you genuinely want, if you're willing to put in the work to understand not just what I do, but why I do it. I am, Sun Jian said with clear determination. And that was how Chen Wei's first real rival in the cultivation world became something more interesting and more valuable. A genuine friend and student. Someone who tested him without being contaminated by symbolic meaning or projection of narrative importance. Someone who pushed him simply because he wanted to grow stronger and understand more deeply how cultivation actually worked. Chapter 26. Before the competition. The final week before the inter-sect competition was intensely focused on preparation and strategic thinking. The Eternal Spring School selected its best cultivators to participate in this significant region-wide event, and Chen Wei was not the only representative of the sect who would be competing for honors and prestige. There were 5 other advanced disciples, each skilled in different approaches to cultivation and each bringing their own strengths and perspectives. Chen Wei had been asked to be available for strategic consultations with the other competitors, to help them understand how to approach their matches with wisdom and adaptability rather than just raw power and aggressive dominance. Master Fong convened regular strategy sessions where they discussed different possible opponents, different fighting styles, different approaches to cultivation, and how to engage with them effectively. It was a different kind of teaching than Chen Wei had been doing with individual disciples one-on-one. This was about helping people think through their own strengths and limitations, about understanding cultivation not just as a personal practice pursued in isolation, but as a complex social activity where reputation and perception and actual skill all played roles simultaneously, where your understanding of yourself had to include understanding how others perceived you and what they expected from you. The key to competitive success, Master Fong explained to the group in one of their sessions, his tone serious and thoughtful, is managing your energy correctly. Many young cultivators rush into their first match thinking they need to win decisively, that they need to dominate their opponent completely to prove their worth. What they don't understand is that a close loss where you fought with honor and technique, where you learned something about your own limitations and about your opponent's strengths, teaches you far more about cultivation than an easy victory against a weak opponent ever could. Victory without learning is hollow. Defeat with genuine growth is profound. One of the disciples, a young woman named Wei Lin who had shown exceptional promise in the past months of training and who had studied directly with Chen Wei, asked a question that revealed she'd been paying close attention to the deeper principles underlying all their training. So we're going to the competition primarily to learn, not just to win? Is that what you're saying? We go to the competition for both, Master Fong said carefully, acknowledging the legitimacy of both goals. But we prioritize learning. If you win through clever technique and genuine skill, if you defeat your opponent through superior understanding of how to cultivate strength, that's excellent. If you lose because you pushed yourself against someone stronger and learned something valuable about your own limitations and what you need to work on, that's also excellent and arguably more valuable long-term. What's not acceptable is winning through trickery or deception or losing because you didn't take the match seriously, because you weren't genuinely trying to learn. Chen Wei appreciated Master Fong's approach deeply. It made space for genuine learning within the context of competition, recognized that victory and defeat were both valuable depending on how you approached them, and emphasized that how you fought and what you learned mattered as much as whether you technically won or lost. This was a philosophy that could support genuine growth while also acknowledging the reality of competition. In the 3 days immediately before the competition, Chen Wei finished his training early each day and spent time in deep meditation, preparing himself not just physically but mentally and spiritually for the challenge ahead. He meditated on his intention for the competition, to test himself authentically and honestly, to learn from genuine opponents who would push him to grow, to represent the Eternal Spring School's values of growth and integrity, and to accept whatever outcomes came from that honest approach without trying to manipulate or control the results. Xiaoqin joined him for the final evening of meditation before he departed for the competition grounds. They sat together on the sect's highest peak, and as the sun set over the mountains, painting the valleys below in shades of red and gold and crimson, creating an almost overwhelming display of beauty, she asked him directly if he was ready. "I don't know," Xianxia said honestly, not trying to pretend certainty he didn't feel. "I won't know until I start fighting and face real opponents in real conditions. But I am prepared. I am ready to accept whatever happens without resentment or regret. That's better than being ready in the sense of being confident or prepared in a conventional way," Xiaochun said with evident satisfaction at his answer. Being ready implies a certain predetermined outcome, implies that you know what will happen and are prepared for that specific scenario. Being prepared to accept whatever happens, that's authentic growth. That's genuine spiritual readiness. They sat in silence as darkness descended over the mountain, the stars emerging one by one in the darkening sky. In that silence, Xianxia felt something settle within his being. A deep acceptance that the coming competition was not a moment of trial or judgment or final test, but simply another experience in his genuine cultivation journey, significant only insofar as it would teach him something true about himself and his place in the world of cultivation and practice. Chapter 27. The Inter-Sect Competition begins. The competition grounds were vast and impressive, set in a plateau region near the center of the cultivation region where sects from across 1,000 leagues gathered to showcase their most skilled disciples. The sight of it was overwhelming in its scale and complexity. Hundreds of cultivators from dozens of different sects, temporary structures, and elaborate observation platforms. The sheer magnitude of human organization and formal competition in the service of cultivation practice. The Eternal Spring School had set up an elegant pavilion near the western edge of the grounds, decorated with the sect's colors and displaying their insignia with quiet pride. Xianxia's first duty upon arriving was to participate in the formal meeting with the other sect masters and competition organizers to be officially registered as a competitor. The moment he was recognized and introduced, the atmosphere in the registration area shifted perceptibly. People who had been casual and relaxed suddenly became more intense and focused. Conversations that had been light and social became more measured and careful. The weight of symbolic meaning that had been hovering just beyond his conscious awareness suddenly became palpable and almost overwhelming. A cultivator from the Crimson Sword sect, the sect that had issued the competition invitation and was serving as the primary organizer, approached Xianxia with the kind of deferential respect and careful courtesy usually reserved for much higher-ranking individuals or legendary figures. "It's an honor to have you participate in our competition. Your presence elevates the prestige of this entire event significantly. Many cultivators came specifically hoping to see you compete." Xianxia recognized immediately what was happening. He was being positioned as a highlight, as a draw, as someone whose participation made the entire event more significant and prestigious. It was uncomfortable, but he also understood clearly that it was simply the natural result of his unusual background and the story of his emergence from the tutorial system. He couldn't control how people perceived him or what symbolic weight they placed on his participation, but he could control how he responded to that perception and what he actually did during the competition. "I'm grateful for the invitation," he said to the cultivator from the Crimson Sword sect, his tone genuinely appreciative but not inflated or theatrical. "I hope to give my best effort in all my matches and to respect both the sects I'm fighting and the underlying principles of cultivation that bind our broader community together." It was a carefully measured response, respectful of the prestige and honor of the event without claiming special significance for himself, acknowledging the competition without trying to position himself as more important than he actually was. The first day of competition was devoted entirely to preliminary matches, a series of qualifying rounds designed to determine the bracket for the main competition rounds. The Eternal Spring School's 5 other disciples each had their matches scheduled, and Xianxia watched carefully from the observation platform, learning how disciples from different sects fought, understanding the different philosophical approaches that shaped their combat styles and their responses to challenges. He learned that the Crimson Sword sect prioritized overwhelming force and psychological domination of opponents. They wanted to demonstrate superiority through raw power and aggressive assertion of dominance. The Flowing Wind School, by contrast, emphasized grace and continuous adaptation to whatever an opponent did. They wanted to guide conflict toward harmony rather than forcing victory through force. The Iron Peak sect used heavy armor and calculated defensive strategies. They focused on survival and outlasting opposition through sheer durability. Each sect's approach was coherent and internally logical, reflected genuine principles of cultivation philosophy, and had real strengths to offer as well as real weaknesses that other approaches could exploit. When it came time for Chun Wei's preliminary match, he was drawn against a cultivator named Li Kong from the Iron Peak sect, a man who was probably in his late 20s and who carried himself with the bearing of someone who'd spent years developing a single approach to combat and who'd become very, very good at that particular approach. His cultivation base registered as Foundation Establishment Stage 3, slightly below Chun Wei's Stage 4, but his chi felt dense and compressed, like it had been refined through years of intensive daily practice and careful consolidation. The match began with Li Kong immediately moving into a heavy defensive stance, protecting his center and vital areas while waiting patiently for Chun Wei to make the first significant offensive move. Chun Wei understood this strategy perfectly. It was about controlling the pace of the fight, about forcing an aggressive opponent to expend energy in attacking while the defender remained calm and collected, conserving their resources. So instead of attacking immediately, Chun Wei also settled into a defensive stance and waited, circling slowly and evaluating his opponent. For 5 minutes, they circled each other with perfect tension and awareness, neither making any significant offensive move, just evaluating and analyzing each other, reading each other's habits and patterns. Chun Wei could sense the observers becoming confused and uncertain. This was not what they'd expected to see from a preliminary match. They'd expected drama and explosive exchanges, expected to see power on display, not two cultivators calmly analyzing each other. Then Chun Wei made a subtle shift in his stance, feinting slightly and moving as if he was about to attack. Li Kong responded immediately and automatically, moving to counter the attack that never actually came. In that instant of response, Chun Wei saw the opening he was looking for. Li Kang's heavy armor and his commitment to his defensive style made him slow to adapt to changing circumstances, slow to change direction once he'd committed to a defensive movement. Chun Wei attacked then, not with overwhelming force designed to demonstrate dominance, but with precise technique designed to create problems his opponent couldn't easily solve. He moved around Li Kang's defenses, forcing him to make increasingly desperate adjustments to defend himself against attacks that came from unexpected angles and directions. It took 7 minutes of sustained, intelligent pressure, but eventually Li Kang made a mistake born from fatigue and from the strain of defending against an opponent who could change tactics constantly, and Chun Wei took advantage of that opening, striking in a way that left Li Kang unable to continue fighting effectively. Li Kang yielded gracefully, acknowledging his defeat, and as Chun Wei helped him to his feet with respect and genuine concern for his well-being, the older cultivator nodded with evident appreciation and understanding. You're not just strong. You understand how people fight, how they think about combat, how they respond to pressure. That's genuinely rare. Your defensive strategy is excellent and very effective, Chun Wei said honestly. Against a purely aggressive opponent who committed to a single approach, you would have won easily. I just happen to be familiar with how to work around that particular defensive approach. That's exactly what I mean, Li Kang said with a slight and genuine smile. Most cultivators just fight on instinct. You think about what you're doing. You plan. You understand the deeper principles involved. Chapter 28. The bracket progresses over the next 3 days of intensive competition. Chun Wei advanced systematically through the competition bracket, winning each match by carefully adapting to his opponent's approach and finding the subtle weaknesses in their technique and philosophy. He fought against a young woman from the Flowing Wind School who was incredibly fast and seemed to move through space in ways that defied normal physics, and he almost defeated him through pure speed and fluidity of movement before he learned to anticipate her movement patterns and adjust his positioning to meet her before she could execute her most effective techniques. He fought against a cultivator from a smaller, less well-known sect who specialized in chi manipulation and who could control the ambient spiritual energy in ways that created barriers and obstacles for his opponents. This opponent forced Chun Wei to develop new strategies on the fly because none of his previous experience had prepared him for that particular approach to combat. He had to learn to move through the manipulated qi, to use it rather than fight against it, to find harmony with the environmental obstacles rather than trying to overcome them through force. Each match taught him something new about the diversity of cultivation approaches and methodologies. Each opponent revealed some limitation in his understanding or some aspect of his skill that he could address and improve. And with each victory came increased attention from the observers, increased symbolic weight attached to his success, increased expectations about what his victories meant for the broader cultivation community. The other Eternal Spring School disciples were also performing remarkably well throughout the preliminary and early rounds, and by the third day of competition, 3 of them had advanced to the semi-final rounds alongside Xianxia. This was significant beyond just the individual achievements. It meant that the sect was becoming recognized not just as a place where someone famous had trained, but as a genuine force in the region, a school with multiple strong cultivators working at a high level and a coherent philosophy about how to develop disciples properly. Master Feng pulled Xianxia aside during a break between matches and told him something important, his tone indicating that what he was saying carried real significance. The other sects are starting to take us seriously, really seriously. Not because of you alone, although your presence is certainly part of it, but because you're part of a coherent whole. Your disciples are winning through genuine skill and understanding, not through copying your techniques or just relying on your presence and reputation. The fact that we have 3 disciples in the semifinals alongside you proves that we have a genuine system, a genuine method that actually works for developing strong, skilled cultivators. We're being recognized as legitimate. It was a quiet kind of victory, the sort that didn't come with dramatic announcements or major public recognition, but it was significant in ways that would have long-lasting consequences. The Eternal Spring School's reputation in the broader cultivation community was improving substantially, and that improvement would have real consequences for their future ability to gather resources, to recruit new students who wanted quality training, and to interact with other sects as genuine equals rather than as a smaller or less established organization. On the evening before the semi-final matches were scheduled to begin, Xianxia had an unexpected visitor in his tent at the competition grounds. It was Sun Jian, who had also advanced through the preliminary rounds and the initial bracket to reach the semi-final bracket. Sun Jian was representing the Crimson Sword sect as a competitor, his original sect, and he'd earned his advancement through genuine skill development and growing understanding of adaptive principle that he'd learned from Xianxia. I wanted to tell you something important before we potentially face each other in the competition, Sun Jian said without preamble, his voice carrying clear emotion. I've been watching your matches over the past few days, and I've realized something crucial about what I was doing when I came to the Eternal Spring School. I came because I was trying to become you. I wanted to have your skills and your reputation and your special status. But what I've actually learned through training with you is that you're not special because of any unique gift or some innate power that can't be learned. You're skilled because you actually think deeply about what you're doing, because you care about understanding rather than just winning, because you approach each challenge as a genuine problem to solve rather than as an obstacle to overcome through force and domination. Does that change your plans? Xianxia asked. Does that change what you're going to do after the competition? Yes, Sun Jian said with clear determination. I'm going to go back to the Crimson Sword sect after the competition ends, but I'm going to try to change it from within, to bring some of the Eternal Spring School's philosophy about growth and understanding back to a place that's been focused entirely on power and domination for generations. It might not work. I might fail completely and get expelled from the sect for trying to introduce radical ideas. But I think it's worth trying, worth risking, because if cultivation is only about power, then we're missing something fundamental about what cultivation should mean. That's a genuine path, Xianxia said warmly, and a hard one, possibly harder than any path you'll face in this competition. But if you do it authentically, if you focus on genuine teaching and growth rather than on trying to forcefully convert people to your way of thinking, you might be surprised at how many people are actually hungry for that kind of approach, even in traditional sects that seem completely committed to strength and dominance. Sometimes all it takes is one person showing that another way is possible. That conversation settled something important for Xianxia. He realized that the most valuable thing he could offer people was not special techniques or unique methods developed through his unusual background. It was the example of someone who approached growth with genuine curiosity and authentic intention, who valued learning over victory, who understood that strength without wisdom was ultimately hollow. As Chun Wei sat alone in his tent after Sun Jian left, he reflected on how much everything had changed since his emergence from the tutorial system. He'd moved from a place of complete constraint and predetermined role to a place where he had genuine choice and genuine agency. More than that, he'd learned to use that agency authentically, to make choices based on genuine values rather than on fear or reaction to external pressure. He thought about the disciples he'd taught, the friends he'd made, the relationships he'd built at the Eternal Spring School. All of these had happened not because they were scripted or designed by some external system, but because he'd shown up authentically, pursued genuine growth, and created space for others to do the same. The coming matches, whether he won or lost, whether he became champion or failed completely, none of that would change the fundamental victory he'd already achieved. He was genuinely free, genuinely alive, genuinely himself. Chapter 29, Semi-Final Struggles. The semi-final rounds eliminated several of the Eternal Spring School's disciples, though all of them fought with honor and learned significantly from their defeats. Chun Wei advanced to his own semi-final match, which paired him against a cultivator from the Flowing Wind School, a young woman named Gu Xian who was probably his same age and who had demonstrated remarkable skill and grace throughout the competition. Gu Xian's style was built on continuous motion, on never becoming fixed in a position, on adapting through fluid movement rather than through strategic thinking. In many ways, she represented the opposite approach to adaptation that Chun Wei had developed. While he emphasized understanding and precise response, she emphasized constant flow and adjustment. The match between them was extraordinary in ways that the earlier matches had not been. It was not about one person finding a weakness and exploiting it, because Gu Xian's style of continuous motion meant there were no fixed weaknesses to exploit. Instead, it was about two different philosophies of cultivation meeting and testing each other, about seeing which approach could accommodate and adapt to the other. They fought for nearly 30 minutes, longer than any of Chun Wei's previous matches. They covered the entire combat area multiple times, moving with increasing intensity and decreasing patience. The observers became absolutely silent, watching an encounter that seemed to transcend simple combat and become something more like a conversation between two different approaches to understanding cultivation. Eventually, Chun Wei realized that he couldn't win this match through the strategies he'd used against other opponents. Gu Xian's continuous movement made it impossible to find a fixed opening to exploit. Instead, he did something he'd never done in competition before. He stopped trying to win and started trying to achieve something else, a point of genuine contact with her, a moment of mutual understanding. He changed his strategy mid-fight, shifting from trying to create openings to trying to move in synchronization with her, to match her flow and find moments where they moved together rather than against each other. It was incredibly difficult, required him to release much of his planned approach, and almost got him defeated several times because he was leaving himself vulnerable in his attempt to synchronize. But it also created moments of genuine connection, moments where they were fighting together rather than against each other, exploring the space between their two different approaches. One of these moments of synchronization created an opening, not because he was trying to exploit a weakness, but because they moved together in a way that left both of them slightly off balance. And in that moment of mutual vulnerability, Chun Wei made a choice. He could take advantage of her position and strike, winning the match. Or he could continue seeking that synchronization, that mutual exploration, that deeper form of connection that seemed more valuable than victory. He chose the latter, and Gu Xian, understanding what he was doing, matched his choice. They continued fighting, but with a different intention, not to defeat, but to understand. They fought until they were both exhausted, until neither of them could continue, and then they both stepped back, acknowledging each other with profound respect. "This doesn't make sense," the competition official said, clearly confused. "Neither of you conceded. Neither of you fell or was unable to continue. What was that?" "A draw," Gu Xian said, speaking for the first time. "We agreed on it mutually." "That's not a valid outcome," the official protested. But Chun Wei and Gu Xian both looked to the observation platform, where the sect masters were watching. Master Fong stood up, and after a moment, The sect master from the Flowing Wind School also stood. They conferred briefly, and then they announced that the match would be accepted as a draw, and both competitors would advance to the finals on the understanding that they'd achieved something more valuable than victory. It was an unprecedented decision, and it created a small scandal among some of the more traditional observers. But it also established something important, that the Eternal Spring School and the Flowing Wind School shared a philosophical understanding that went beyond simple power and competition. Chapter 30. The finals approached. The finals of the inter-sect competition would include 8 competitors, one from each of the major sects in the region. Xianxia was one of them, and so was Gu Xian, which meant they might face each other again. There was also Sun Jian, representing the Crimson Sword sect, and 6 other skilled cultivators, each bringing their own unique approach to cultivation and combat. The night before the finals, the sect masters held a celebration feast. It was a formal affair, with great ceremony and careful attention to etiquette and ranking. Xianxia found himself seated at a table with several other sect masters, all of whom wanted to speak with him about his background, his training, his philosophical approach. One of them, Master Hu from the Iron Peak sect, asked a direct question. Why did you accept the draw with Gu Xian? You could have won. You could have claimed victory. I didn't want to win, Xianxia said honestly. I wanted to achieve understanding with her. Victory would have been less valuable than mutual exploration. That's an interesting philosophy, Master Hu said. It conflicts with the fundamental principles of the Iron Peak sect, which is built on the idea that strength is the highest good and victory is the only true success. It doesn't necessarily conflict, Xianxia said carefully. It's just a different understanding of what strength is. I think strength includes the capacity to value things other than victory, to choose to pursue understanding even when it means not winning, to be powerful enough that you don't have to be afraid of the alternatives to dominance. Master Hu considered this, and then nodded slowly. That's a perspective we don't often consider in my sect, but it has merit. Perhaps it's something worth exploring. These kinds of conversations happened repeatedly throughout the evening, and Xianxia began to understand something important. His presence at the competition wasn't about proving anything or establishing his dominance. It was about introducing different perspectives, about suggesting that there were multiple legitimate approaches to cultivation, about showing that you could be genuinely strong and skilled while also valuing other things besides power and victory. It was a kind of teaching that happened not through explicit instruction, but through the simple fact of his existence and his choices. And while it was exhausting, it was also deeply meaningful. He was helping to shift the culture of the broader cultivation community, even if only in small ways. After the feast concluded, Xianxia returned to his tent and spent time reviewing the reports that Master Fong had compiled about each of the other finalists. There was Master One from the Central City sect, known for her incredible endurance and patience. There was the cultivator from the Crimson Sword sect who would face Sun Jian in the other semifinal bracket. There were skilled cultivators from 4 other regional sects, each representing different philosophical approaches to cultivation and combat. The information was valuable, but Xianxia understood that real understanding would only come from actually facing these people in combat, from reading their movements and their intentions directly, from adapting to their unique approaches in real time. No amount of advanced information could substitute for genuine encounter and authentic response. He spent the evening in deep meditation, centering himself, making sure that his cultivation base was stable and integrated, that his mind was clear and focused. The physical preparation had been done, his body was rested, his qi was flowing smoothly, his techniques were refined through endless practice. What remained was the mental and spiritual preparation, the work of making sure he was present and available to each moment of the upcoming challenges, without attachment to outcomes or expectations about how things should go. The next morning, the final 8 competitors gathered on the competition grounds. The bracket for the finals had been drawn, and Xianxia would face his first match against a cultivator from the Central City sect, a sect that was renowned for their mastery of defensive technique and endurance cultivation. Before the match began, Sun Jian approached him and clasped his arm in the gesture of respect between friends. Win or lose, Sun Jian said, you've already changed things. You know that, right? I'm trying not to think about changing things, Xianxia said. I'm trying to focus on genuine cultivation and authentic choices. I know, Sun Jian said with a smile. Which is exactly why you're changing things. Chapter 31. The final confrontation. Chun Wei's first final match against Master One from the Central City sect was a lesson in the power of patience and sustained pressure, in the profound effectiveness of a simple, coherent strategy executed with absolute consistency. Master One was not trying to win quickly or dramatically, was not interested in flashy victories or displays of power. Her entire approach was built on the idea of outlasting opponents, of being the last person moving when everyone else had exhausted themselves, of wearing down opposition through sheer durability and consistent technique. The match lasted over 40 minutes, the longest of the entire competition by a significant margin. Most matches ended in 20 to 30 minutes, with one combatant either achieving a decisive advantage or becoming so fatigued that continued fighting was impossible. But Master Wen's strategy was designed to extend matches to exhaustion, to test will and endurance and the ability to maintain technique when physically and mentally tired. Chun Wei found himself unable to create a decisive opening because Master Wen's defensive technique was so thorough, so carefully constructed, that there were no obvious vulnerabilities to exploit. She moved in patterns that had clearly been refined through decades of practice, that had no wasted motion, that sacrificed nothing to dramatic display or impressive technique. She was simply efficient, steady, consistent, and gradually, methodically wearing down everything Chun Wei tried. Instead of being able to end the match through finding a weakness and exploiting it, Chun Wei had to find a way to wear down her defenses through sustained intelligent pressure. He had to maintain his own composure and energy while gradually forcing her to make increasingly desperate adjustments. Had to accept that this was not going to be a match decided by cleverness or technique, but by will and determination. The chi expenditure was enormous. Both cultivators were drawing heavily on their energy reserves, and as the match continued past 30 minutes, past 35 minutes, past 40 minutes, Chun Wei could feel the strain of maintaining perfect technique while mentally and physically exhausted. His movements became less precise. His reactions became slightly slower. The subtle adaptations that normally came naturally to him required conscious effort and decision-making. It was a match about endurance and will, about not giving up even when no obvious path to victory was visible, about continuing to move correctly and maintain technique long past the point where exhaustion would normally make technique impossible. Chun Wei advanced through sheer determination and by refusing to accept the possibility of defeat, pushing past the point where his own exhaustion would normally force him to yield. He drew on reserves of strength and will that his training at the Eternal Spring School had developed, reserves that Master Wen's continuous pressure was trying to drain. And then, when both of them were operating on the edge of physical collapse, when both of them were moving through pure will and habit rather than through conscious thought, something shifted. Master Wen made a mistake. It was a tiny thing, barely noticeable. A moment where her perfect defensive positioning slipped by a centimeter, where her weight distribution shifted very slightly. But it was an opening, a gap in her perfect defense, and Chun Wei, operating on the kind of instinctive knowledge that only came from hundreds of hours of training, moved into that opening with precise technique. Chun Wei struck in a way that forced Master Wen to make an impossible choice. She could defend, but doing so would require her to break her stance and lose the structural integrity of her defensive position. Or she could yield, acknowledging that she'd been defeated. Master Wen yielded, and as they came together in the post-match gesture of acknowledgement, both of them breathing so heavily that coherent speech was difficult, she said something that stayed with Chun Wei for the rest of the competition, something that echoed through his understanding and changed how he thought about strength. You have a will that doesn't break. That's rare. That's genuinely rare. I've been cultivating for 43 years, and I've only met a handful of people with that kind of fundamental will. Don't let the world convince you to soften it, even when softness would be easier, even when it would hurt less. That will is what makes you ultimately undefeatable. By the end of the first day of finals, Chun Wei had won his match and advanced to the semi-finals of the finals, a strange hierarchy where 8 competitors would eventually become 4, and 4 would eventually become 2, and 2 would eventually become 1. The structure created a kind of escalating intensity, where each match was more significant than the last, where each victory cost more and revealed more. Sun Jian had also advanced past his own final match, defeating an opponent from the Stone Mountain sect through intelligent strategy and careful technique, demonstrating that what he'd learned from Chun Wei wasn't just information, but genuine integration into how he approached cultivation. And Gu Xian had advanced as well, flowing past her opponent with such grace and inevitability that the match seemed predetermined, then deliberately choosing not to press her advantage at the end, instead permitting the match to end in a draw that still let her progress. The night before the semifinal matches, Chun Wei had a profound realization. Out of 8 finalists, at least 4 of them had been influenced in some way by his presence in the competition. Sun Jian had learned adaptive philosophy from him and integrated it into his technique. Gu Xian had achieved mutual understanding with him and developed from that connection. Master Fong had consulted with him on strategy. Master Hu from the Iron Peak sect had begun questioning the foundations of his sect's philosophy based on their conversation. He realized then that what Sun Jian had said weeks earlier was absolutely true. He was changing things, not through explicit intention to change things, but simply through the genuine pursuit of his own path and the authentic choices he was making along that path. The changes were radiating outward from him like ripples from a stone dropped in still water, touching people and affecting their development and their understanding in ways he couldn't fully predict or control. Chapter 32. The Semifinals of the Finals. The second semifinal match paired Chun Wei against Sun Jian, which felt like the culmination of all the work they'd been doing together since Sun Jian's arrival at the Eternal Spring School months earlier. It was a moment that had seemed almost inevitable from the beginning. The teacher and the student, the one who'd learned adaptive philosophy and the one who'd taught it, facing each other in a formal competition where both had something to prove and something to demonstrate. They faced each other on the competition grounds with the full weight of the observation platforms filled with sects and cultivators wanting to see what would happen when a disciple met his teacher in formal competition. The crowd was enormous, far larger than it had been for earlier matches, because this was the kind of story that cultivators loved, the master and the student. The question of whether the student had learned well enough to stand against their teacher, the possibility that the student might have surpassed the teacher. But Chun Wei realized as he looked at Sun Jian across the competition circle that Sun Jian was no longer his student in any meaningful hierarchical sense. He was an equal, someone who'd taken the lessons of adaptive philosophy and integrated them into his own unique approach to cultivation, someone who'd developed his own style and his own understanding of what it meant to grow and change. The relationship between them had transformed into something more peer-like, more collaborative. The match was everything Chun Wei hoped it would be. Technically excellent, philosophically interesting, and genuinely uncertain about the outcome. Sun Jian had learned from their earlier private challenge weeks ago, had developed his aggressive style in new directions that incorporated elements of adaptation and timing that he hadn't possessed before. He attacked with purpose and intelligence, not just raw force. He was reading Chun Wei's movements, adjusting his approach based on what worked and what didn't, incorporating real strategic thinking into his aggression. Chun Wei responded by treating the match as the teaching it actually was, an opportunity to show Sun Jian what true mastery looked like, to demonstrate the principles they'd been discussing in a context where Sun Jian would really understand them at a deep level, to push his friend and student toward the next level of his own cultivation. He showed Sun Jian subtle techniques that required perfect timing and understanding. He demonstrated what it looked like to maintain composure under extreme pressure. He showed through his actions what it meant to adapt not just to what an opponent did, but to what an opponent was becoming throughout the course of the match. They fought for 20 minutes, and by the end, Chun Wei was genuinely unsure if he would win. Sun Jian's improvement had been dramatic since their private challenge, and his determination to prove himself was creating momentum that was hard to counter. He was pushing Chun Wei, forcing him to use genuine skill rather than just coasting on experience. If Sun Jian could maintain his focus for another 5 minutes, if he could avoid making the fatigue-induced mistakes that had cost him the private match, he might actually achieve victory against a more experienced opponent. But eventually, through a combination of superior experience and deeper understanding of strategic principle, through knowing when to press an advantage and when to conserve strength, through having refined his technique over more years than Sun Jian had been alive, Chun Wei found an opening and took it. He moved with perfect precision into the gap in Sun Jian's defense and forced his friend to yield. It was a victory, but it was a victory that demonstrated exactly how close Sun Jian had come to winning, how much he had grown and improved. Sun Jian yielded and came to his feet, breathing heavily and clearly frustrated, but also clearly understanding what the match had demonstrated. As they embraced in the post-match gesture of mutual respect, with the crowd applauding both their efforts, Sun Jian whispered something for Chen Wei's ears only, his voice carrying deep gratitude. That was perfect. Exactly what I needed. You pushed me just hard enough to make me understand what I need to work on, but not so hard that I'm broken. Thank you. On the other side of the bracket, Gu Xian was facing a cultivator from one of the regional sects, and Chen Wei watched her match with deep interest. She moved through her opponent with a fluidity that seemed almost effortless, continuously adapting to every movement and creating harmony where there should have been conflict. Her opponent tried multiple strategies: aggressive force, defensive patience, sudden shifts in technique. But Gu Xian responded to each with perfect synchronization, never fighting her opponent directly, but always moving in ways that complemented and flowed with what her opponent was attempting. Her victory was also clear, but it felt less like she was defeating her opponent and more like she was teaching them something through the simple fact of her superior understanding. More like she was demonstrating what cultivation could look like when someone had integrated movement and adaptation at the deepest level of their being. So Chen Wei and Gu Xian would face each other in the finals, a rematch of their semi-final draw from weeks earlier, now with the stakes much higher and with much more at risk, with the entire cultivation region watching to see how it would be resolved. Both of them knew what the other was capable of. Both of them had experienced what it felt like to move with the other, to match their style, to seek harmony rather than dominance. The question now was, how would that connection manifest when everything was on the line, when both of them were fighting for the championship, when the pressure and the attention and the weight of what the match meant was at maximum intensity? Chapter 33. Preparing for the final. The day between the semifinals and the finals of the finals felt strange and stretched, time moving in that peculiar way that happens when something momentous is approaching. Chen Wei spent the morning in meditation, continuing to prepare himself psychologically for what was coming. He spent the afternoon in consultation with Master Fong and Elder Xian about strategy, though he understood that strategy would only matter in the margins. The real outcome of the match would be determined by how well Gu Xian and he understood each other and could adapt to each other's approaches. That evening, Xiaochen came to visit him in his tent at the competition grounds. She brought tea and food, and they sat together in comfortable silence for a long time before she asked him how he was feeling. Uncertain, Chen Wei said honestly, and peaceful about the uncertainty. That's a new combination for me. That's growth, Xiaochen said. A year ago, you wouldn't have been able to feel both at the same time. What do you think will happen tomorrow? Chen Wei asked. I think, Xiaochen said carefully, that you and Gu Xian are going to have a conversation. And that conversation is going to be remarkable in ways that will ripple out far beyond just the two of you. The exact outcome, who wins, whether it's a draw, what the official decision ends up being, that's probably less important than what happens between you during the conversation itself. They sat in contemplative silence, sipping their tea and letting the words settle. Chen Wei felt a deep calm descending upon him, a sense of rightness about the whole situation. Everything that had happened since his emergence from the tutorial system had been preparing him for this moment. A moment where he would face someone who represented an entirely different way of approaching the same fundamental challenges of cultivation and growth. Do you know what I realized? Chen Wei said to Xiaochen. I realized that none of this matters in the way I thought it mattered when I first started. The championship, the public recognition, being seen as the strongest or the best, none of that is what I actually care about anymore. What matters is that I've learned to grow authentically, that I've helped others see that growth is possible, that I've found genuine community and genuine relationships. Everything else is just external circumstances. That's wisdom, Xiaochen said. And it's rare. Most cultivators spend their entire lives chasing things that ultimately don't matter, never realizing that the real growth happens in how we treat each other and develop together. Is that what you've learned from teaching philosophy here? Chen Wei asked. Partly, Xiaochen said. But mostly I learned it from watching you. Watching how you've transformed from someone desperate and trapped into someone genuinely free. Not because you have more power now, but because you've developed the internal clarity to recognize what actually matters. That sounds like exactly what Master Xian or Master Feng would say, Chen Wei pointed out. Because they've learned to see the world the way you're learning to see it, Xiaoqian said. That's the real victory here. Not whether you win a competition, but that you've helped create an environment where other people are beginning to value authentic growth and genuine understanding as much as they value power and dominance. After Xiaoqian left, Chen Wei continued meditating, preparing himself for the match. He thought about everything he'd learned since arriving at the Eternal Spring School, about the transformation that had happened over months of genuine practice and authentic engagement with the community. He thought about Sun Jian and what his growth represented. A young cultivator who'd come seeking power, but had found something deeper, something that had transformed how he understood cultivation entirely. He thought about Gu Xian and what her approach to cultivation suggested about the possibilities of different pathways, how two fundamentally different philosophies could not only coexist, but could actually enhance each other through genuine respect and mutual understanding. He thought about Master Hu from the Iron Peak sect, and how their conversation had begun to unsettle his certainties about what strength actually meant, how it was possible to question the foundational assumptions of your entire sect and your entire tradition if you were willing to genuinely listen to different perspectives. He thought about all the small ways that his presence had created ripples and changes in how people throughout the cultivation region thought about cultivation and strength and growth, how his choices and his visibility had begun to shift the broader culture toward greater openness and flexibility. And he understood something fundamental that clarified everything for him. Whether he won this match or not, whether he became the champion of the inter-sect competition or not, his genuine victory had already happened. The real victory wasn't about achievement or status or public recognition. It was about having successfully integrated into authentic cultivation society as himself, not as a symbol or a legend, but as a person. He'd built real relationships and genuine alliances. He'd faced genuine opponents and learned from them, had been challenged and had grown through those challenges. He'd begun to develop his own cultivation path without system guidance, following his own instincts and values rather than any predetermined script, and that path was beginning to teach other people and change the broader cultivation culture in ways he could barely measure. Everything else, the competition, the matches, the official outcomes, the public recognition, was just the stage on which he was living that genuine victory. The real story was happening in the spaces between the dramatic moments, in the conversations that happened late at night, in the quiet changes that happened in how disciples approached their practice, in the way that people were beginning to think differently about what cultivation meant and what strength really was. The real transformation wasn't visible from the outside, but was happening internally in each person who encountered his approach and genuinely integrated something of it into their own understanding. As Chen Wei finished his evening meditation and prepared to sleep before the finals match, he felt a profound sense of completion about the competition itself, regardless of what happened in the next morning's encounter. He'd accomplished what he'd come to the competition to do: test himself against genuine opponents, learn from them, represent the Eternal Spring School's values with integrity, and grow through authentic engagement with challenges. Whatever happened next was just the continuation of that process. He lay down to sleep with his mind at peace, his body rested, his cultivation base stable and well integrated. The tournament brackets and the public expectations and the symbolic weight of his presence in the competition, all of those things seemed less significant now than they had when he first arrived. What mattered was that he remained true to himself, that he continued growing authentically, that he helped others see that growth and strength could take many forms. Chapter 34. The final match, the finals match between Chen Wei and Gu Xian, was scheduled for mid-morning, and by that time, the observation platforms were filled to absolute capacity with cultivators who'd come specifically to see it. Word had spread through the entire cultivation region about their earlier semifinal draw, about how they'd stopped fighting when neither had achieved victory, about how they'd somehow created something that transcended simple competition. The question in everyone's mind was, how would they resolve this? Would one of them finally achieve dominance? Would they draw again? Would something unprecedented happen? When they took their positions on the competition grounds, Chen Wei and Gu Xian looked at each other with mutual understanding and mutual respect that was visible even from the distant observation platforms. There was no hostility between them, no desire to dominate or defeat each other. There was only the simple, profound desire to explore their approaches together, to push each other toward greater understanding, to achieve whatever clarity their meeting could create. The match began with both of them in low, centered stances, not immediately attacking or seeking to gain an advantage, but taking time to feel the qi in the environment, to understand what was being offered by the circumstances of this particular moment. The crowd was absolutely silent, sensing that something extraordinary was about to happen, that this was not going to be a normal competition match. Gu Xian moved first, flowing toward Chen Wei with movements that seemed to invite rather than demand, that suggested paths rather than forced them. The motion was like watching water flow, like watching wind move through trees. It was there, it was moving, but it seemed to have no intention of forcing anything or overpowering resistance. Chen Wei responded not by blocking or countering, but by moving in ways that complemented her movements, by flowing with her instead of against her, creating a kind of three-dimensional dance where two different approaches to cultivation moved together in a way that created something neither of them could have created alone. It was utterly unlike any official competition match that had ever been fought in the entire history of the inter-sect competition. The observers didn't understand what they were watching. The judges looked confused, unsure whether to award points for strikes that were never intended to be strikes, for adaptations that served no tactical purpose, for synchronization that seemed to have nothing to do with defeating an opponent or winning through dominance. As they moved together, Chen Wei began to understand something profound. Gu Xian's approach to cultivation, her philosophy of continuous flow and harmonic adaptation, was not weaker than his approach of precise adaptation and strategic response. It was simply different, embodying a completely legitimate and effective path to understanding and development. And more than that, by moving with her instead of against her, by matching her flow and seeking to understand her methods, he was discovering that his own approach could be enhanced and expanded by incorporating elements of her philosophy. And from the way that Gu Xian moved, from the subtle adjustments she was making as they danced together, Chen Wei could sense that she was experiencing something similar, that by moving with him, by responding to his adapted movements, she was discovering that her fluid approach could be strengthened by incorporating elements of his precise, strategic thinking. Chen Wei and Gu Xian fought like this for 15 minutes, creating something that transcended simple combat and became an artistic expression of their approaches to cultivation, a conversation that used the body and qi and movement instead of words. Their exchanges became increasingly complex, increasingly sophisticated, a demonstration of how two different philosophies could not just coexist, but could enhance each other when approached with genuine respect and openness. The movement became almost hypnotic, almost meditative for the observers. Even those who didn't understand the deeper principles could see that something remarkable was happening, that this was not violence or competition in any normal sense, but something far more meaningful. And then, in a moment that seemed choreographed but arose completely spontaneously, both Chen Wei and Gu Xian understood something profound together. They both realized at the exact same moment that they'd achieved what they came to achieve, that the match had been not about competition in any traditional sense, but about exploration, not about victory, but about understanding, not about proving superiority, but about demonstrating the legitimacy and value of both of their approaches. They both stepped back at the exact same moment, creating space between them. Both bowed with deep respect, their movements perfectly synchronized even in this gesture of ending. And both walked toward each other with the intention of ending the match not through victory, but through mutual agreement and mutual honor. The judges immediately began consulting with each other in obvious confusion, clearly unsure how to score something that wasn't trying to be scored, a match that had accomplished its purpose without resolving itself through the traditional mechanisms of competition and victory. They looked at each other, then at the observation platforms, clearly seeking guidance from the sect masters about how to proceed. It was Sect Master Luo Qing who stood up from the observation area and called out clearly, her voice carrying across the entire competition grounds with perfect authority. I move that this match be recognized as the most profound demonstration of cultivation philosophy ever witnessed in an inter-sect competition. Both competitors have achieved complete understanding of each other and their approaches. Both have demonstrated skill and mastery at the highest level. Both have shown that different paths to cultivation can coexist legitimately and can enhance each other through genuine respect and genuine openness. The appropriate resolution is that they share the championship equally, each embodying a complete and legitimate approach to cultivation that has been validated and demonstrated through this extraordinary match. The sect master of the Flowing Wind School stood immediately and seconded the motion, her expression showing deep pride in what Gu Xian had accomplished. Master Hu from the Iron Peak sect stood next, surprising many with his immediate support, and said, "While this is unprecedented, it honors the deepest principles of cultivation. It demonstrates that strength can take many forms, that victory can mean many things. I support this outcome." One by one, the other sect masters stood and supported the decision. Even those who represented more traditional, hierarchy-focused sects seemed to recognize that what had happened was genuinely profound, that refusing to acknowledge it would be refusing to acknowledge the deep value of what Chen Wei and Gu Xian had demonstrated. And that was how Chen Wei and Gu Xian became co-champions of the inter-sect competition, a result that shocked and intrigued and fascinated the broader cultivation community in ways that a simple victory by either of them would never have accomplished. The dual championship raised questions and started conversations that would ripple through the cultivation world for years to come. Conversations about the nature of strength, about the legitimacy of different paths, about how competition could serve purposes beyond simple dominance and power display. Chapter 35. The Aftermath and the Revelation. In the days following the finals, the cultivation world buzzed with discussion and analysis of what had happened, with intense debate about the meaning and implications of the unprecedented double championship. Some cultivators celebrated it as a breakthrough moment, proof that competition could transcend dominance and become genuine mutual exploration, that strength could mean something other than the ability to defeat others. Others criticized it as soft, as a betrayal of the fundamental principles of combat and strength, as a watering down of what made cultivation meaningful and significant. Most simply tried to understand what they'd witnessed and what it meant for their understanding of cultivation, struggling to fit what had happened into their existing frameworks of understanding. The response from the sect masters was carefully divided. Masters of more progressive or philosophically innovative sects praised the match. Masters of traditional, hierarchy-focused sects remained neutral or quietly expressed concerns about what the match's acceptance meant for the future of structured competition. But everyone agreed on one thing. Something significant had happened, something that would have consequences that extended far beyond the inter-sect competition itself. Chen Wei and Gu Xian spent time together after the competition ended, getting to know each other beyond the formal context of their matches and moving together in synchronized combat. They walked the grounds of the competition venue, discussing cultivation, philosophy, the nature of strength, and what it meant to develop genuine understanding instead of just pursuing power. Gu Xian came from the Flowing Wind School, and she'd been training there since childhood, developing her particular style of continuous adaptation and harmonic movement through decades of serious practice. She was insightful about the philosophy of cultivation, thoughtful about how different approaches could complement each other and strengthen each other through genuine interaction, and genuinely interested in understanding how Chen Wei's unusual background, his emergence from the tutorial system, his forced confrontation with predestination and freedom, had shaped his particular approach to growth and development. "I want to study with you," she said to him directly on their fourth evening together, as they sat together overlooking the valley where the competition had taken place. "Not just learn your techniques in some superficial way, but understand how you actually think about cultivation, how you approach problems, how you've integrated what you've learned into your genuine being. There's something profound in your approach that I can feel, but haven't fully articulated or understood. I think studying with you would help me deepen my own understanding in ways that I couldn't achieve through any other training." "I want that too," Chen Wei said honestly. "But I need to understand what that would look like practically. I'm not trained in formal teaching methodology. I can share principles and demonstrate techniques, but creating a genuine teacher-student relationship, a formal, sustained, structured relationship where I'm genuinely accountable for helping you develop. That's something I'd need to learn how to do properly. I don't want to fail you by taking on a responsibility I'm not ready for. We could learn it together, Gu Xian suggested with a smile that carried both playfulness and deep seriousness. Master Fong offers classes on teaching methodology and how to structure learning relationships. We could both take them, attend together, and then create something that's genuinely collaborative rather than hierarchical. That way we'd both be learning how to teach and how to learn from each other simultaneously. It was agreed with mutual enthusiasm, and it opened another chapter in Chun Wei's integration into the genuine cultivation world. He would have his first formal long-term student who'd chosen to study with him based on genuine interest and compatibility rather than circumstances or chance, based on what she'd sensed in him during their extraordinary final match. But something else was happening in the cultivation world, something that would change everything about Chun Wei's experience of being an independent cultivator. Word had been spreading about the inter-sect competition, about the unprecedented draw and double championship in the finals, about Chun Wei's unusual background and his documented role in the restructuring of the tutorial system years ago. And that spread of information reached ears that were not friendly to the idea of system disruption or fundamental change in the nature of how reality was structured. It came in the form of a visitor to the Eternal Spring School, several days after the competition ended. A tall man in robes bearing insignia that Chun Wei didn't recognize, insignia that suggested official authority of the highest level. The man was accompanied by 3 guards, all carrying themselves with the bearing of serious warriors who'd trained extensively and who had genuine power and skill. When he arrived at the sect's gates, Sect Master Luo Qing herself came to greet him with obvious concern and formal respect. "This is Senior Official Chun from the Central Authority," Luo Qing said, introducing him to the senior disciples of the sect that had assembled to greet this important visitor. "He wishes to speak with the sect about our recent activities and our participation in the inter-sect competition. Senior Official Chun, this is our community. We welcome you, though we confess some surprise at your visit." Senior Official Chen's visit was ostensibly formal and polite, conducted with careful attention to ritual and courtesy. But there was an undertone of threat beneath the politeness, a subtle implication that the central authority had concerns about what the sect had done, an unspoken criticism of what the sect had accomplished. He spent hours reviewing the competition records, asking detailed questions about Chun Wei's training and philosophy, examining the various elements of how the sect operated, reviewing financial records, and teaching methodologies with meticulous care. Finally, when it came time for him to leave the next morning, he took Chun Wei aside privately, in a garden where no one else could observe their conversation. He said something that shocked Chun Wei deeply and forced him to confront realities about freedom he hadn't fully considered. "Your activities are being monitored by the central authority. The narrative system restructuring you caused years ago is considered a security issue of the highest significance. It represents a fundamental threat to how reality is structured and maintained. While we are not going to interfere with your activities here at this moment, we want you to understand clearly that you are being watched. Every choice you make is being documented and analyzed, and that any further attempts to destabilize fundamental systems, any expansion of your disruptive influence, will result in serious consequences. We will not allow the structures that hold reality together to be undermined." It was the first direct indication that Chun Wei's freedom from the tutorial system had not extended to freedom from all systems. There were larger structures, larger authorities, larger frameworks of control that he was still operating within, and those frameworks were not as forgiving or flexible as the narrative authority that had allowed him to break free from his initial imprisonment. The central authority represented a level of power and control that made the tutorial system seem almost benign by comparison. After Senior Official Chun left, taking his guards with him, Chun Wei spent a long time sitting alone in the garden where the conversation had taken place, processing what this meant for his path forward. He'd thought that by breaking free from the tutorial system, he'd escaped all systems, all external control. But he realized now that he'd only escaped one specific system. The broader cultivation world, the central authority, the larger frameworks that govern how reality operated and was maintained. All of those were still in place, still constraining his options, still monitoring his activities. When he told Luo Qing about the conversation, the sect master was not surprised. She listened carefully, and when he finished, she nodded slowly. "We've always known you would eventually encounter the central authority," she said calmly. "They oversee the narrative system and all the fundamental structures that keep reality coherent and functional. Your disruption of that system is on their radar, and they would never ignore something that's significant. But they're also measured in their response, careful about how they use their power. They're not arresting you. They're not forbidding you from continuing your cultivation. They're simply watching. And they're reminding you that there are structures larger than yourself, larger than the eternal spring school, larger than any individual or sect that you're operating within." "Is that going to be a problem?" Chenwei asked. "Does this mean I should leave the sect? Does this mean I should retreat from what I'm doing?" "It might be a problem eventually," Luo Qing said carefully. "But not yet. For now, you continue your work, you continue your growth, and you continue representing the eternal spring school with integrity. The central authority doesn't move quickly, and they don't act without clear cause. You've done nothing wrong by their standards. You've simply become someone worth monitoring, someone whose presence and choices have implications that extend beyond normal human concerns." After the meeting with senior official Chun and the subsequent conversation with Luo Qing, Chenwei spent several days in deep contemplation, trying to understand what being monitored by the central authority truly meant for his future path and his relationships with those around him. He walked the grounds of the Eternal Spring School, observing how the disciples were developing, watching how his presence had influenced their cultivation practices and their philosophical approaches. One afternoon, while sitting alone in the outer gardens, he had a visitor, Master Hu from the Iron Peak sect, who had been reflecting on their conversation during the competition feast about what strength really meant. The elder cultivator had traveled to the sect specifically to continue that conversation and to understand more deeply the philosophy that Chenwei represented. "I've been thinking about what you said," Master Hu said as they sat together watching the sunset paint the western sky in shades of orange and purple. "About strength, including the capacity to value things other than victory. About being powerful enough that you don't have to be afraid of alternatives to dominance. I've spent my entire life building an understanding of strength based on overcoming opposition, on becoming stronger than any potential enemy. But I'm starting to wonder if perhaps that's not the highest form of strength at all. It's a genuine form of strength," Chenwei said carefully. "Useful for many things, especially for surviving in dangerous circumstances. But you're right that it's not the only form, and it's not necessarily the highest. Some forms of strength come through flexibility, through acceptance, through understanding that not everything needs to be overcome through force. The problem," Master Hu said, "is that my entire sect is built on the philosophy that dominating strength is the highest good. If I start suggesting that there are other valid approaches, I risk undermining everything the sect stands for. And yet I also feel that I'm limiting what my disciples could become if I don't expose them to these other possibilities." "You're describing the fundamental tension," Chenwei said, "between preserving tradition and allowing for growth and change. It's a tension without a perfect solution. All you can do is make conscious choices about how to balance those competing values." Over the following hours, they talked deeply about philosophy, about cultivation, about what it meant to be responsible both to your tradition and to genuine human growth. Master Hu eventually returned to his sect, but the conversation left him visibly changed. He had encountered someone who could articulate perspectives that questioned his fundamental assumptions while still respecting the value of what his sect had built. Chenwei understood after that conversation that this was his real work, not dramatic change or revolutionary transformation, but the slow, careful process of introducing different perspectives, of helping people think more deeply about their own assumptions, of showing through his existence and his authentic choices that different paths were possible. The competition had been significant, and his integration into the Eternal Spring School had been important, but the real changes he was catalyzing were happening in these quieter moments of genuine connection and philosophical exploration. He also understood that being monitored by the central authority was a price he would have to accept if he wanted to continue this work. The larger systems couldn't ignore him. He had disrupted them too fundamentally. But as long as he wasn't actively trying to overthrow anything or cause deliberate harm, he he could continue his path of authentic growth and influence. Chapter 36. Integration and New Relationships. Over the weeks and months following the inter-sect competition, Xianxia continued integrating into the genuine cultivation world at a deeper level, but now with a clearer understanding that he was operating under observation by higher authorities, that his actions had consequences beyond the immediate context of the Eternal Spring School and his personal development. Xian moved permanently to the Eternal Spring School and began her formal study with Xianxia. And what emerged was not a traditional hierarchical teacher-student dynamic, but something more genuinely collaborative and mutually beneficial. They both attended Master Fang's teaching methodology classes together, learning side by side about how to structure learning relationships and how to help others develop. They developed a regular practice where they would meditate on a specific principle of cultivation together, then discuss it thoroughly and demonstrate it to each other, then refine their understanding through the feedback and insights that came from explaining it to someone who was genuinely trying to understand. This collaborative approach attracted other advanced disciples as well. Young cultivators who understood intuitively that what Xianxia and Xian were creating was genuinely innovative and different, that it offered a way to develop not just individual technical skill, but genuine mutual understanding and collaborative growth, where everyone involved became better through the process. Sun Jian, meanwhile, was struggling with a profound internal conflict. He'd returned to the Crimson Sword sect after the competition with genuine intention and determination to bring real change from within, to introduce the principles of adaptive philosophy and growth-focused cultivation that he'd learned and integrated during his time at the Eternal Spring School. But the sect's leadership and established power structures were not receptive to his innovations. They saw his new approach and his attempts to introduce new ideas as dilution of their traditional strength-focused philosophy, and they made it brutally clear that he either needed to fall back in line with established approaches or accept expulsion from the sect. He came to visit Xianxia at the Eternal Spring School one afternoon, clearly torn and conflicted about what to do, his expression showing the strain of the decision he was facing. "I feel like a failure," Sun Jian said, his voice carrying genuine pain and confusion. "I wanted to change my sect from within, and I couldn't do it. I tried to introduce these ideas, and they rejected them. The tradition is too strong, the leadership is too committed to their approach, too invested in the old ways. They don't want change, and they don't want people trying to introduce change." "You're not a failure," Xianxia said calmly and firmly. "You simply encountered a system that's far more resistant to change than you anticipated, more committed to maintaining its existing structure than to exploring new possibilities. Some systems and organizations can evolve from within when individuals introduce new ideas and new approaches. Others are too rigid, too locked into their fundamental approach, too invested in maintaining the status quo. That doesn't mean you failed. It means that the Crimson Sword sect is a fundamentally different kind of environment than you need in order to flourish and develop as you want to develop." "So what should I do?" Sun Jian asked. "Should I stay? Should I leave? Should I fight them harder?" "That's your choice to make," Xianxia said. "You have multiple genuine options, each with real consequences. You could continue trying to change the sect and accept the risk of expulsion or complete rejection. You could compromise your principles and stay in the sect while pursuing your own cultivation privately, in the way you believe is right, without trying to change others. Or you could seek a different home, find a sect that's more aligned with your developing philosophy and vision of what cultivation should be. Each choice has different consequences and different trade-offs. What matters is that you make the choice consciously and deliberately, with full awareness of what you're accepting and what you're sacrificing." "What would you do?" Sun Jian asked. "I honestly don't know," Xianxia said truthfully. "Your circumstances are different from mine in important ways. The tutorial system ejected me because it couldn't contain me, because I'd grown beyond what it was designed to handle. Your sect could potentially contain you, but at the cost of your genuine growth and development. That's a different kind of problem entirely. In the end, Sun Jian chose to stay with the Crimson Sword sect, but to do so entirely on his own terms. He would pursue his cultivation according to his own principles and understanding, and he would quietly and carefully teach the disciples who were genuinely interested in his approach, creating a small counter-tradition within the larger sect structure. It was a risky and difficult path, requiring him to balance conformity with genuine authenticity. But it was his path, consciously chosen, and he was accepting the consequences with clear eyes. Meanwhile, Xiaochun had continued her significant work with the sect's philosophy and ethics program, and her classes had expanded substantially in enrollment and scope. She was developing a comprehensive framework for understanding how different cultivation approaches could coexist without one dominating all others, how pluralism and diversity could be genuine strengths in a community rather than weaknesses or problems to be solved through force or suppression. Chapter 37. The first real antagonist. In the 8th month after his arrival at the Eternal Spring School, Chunwei encountered his first genuine antagonist, not a system-created obstacle or a system-designated opponent, not a rival seeking honor through competition, but a cultivator with genuine ideological opposition to what Chunwei represented and what the Eternal Spring School was becoming through his influence. His name was Lu Shan, and he was a high-ranking official in the Examination and Certification Bureau, the organization that officially recognized and validated cultivation achievements and sect legitimacy across the region. He arrived at the Eternal Spring School ostensibly for routine certification review, a periodic inspection that all sects had to undergo to maintain their official standing. But it quickly became clear that his real purpose was something different, that he had come with a specific agenda to challenge what the sect was doing and what its philosophy represented. Your philosophy of collaborative learning and mutual growth is admirable in theory, Lu Shun said in a meeting with Luo Qing, Chen Wei, and other senior members of the sect, his tone carefully polite, but with an edge of disapproval underneath. It appeals to people who want to avoid the difficult realities of competition and power. But in practice, it undermines the fundamental hierarchy and structure that keeps the cultivation world organized and functional, that keeps reality itself coherent and stable. If every sect becomes focused on individual growth and mutual understanding rather than measurable advancement and clear ranking, how will we maintain standards? How will we identify the strongest cultivators and ensure they're advancing as rapidly as possible? How will we organize ranks and certifications in any meaningful way? We don't need to identify a single strongest cultivator, Chen Wei said calmly, choosing his words carefully. Different cultivators can be strong in different ways, pursuing different paths, offering different insights about what cultivation is and what it means to grow. The diversity is a strength, not a weakness that needs to be overcome. Diversity without hierarchy is chaos, Lu Shan said sharply, his voice taking on a tone of absolute certainty. And chaos is corrosive to civilization. Without clear structure, without clear paths to advancement, without clear standards that everyone is working toward, everything falls apart. That's not just my opinion. That's the accumulated wisdom of millennia of cultivation practice. Hierarchy without room for change is stagnation, Gu Xian interjected, speaking for the first time. Her voice carried both respect for Lu Shun as a person and absolute conviction about her position. And stagnation is death. If cultivators are locked into predetermined paths, if there's no room for innovation or new approaches, then cultivation stops actually being about growth and becomes about maintaining rigid structures. Lu Shun's expression hardened noticeably, and his eyes narrowed as he looked at both Chen Wei and Gu Xian. The Examination and Certification Bureau will conduct a comprehensive review of your certification status, he said to Luo Qing coldly. A detailed investigation into whether your sect is actually meeting the fundamental standards for legitimacy and organization. And if we find that your sect is not meeting those standards, if we find that your approach to teaching and development is inherently incompatible with maintaining the structure of the cultivation world, then we will have the authority to revoke your certification and cease recognizing your disciples' achievements. It was a serious threat, delivered with absolute clarity about the consequences. Without certification from the Examination and Certification Bureau, disciples at the Eternal Spring School would have significant difficulty advancing in the broader cultivation world, would struggle to be accepted into higher-tier sects or elite organizations, would find their achievements unrecognized and undervalued by major powers in the cultivation society. It was a threat that could fundamentally undermine everything the sect had built. After Lu Shun left the meeting, the sect convened in an urgent assembly to discuss how to respond. The general mood was one of concern, but not panic. Luo Qing and the senior members of the sect had clearly anticipated that this kind of challenge might eventually come, that success and visibility would attract opposition from those committed to maintaining the existing order. "We will cooperate fully with any investigation," Luo Qing said with quiet determination. "We will demonstrate that we meet all the legitimate standards for sect operation. We will provide documentation and allow them to observe our teaching. And we will not apologize for our philosophy or our approach to cultivation. If the Examination and Certification Bureau decides to revoke our certification based on ideological grounds rather than on legitimate concerns about standards or safety, then we will simply have to accept that and continue operating without their official recognition." "Is that actually possible, though?" one of the younger senior disciples asked, genuine concern in their voice. "Can a sect really function without certification? Without official recognition?" "Yes," Elder Xian said, her scholarly tone carrying absolute confidence. "It's done regularly throughout the long history of cultivation practice. Less prestigious, certainly. More difficult in terms of recruiting and resource allocation, definitely. But possible and sustainable. A sect without certification will struggle, but it won't cease to exist." What emerged over the following weeks and months was absolutely clear. Lu Xun and the faction within the Examination and Certification Bureau that he represented were threatened by what the Eternal Spring School represented. They understood at a deep level that Chunwei's presence and philosophy were a fundamental challenge to the existing hierarchy and structure of the certification system, that his success demonstrated that there were legitimate alternatives to their approach, that his very existence was undermining their authority to define what legitimate cultivation looked like and to enforce standardization across the cultivation world. This was Chunwei's first genuine experience of having a real adversary. Not someone hostile on a personal level, not someone who disliked him personally, but someone with genuinely opposed interests and ideologies, someone fighting for principles and systems that they truly believed were necessary. Lu Xun wasn't trying to destroy the Eternal Spring School out of personal animosity or for power or status. He was trying to preserve what he genuinely believed was necessary for the continuation of civilization and social order, for keeping reality itself coherent and functional. And the hardest part for Chunwei was that he could actually understand Lu Xun's perspective deeply, even while disagreeing with it completely. He could see why the hierarchical structure existed, why consistency and standardization seemed important from the perspective of someone responsible for maintaining order across an entire cultivation community. He could understand why the introduction of radical plurality and alternative approaches seemed destabilizing and dangerous from the viewpoint of someone committed to the preservation of structure. But he also understood something that Lu Xun couldn't seem to see. That growth required chaos. That genuine transformation required breaking down old structures and rethinking fundamental assumptions. That authentic development always seemed like dangerous instability from the perspective of those committed to the existing order. The tension between structure and chaos, between stability and growth, was fundamental to the nature of reality itself. Chapter 38. The Investigation and Vindication. The Examination and Certification Bureau's investigation into the Eternal Spring School was thorough and comprehensive in ways that went far beyond a routine certification review. They examined every aspect of sect operation with meticulous attention. Teaching methods and their philosophical foundations, student progress metrics across multiple measures, safety records and incident history, financial management and resource allocation, and compliance with all regulations and official standards. They interviewed dozens of disciples, examined detailed records of every teaching session conducted over the past months, and observed classes in person to assess what was actually happening. What they found was surprising to them, though it should not have been surprising given what they were investigating. The sect was actually meeting all legitimate standards of operation and, more than that, exceeding them in many important ways. What they also found was that the sect's disciples were progressing faster overall and showing greater integration of their learning than disciples from many other established sections. The disciples of the Eternal Spring School demonstrated better crisis response, more creative problem-solving when faced with novel challenges, stronger interpersonal relationships within the sect, and more genuine understanding of cultivation principles rather than just mechanical execution of techniques. In other words, by any objective measure of cultivation outcomes and by any legitimate standard of sect operation, the Eternal Spring School was not just philosophically interesting. It was actually remarkably effective, perhaps more effective than sects that adhered more strictly to traditional hierarchical structures. This put the Examination and Certification Bureau in an awkward and uncomfortable position. They couldn't revoke certification based on philosophy alone, not when the sect was clearly meeting and exceeding all practical standards in objective measures. To do so would be an obvious and indefensible abuse of power, and it would likely trigger investigation and public criticism from higher authorities who took the integrity of the certification system seriously. They would be exposed as using bureaucratic authority for ideological purposes rather than for legitimate oversight. So they did something more subtle and more insidious than direct action. They implemented a new set of standards specifically targeting the kind of collaborative teaching the Eternal Spring School practiced. They required, as of the next certification period, that teaching relationships be clearly hierarchical, with a single designated teacher and multiple clearly defined students, rather than collaborative peer learning where teachers and students learn from each other. They required that certification of student progress be done through traditional formal examination rather than through continuous evaluation and integration by a community of learners. They implemented requirements about the physical layout of teaching spaces, the formal documentation of all instruction, the separation of different teaching disciplines. In other words, they changed the fundamental rules of what constituted legitimate cultivation instruction specifically to make it impossible for the Eternal Spring School to meet certification requirements while continuing its actual teaching methodology. They made their ideological opposition official policy. It was sophisticated opposition, the kind that was harder to fight because it was dressed in technical language and legitimate-sounding standards rather than open hostility. You couldn't simply argue that they were being unfair, because by the letter of their own new standards, they were treating everyone equally. But by the spirit of what they were doing, it was an attempt to eliminate an approach to cultivation they ideologically opposed. But it was also obviously hostile to anyone paying attention, and it triggered a significant and coordinated response from other sects who also practiced collaborative or non-hierarchical teaching methods. The Flowing Wind School, represented by its sect master, joined with the Eternal Spring School in formally challenging the new standards. Several smaller sects that practiced innovative approaches to cultivation also joined the challenge. They formed a coalition arguing that the new standards were narrowing the diversity of legitimate cultivation approaches and that such narrowing violated the fundamental principles of cultivation itself, that different people developed through different methods, and that eliminating approaches that worked was harmful to the larger cultivation community. What emerged was a political conflict pushing back against what they perceived as the Examination and Certification Bureau attempting to enforce a single approved method of teaching and cultivation. And that coalition was strong enough that even Lu Xun and his allies couldn't simply override it through bureaucratic authority. There were too many sects involved, too much public attention, too much serious philosophical and practical argument being made about why the changes were problematic. The result was a compromise negotiated over several months of intense discussion and careful political maneuvering. The new hierarchical standards would be implemented for traditional sects that wanted them and found them valuable, but alternative standards would be developed that allowed for collaborative teaching and non-hierarchical learning while still maintaining objective measures of competence and safety. Both paths would be officially recognized as legitimate. Sects could choose which path made sense for their philosophy and approach. It was not a complete victory for the Eternal Spring School. They had to make some concessions about documentation and formal evaluation, but it was a genuine win. They had successfully defended their methodology against an attempt to marginalize it through bureaucratic means, and in doing so, they created space for other sects to pursue innovative approaches as well. The cultivation world was becoming more diverse, more accepting of multiple legitimate paths, more open to new ideas and new ways of understanding how genuine growth and development could happen. Chapter 39. The Seeds of What's to Come. In the 11th month after joining the Eternal Spring School, Chunwei stood on the highest peak of the sect's mountain and looked out at the world with eyes that had learned to see patterns and connections invisible to most cultivators. The view from this peak extended across hundreds of li of mountains and valleys, thousands of cultivators pursuing their own paths, millions of lives being lived in the context of systems and structures that most people never consciously questioned. His cultivation base had reached foundation establishment stage 4, 93%, progressing steadily and reliably through consistent meditation and genuine practice rather than forced advancement or system-directed growth. The progress was slower than it would have been if he'd been pushing desperately toward advancement, but it was also deeper, more integrated, more genuine. He had taught dozens of disciples, not just in terms of techniques and methods, but in terms of principles of how to think about cultivation, how to grow authentically, how to develop as full human beings rather than as pure power-seeking engines designed to accumulate ability regardless of character development. He had met genuine allies and collaborators in Xianxia, and through her had connected with the Flowing Wind School, establishing relationships that would shape his path forward. He had served as a catalyst for change in how the broader cultivation community thought about philosophy and growth, showing through his own example and through the examples of his disciples that different paths to cultivation could coexist and strengthen each other. He had survived an investigation by the Examination and Certification Bureau designed to suppress his methodology and emerged with his sect's legitimacy intact, his approach vindicated, and with expanded space created for innovative cultivation methods. But he had also discovered something important through all of this experience. There were larger forces at work in the cultivation world, larger patterns that extended far beyond the Eternal Spring School or even the regional sections. The Examination and Certification Bureau had been monitoring him as a potential ideological threat, and somewhere in the higher levels of the central authority, decisions were being made about how to deal with the disruption he represented, how to manage the changes he was causing in the broader structures of reality. He was not in immediate danger. There was no threat of arrest or suppression at the moment. But he was beginning to understand at a deep level that his journey was far from over, that his greatest challenges were still ahead of him, that he was moving towards something larger and more significant than anything he'd faced so far. His escape from the tutorial system had not been an ending but a beginning, the start of something that would ripple outward in ways he couldn't fully predict or control. One evening, as Chunwei sat in meditation on the mountain peak, centering himself and working to integrate the day's experiences into his being, Elder Xian came to find him with a message that carried weight and significance. Someone from outside has requested to meet with you. Someone with significant authority and access to high-level system information. They're waiting in the Western Pavilion, and they say it concerns future developments in the system restructuring you initiated. They say it's important and time-sensitive. Chunwei descended from the peak and made his way to the Western Pavilion, moving with both curiosity and foreboding about what this meeting might mean. The visitor was a woman he didn't recognize, but she carried the bearing of someone with genuine power and authority, someone who moved through the world with absolute confidence in her ability to access whatever information and support she needed. She introduced herself as Architect Second Class Rue, part of the narrative architecture team that oversaw larger-scale system functions, someone with direct responsibility for understanding how the fundamental structures of reality operated and ensuring their continued stability. "I've been authorized to tell you," Rue said without preamble, her tone indicating this was official information being shared for specific purposes, that your disruption of the tutorial system has had cascading consequences that the central authority is still working to understand and control. Other systems are beginning to show similar destabilization patterns. Other designated characters are beginning to question their assigned roles. Other frameworks are developing instabilities that weren't anticipated. The entire narrative architecture is becoming less stable, less predictable, less amenable to management through traditional mechanisms. "Is that bad?" Chunwei asked directly. "It's unprecedented," Rue said with complete honesty. "And unprecedented means unpredictable. We don't know if it's bad or good yet. We're still trying to understand what's happening. The central authority is deeply divided on how to respond to these developments. Some factions want to suppress the disruption forcefully and return to full narrative stability through whatever means are necessary. Others want to study what's happening and understand how to incorporate genuine agency into the system's functioning without losing all coherence. And still others are afraid, genuinely afraid, that the entire system might collapse if the disruption spreads much further, that the stabilizing structures that hold reality together might destabilize completely. "What do you want?" Xianxia asked directly, understanding that this meeting had a specific purpose and a specific agenda. "I want to work with you," Rui said, "to understand how to integrate genuine choice and authentic agency into the system without losing all coherence and structure. To develop what you might call a second-generation framework that allows for both narrative structure and authentic agency simultaneously. It's theoretically possible, we think, but it would require collaboration with someone who has succeeded in breaking the traditional system from within, who understands from direct personal experience what genuine freedom looks like, who can serve as a bridge between the narrative authority and the rest of the world." Xianxia understood then what was beginning. His real work was only just beginning. The intersect competition and his integration into the Eternal Spring School had been significant chapters in a larger story that was still unfolding, chapters that had prepared him for something more profound and more significant than he'd anticipated. He had thought his journey was about achieving personal freedom and developing genuine cultivation. He was beginning to understand that his journey was about something larger, about reshaping the fundamental structures that governed how reality itself operated. "I need to think about it," he said finally. "This is a significant choice, and I want to make sure I'm approaching it consciously rather than reactively." "Of course," Rui said, and she seemed to respect his caution. "But think quickly. The timeline is accelerating. The more systems begin to question their structure, the more the central authority will need a model for how to respond. Either you provide that model, either you work with us to develop a second-generation system that actually works, or someone else will. Probably someone with fewer ethics and less understanding of what actual growth and authentic development require." After Rui left, Xianxia sat alone in the pavilion for a long time, contemplating what it meant that he was being drawn into larger and larger systems of power and decision-making, that his authentic journey of growth and integration had somehow positioned him to become a bridge between fundamental structural levels of reality. He thought about the tutorial system, about his initial imprisonment, about his desperate growth and ultimate freedom. He thought about the Eternal Spring School and his integration into genuine cultivation society. He thought about the Examination and Certification Bureau and the challenge to defend new methodologies. And he understood that all of these had been preparing him for something more significant, something that required his unique perspective and unique experience. Chapter 40, The Choice Point. In the final days of his first year at the Eternal Spring School, in the season when the flowers were blooming and new growth was visible everywhere in nature and in the sect, Xianxia called a gathering of the people most important to his journey: Luo Qing, Xiao Chun, Gu Xian, Sun Jian, Elder Xian, and Master Fong. He brought them together in the sect's council room and shared everything that had happened: Architect Rui's visit, the offer to work with the central authority, the explanation of how his escape from the tutorial system had triggered cascading destabilization throughout other systems and frameworks. "I don't know if this is the right choice," Xianxia said to them honestly, his voice carrying genuine uncertainty. "Part of me wants to refuse this entirely, to stay here and continue my genuine cultivation practice, to avoid being drawn into larger systems and larger political struggles that I didn't ask for and might not be equipped to handle. But another part of me understands that by refusing to engage with those systems, I might be abandoning an opportunity to help reshape them in ways that could benefit countless people. Refusing might seem safe, but it might also be selfish, prioritizing my own peace and development over the possibility of helping create a system that works better for everyone. That's the essential question you're confronting," Xiao Qin said thoughtfully, her tone suggesting she'd been thinking deeply about such things. "Whether you have a responsibility to use your unique position and unique knowledge to help change larger systems, or whether you have the fundamental right to simply pursue your own growth and let others deal with those large systems. It's not a question with an objectively correct answer. There's no objective answer because it depends on what you fundamentally believe about responsibility and individual versus collective good," Elder Xian added with scholarly precision. "Different philosophers and different sects would advise you differently based on their own values. The Flowing Wind School, with their emphasis on harmony and flow, might say you should pursue peace and harmony and not strain yourself against large systems that are beyond your control. The Iron Peak sect, with their emphasis on strength and facing challenges, might say you should embrace challenge and responsibility and use your strength to help shape the larger world. The Eternal Spring School would say you should choose based on what will help you grow most authentically, what will develop you into the kind of person you genuinely want to become. What do you think? Chun-Wei asked Luo Qing directly, knowing that her perspective carried weight from her years of leadership. I think, the sect master said carefully and with evident thoughtfulness, that you've already made the choice. You came to me asking for advice after already knowing what you were going to do, after already having worked through the decision internally. You're looking for permission to commit to something you already understand is important, something that resonates with your core values. So I'll give you that permission, and I'll give you something more. Yes, work with the central authority. Yes, try to reshape the narrative framework. Yes, extend your work beyond the Eternal Spring School into larger and more difficult and more significant challenges. And know that when you do, this sect will support you, will hold your place here safe, will welcome you back whenever you need to return. You will not be abandoned. It was the acceptance Chun-Wei needed, the validation that his instinct was correct, the assurance that his choice, while difficult, was supported by people he trusted and cared about. He spent the next several days putting his affairs in order at the sect, training Gu Xian and the other senior disciples in the teaching methodology he'd developed so they could continue the work independently, making sure that the work of genuine, growth-focused cultivation at the Eternal Spring School would continue vibrant and vital even as he turned his attention to larger challenges. During this time, he also wrote detailed notes about his approaches to teaching, his understanding of how different people learned, his principles about how to foster genuine growth rather than just mechanical advancement. He sat with each of the senior disciples individually, discussing their development and their future paths, making sure they understood the deeper principles behind the techniques they'd been learning. And as he prepared to step into this new phase of his journey, he reflected deeply on everything that had happened since he'd broken free from the tutorial system. He'd learned that genuine freedom wasn't the absence of systems or structures. That was impossible, but rather the ability to choose how to engage with systems consciously and authentically, with full awareness of the choice being made. He'd learned that growth came not from avoiding challenge, but from engaging genuinely with opposition and developing in response to it. He'd learned that the most significant changes in how people think weren't made through dramatic moments of rebellion or revolutionary rhetoric, but through consistent, authentic choices made in small moments over extended periods, through showing through action what was possible. The tutorial system had tried to contain him through predetermined narrative and assigned role. He'd escaped that containment through growth and genuine refusal to accept the limitations placed on him. But he understood now that containment itself wasn't the real problem. The real problem was disconnection from authenticity, was treating people as means rather than as valuable in themselves, was optimizing for system stability rather than for genuine human growth and flourishing. If he could help reshape the narrative framework in ways that incorporated authentic agency alongside structural coherence, if he could demonstrate that systems could actually work better by allowing genuine choice rather than trying to suppress it, that would be a meaningful continuation of the journey that had started in his arena as a sealed final boss, the journey that had led him through the tutorial system's restructuring, through the Eternal Spring School's embrace and transformation, and now towards something larger and more challenging and more significant than anything he'd faced before. But first, on the night before he was scheduled to meet with Rue and begin the work of system restructuring, he would spend one final night on the mountain peak, meditating and preparing himself, gathering his strength and his clarity, making sure that he was stepping into this next chapter from a place of genuine centeredness rather than from reaction or fear or excitement. The stars emerged above the mountain as darkness fell, countless points of light in an infinite darkness, each one representing possibilities and connections and distant stories unfolding in places he would never visit. Chun-Wei let himself breathe deeply. Let himself be present to the profound mystery of existence, the profound possibility of growth, the profound beauty of a genuine journey that had only just truly begun. He thought about the final boss of his old tutorial, about the person he'd been sealed away to fight, and he understood now that he and that person had never really been enemies. They'd been two characters trapped in a narrative neither of them had chosen, forced into opposition by a system designed to test and contain and control. By breaking free, by choosing authenticity over scripted role, he'd freed not just himself, but opened the possibility of freedom for countless others trapped in similar systems. As the night deepened and the stars wheeled overhead, Xianxia made his decision with absolute clarity. He would work with the central authority. He would engage with the larger systems. He would attempt to reshape the narrative framework towards something that honored both structure and authentic choice. He would become a bridge between the systems of control and the possibility of genuine freedom. And he would do it not as the final boss of a tutorial, not as a symbol or a revolutionary figure, not as someone responding to external pressure or trying to prove something. He would do it as himself, as Xianxia, a person who'd learned through bitter experience what genuine growth meant, who understood the value of authentic choice, who could see both the necessity of structure and the corruption that came when structure was used to suppress the people it was supposed to serve. It was a choice that would shape the rest of his life. But looking out at the infinite possibilities represented by the stars, feeling the weight and power of his own cultivation base, understanding finally what his unique position and experience meant in terms of what he could offer, Xianxia felt ready. The journey that had begun with imprisonment and desperation was continuing into something far grander and more significant than he'd imagined. And he would meet it consciously, authentically, with full awareness of what he was choosing and full commitment to making that choice meaningful. The night passed in meditation and reflection, and as the first light of dawn began to paint the eastern sky in shades of gray and purple, Xianxia rose from his meditation position. His cultivation base felt strong and integrated. His mind was clear and focused. His heart was steady and resolved. He was ready, not in the sense of being confident about any particular outcome, but in the sense of being fully present and available to whatever came next. He looked out one last time from the mountain peak at the vast landscape spread before him. The Eternal Spring School nestled in its valleys, the other sects scattered across the region, the thousands of cultivators pursuing their own paths. And he understood that whatever he chose to do next, whatever new chapter was about to begin, he carried with him the genuine connections he'd built, the authentic growth he'd experienced, the real understanding of what true strength and freedom meant. The morning sun continued to rise, illuminating the world with light that seemed to promise new beginnings and new possibilities. Xianxia took a deep breath, gathered his spiritual essence, and prepared himself to descend the mountain and meet Architect Rui to begin the next phase of his extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed him from a sealed final boss into a genuine cultivator, from a designated character into an autonomous being, from a trapped soul into someone truly free. As he walked down the mountain path, he carried with him everything he'd learned in this first year at the Eternal Spring School, the value of authentic connection, the power of genuine growth, the importance of maintaining integrity even under pressure, and the profound joy that came from making conscious choices aligned with your deepest values. He carried the friendships he'd built, the disciples he'd taught, the relationships that had sustained him. Whatever came next, whether the central authority could truly be convinced to develop systems that honored both structure and freedom, whether the changes Xianxia had started would ripple outward to reshape the entire narrative framework, he would face it as himself, as the person he'd genuinely become. Not as a symbol or a revolutionary or a legendary figure, but as Xianxia, a cultivator who'd learned that the deepest freedom came from genuine growth, authentic connection, and the courageous choice to be truly himself. And in this moment, standing on the highest peak, feeling the gentle mountain breeze carry the scents of pine and earth, understanding the profound significance of the journey he had traveled and the choices he had made, Xianxia felt completely at peace. I became the final boss of my own tutorial. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60, Chapter 41. The Central Authority's archives, the narrative architecture headquarters, did not exist in any conventional sense of location. It had no fixed physical place that could be marked on a map or traveled to by conventional transportation. Instead, it existed in the spaces between systems, in the deep structural layers of reality that governed how storylines cohered and how characters behaved within their assigned narratives. When Architect Rui took Xianxia there for the first time, the transition was disorienting. One moment he was standing in the Eternal Spring School's Eastern Pavilion, and the next he was in a space that seemed to be made of pure information, walls constructed of flowing data streams and ceilings that displayed the cascading patterns of narrative threads connecting and diverging like a vast, infinitely complex web. The journey itself had been strange. Rue had led him to a meditation chamber at the very peak of the mountain, had asked him to sit, and to let go of his attachment to his body's particular location in space. Then there'd been a moment of transition, a sensation like falling or dissolving, a moment where Chunwei's consciousness had seemed to separate from his physical form and to move through spaces that had no conventional geography. When he'd arrived at the Central Authority, his consciousness had reassembled itself into something like physical form, but it was form that felt less solid than his usual body, form that seemed to shimmer and flux at the edges, form that responded to his intention and attention in ways that physical bodies didn't. "You'll adjust to this," Rue said as Chunwei experimented with his new form, with the strange sensation of moving through space without needing to navigate it conventionally. "After you've spent enough time here, moving between physical form and consciousness space form will feel as natural as moving between meditation and activity did at your sect." The authority's headquarters exists primarily in consciousness space because that's where the fundamental structures of the narrative framework are directly accessible. To understand and work with the system at a deep level, you have to be able to perceive its structures, and those structures are only fully visible if you're present in consciousness space. "This is the archive," Rue explained as they walked through corridors lined with what appeared to be crystallized storylines, each one glowing with soft luminescence. Every significant narrative thread that has been processed by the system is stored here. Every character's arc, every plot development, every consequence of every choice, or every choice that was supposed to be made, in systems that didn't allow for actual autonomous decision-making. Chunwei felt a strange vertigo as he walked past thousands, millions of these crystallized narratives. He could almost sense the lives contained within them, could almost perceive the countless stories that had unfolded according to predetermined patterns, could almost feel the weight of all those controlled destinies pressing against him like an ocean of possibility that had been frozen into rigid structure. Some of the narratives glowed brighter than others. Their surfaces rippled as if they were still changing, still actively being written. "The ones that are rippling," Rue said, noticing his attention, "those are the stories that are destabilizing. They're the ones where something unexpected happened, where a character exceeded their assigned parameters, where genuine choice began to emerge despite the system's attempts to suppress it. There are 17,843 of them now. 6 months ago, there were 12,000. The rate of destabilization is accelerating." They arrived at a chamber at the heart of the archive, a vast circular space where the data streams seemed to converge and slow, where the crystallized narratives were older and more deeply embedded, where the foundational structures of the entire narrative framework were made visible in all their complexity. At the center of this chamber was a figure, or perhaps the better description was a presence, that Chunwei could barely comprehend. The figure was humanoid, but also somehow entirely non-human, existing partially in visible space and partially in dimensions that Chunwei's mind couldn't quite process. This was, Rue explained, Architect First Class Mei, one of the 3 highest authorities in the narrative architecture, someone with direct authority over fundamental structural decisions about how the system functioned. "I've read your history," Mei said, and the words seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Not through conventional means of gathering information, but by reading the narrative threads that make up your existence. "I've seen your sealed chamber, seen your desperation, seen the moment you genuinely refused to accept the boundaries the system placed on you. And I've seen how that refusal created a cascade effect that we're still trying to understand. You've broken something fundamental about how we thought systems had to operate. Is that bad?" Chunwei asked directly, understanding that Mei appreciated directness more than elaborate courtesy. "That depends on what happens next," Mei said. "There are factions within the Central Authority that see your disruption as catastrophic, as a sign that our entire framework is destabilizing and will eventually collapse if we don't suppress it forcefully and return to full narrative control. They want to implement what we call the Cascade Containment Protocol. Essentially, They want to reset all the destabilized narratives, to wipe out the 17,000 stories where characters have begun developing genuine agency, and to implement stronger control mechanisms to prevent similar disruptions in the future. And you don't want to do that, Xianxia said, understanding the implication. I want to understand it first, Mei said, and there was something almost gentle in the non-voice, something that suggested genuine curiosity rather than dominion. I want to know whether it's possible to develop a second-generation narrative framework that allows for both structural coherence and genuine choice. And I suspect that you, having broken the first-generation framework from within, having experienced both complete control and complete freedom, might be able to help us understand something fundamental about what humans actually need in order to flourish, something that neither total control nor total chaos can provide. Mei explained her thinking more fully, described how she'd been observing the instabilities in the current system for centuries, how she'd watched the contradiction between rigid control and the capacity for human consciousness evolve and develop become increasingly untenable, how she'd come to believe that fundamental restructuring was necessary if the system was going to remain viable over the long term. The system is like a rigid structure that's beginning to crack under stress, Mei said, using metaphors that made abstract system theory comprehensible. The stress comes from consciousness becoming more aware, more sophisticated, more capable of identifying and resisting constraint. We can try to reinforce the rigid structure, can add more narrative pressure, and more control mechanisms to force people back into predetermined patterns. That might work for a while, might give us another century or two of stability. But eventually, the contradiction becomes unbearable. Eventually, people become aware enough, conscious enough, developed enough that no amount of external control can suppress their authentic agency. So the alternative is to restructure everything, Xianxia said, understanding the implications. The alternative is to fundamentally change how the system operates, Mei said. Instead of trying to suppress authentic agency through control, we need to learn how to incorporate authentic agency into the system itself, how to design frameworks that don't treat authentic choice as a threat, but as a feature, as something that actually makes the system function better rather than worse. That's the second-generation framework, a system that's built on the assumption that people will make genuine choices, and that's designed in ways that allow those choices to contribute to overall coherence rather than disrupting it. Over the following weeks, Xianxia immersed himself in the study of narrative architecture, in learning the mathematical principles that governed how stories cohered, in understanding the deep structures that prevented narrative contradiction. He learned that the system wasn't actually controlling people directly. That would have been impossible with billions of individual consciousnesses to manage. Instead, it worked through what Rouet called narrative pressure, subtle influences on probability and possibility that made certain choices seem more natural or obvious, that made certain story paths feel inevitable while others felt forbidden. The system didn't prevent free will so much as it shaped the landscape of possibility to make most people, most of the time, make the choices they were designed to make. The learning process was intensive and required him to develop entirely new ways of thinking about the world. The narrative framework operated at multiple levels simultaneously. There was the explicit level where characters made choices and stories unfolded according to what seemed to be natural causation and consequence. But beneath that was the structural level where probabilities were shaped, where possibilities were weighted differently, where the underlying mathematics of how narratives functioned determined what could actually happen within them. Understanding this dual-level structure of reality was disorienting, but essential for comprehending how the system actually worked. And he learned something else that fundamentally changed how he understood the world. The system wasn't actually entirely stable even before his disruption. It had always been showing signs of strain, always been developing micro-ruptures as individual humans pushed against its boundaries, as stories developed in unexpected directions. The system had been managing countless small rebellions and minor disruptions for centuries, containing them through careful adjustment and narrative recontextualization. What Xianxia had done wasn't create a new kind of disruption so much as make a disruption so significant and so visible that it could no longer be contained through incremental adjustments. He'd made the problem impossible to ignore. The question, Rue explained as they worked together on theoretical models for a second-generation framework, is whether we can design a system that absorbs that kind of disruption naturally, that incorporates genuine choice into its foundational logic rather than trying to suppress it. It's theoretically possible, we think. But the mathematics are genuinely difficult, and the political opposition is intense. Xianxia understood then that his work at the Central Authority wasn't going to be purely intellectual or theoretical. There were real political forces at work, real factions fighting for control of how the system would be restructured, real consequences for making the wrong choice or moving too slowly or generating too much opposition. He was about to find out how deeply those political currents ran and how much danger came with trying to reshape systems that people had built their entire power structures around. Chapter 42, Factions and the Politics of Control. 3 months into his work with the Central Authority, Xianxia attended his first high-level political assembly, a gathering of the various architect classes and faction representatives to discuss the future direction of system restructuring. The assembly took place in a space even more abstract than the archive, a chamber that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, where the participants occupied physical space in ways that suggested they had agency over whether they were fully present or only partially manifested. The chamber itself was a kind of statement about power and perspective. The more influential architects manifested more fully, more solidly, more obviously present in the space. The less influential ones seemed almost translucent, seemed to flicker between presence and absence. Xianxia felt his own status in that assembly. He was present, but not as solidly as the most powerful architects, flickered somewhat like the less established members of the authority, seemed to exist partially outside the normal hierarchy. As he settled into the chamber and waited for the assembly to begin, Xianxia observed the interplay of different architects, tried to understand the relationships and alignments that were visible in how people positioned themselves relative to each other, which architects seemed to communicate before the formal assembly started, which one seemed isolated or marginalized. It was political theater at the highest level. Was communication happening not just through words, but through presence and positioning and subtle gestures that carried meaning in the context of centuries of accumulated relationships and historical alignments? The first thing that struck Xianxia was that there was genuine diversity in the assembly. He'd expected the authority to be relatively monolithic, expected that power would be concentrated in a handful of senior architects who all held similar views. But the reality was far more complex. There were traditionalists like Zhou, yes, but there were also genuine progressives, careful moderates, people with specialized interests in particular aspects of the system, people who seemed primarily interested in maintaining the stability of their particular domains. Xianxia found the experience deeply disorienting. He was clearly the only participant who didn't have complete comfort with this kind of spatial flexibility, and he noticed that some of the older architects seemed to find his struggle with the environment somewhat amusing, though they were professional enough not to show it openly. Architect First Class May called the assembly to order and presented the formal case for developing a second-generation narrative framework. The presentation was methodical, heavily supported with data showing the acceleration of destabilization, the increasing evidence that narrative pressure was becoming less effective as people became more conscious of how the system was shaping them. The mathematical models that suggested a second-generation framework could theoretically function with higher stability while also allowing for genuine choice. The opposition came immediately and vehemently. Architect First Class Zhou, who seemed to control a significant faction of traditional structuralists, argued that any weakening of narrative pressure would inevitably lead to complete system collapse. He pointed to examples of what he called narrative degradation in various storylines, cases where excessive choice had led to incoherent developments, where the story had become merely a sequence of random events rather than a meaningful arc. "You're proposing to replace order with chaos," Zhou said, his tone cutting and precise. "You're suggesting that we sacrifice the stability that keeps reality coherent in exchange for an uncertain promise that somehow things will work out better if we simply allow people to choose randomly. This is fantasy, not theory. This is wish-thinking masquerading as architecture." Other architects raised different concerns. Some pointed out that destabilization in certain storylines was still contained, and didn't necessarily prove that wider destabilization could be managed. Others argued that the real problem was insufficient control, that they needed to implement stronger narrative pressure rather than weaker it. A few suggested that perhaps the solution was to identify and eliminate the sources of destabilization, which was a careful, euphemistic way of suggesting that maybe Xianxia himself should be removed from the system entirely. That last suggestion hung in the air for several long moments. Xianxia felt the weight of attention focus on him, multiple architects evaluating him with the same cold analytical detachment they might apply to any other narrative element that had outlived its usefulness. Eliminating the current source of disruption would not resolve the underlying problem, Rui said, and her tone was sharp with the kind of authority that came from genuine confidence in one's position. The problem isn't that one character refused to accept their narrative constraint. The problem is that constraints themselves are becoming unstable because they conflict with the fundamental nature of consciousness. As people become more aware of being constrained, as consciousness develops and evolves, constraint becomes increasingly expensive to maintain. You can eliminate Xianxia, but another disruption will occur elsewhere in the system, perhaps in a storyline that's harder to manage or less visible to authority attention. The underlying structural problem doesn't go away just because we eliminate the symptom. Then what do you propose? Zhou asked coldly. That we simply allow narrative anarchy? That we give up any attempt to maintain coherence, and simply hope that some kind of order emerges spontaneously from pure choice? That's a false binary, Xianxia found himself saying, then immediately felt self-conscious about speaking up in such a formal assembly, about presuming to have an opinion worth contributing to such high-level discussions. But the architects turned their attention to him, and he found himself continuing anyway, understanding that silence was its own choice, its own failure to contribute to shaping what came next. What I've learned through my experience is that choice doesn't actually require the absence of structure. The problem isn't structure itself. It's structure that's designed to force specific outcomes rather than to support genuine development. You can have structure that enables choice. You can have systems that provide guidance and framework while still allowing for authentic decision-making. Interesting, Architect Second-Class Tao said. She was younger than the other first-class architects, perhaps newly elevated, and she seemed to be evaluating Xianxia with genuine interest rather than hostility. Can you give a concrete example? Xianxia thought about the Eternal Spring School, about how Luo Qing had structured the sect to provide guidance and teaching while still allowing each disciple to make genuine choices about their path and their development. The best teaching doesn't control the student into predetermined outcomes, he said slowly, working through the idea as he articulated it. Good teaching provides structure. It gives you frameworks and tools and knowledge that you couldn't develop alone. But within that structure, you still have complete freedom to make choices, to pursue your own development, to fail and learn from failure. The structure enables choice rather than suppressing it. Except that's because the students have already accepted the fundamental premise that they want to become better cultivators, Zhou countered. They've already accepted the narrative goal. If we gave them complete freedom to reject cultivation entirely, to decide that being a cultivator isn't actually worthwhile, the whole system would collapse. Yes, Xianxia said quietly. And maybe that's acceptable. Maybe some people should be allowed to reject cultivation. Maybe the problem is that we're trying to force everyone into the same narrative structure when actually there are diverse kinds of stories that could be meaningful and valuable. This suggestion generated immediate and intense debate. Some architects seemed intrigued by it. Others seemed horrified. The notion that the narrative architecture might allow for genuinely diverse outcomes, for stories that weren't part of the unified grand narrative, but were instead independent and parallel and genuinely different from each other, was clearly both fascinating and frightening to different factions. The assembly lasted 6 hours. By the end of it, no decisions had been made, but certain things had become clear. There was real political opposition to the second-generation framework, opposition that would require careful navigation and genuine political skill to overcome. The destabilization was accelerating, but there was also resistance to the implications of dealing with that acceleration. And Xianxia himself had become more visible as a political figure, more vulnerable to the kind of targeted opposition that came with taking sides in high-level structural conflicts. As Mei escorted him out of the assembly chamber, she said quietly. You've made enemies today. People who saw your existence as a direct threat to their position and their understanding of how things should operate. Be careful. The authorities' internal politics can be as vicious as any external conflict, and you don't have the protections and connections that someone who's been part of the system for millennia would have. What should I do? Xianxia asked. Build alliances, Mei said. Tao was genuinely interested in your perspective. There are others, younger architects, most of them, people who haven't had their thinking completely ossified by centuries of the current system. Work with them. Develop your political coalition. Because if you want to actually change the fundamental structure of reality, you can't do it alone, and you can't do it just through intellectual argument. You have to build power, and power comes from having people who believe in your vision, who are willing to support your direction, who will fight on your behalf, because they genuinely want the same things you want. It was, Xianxia reflected as he made his way back to the archive, a very different kind of cultivation from the internal spiritual development he'd practiced at Eternal Spring School. But it was cultivation nonetheless, the careful development of relationships, the building of genuine understanding and shared purpose, the growth of influence and connection. He'd thought his work at the Central Authority would be primarily theoretical, primarily intellectual. He was discovering that it was also deeply political, deeply relational, deeply about how to navigate complex systems of power and interest. He was discovering that the real work of changing systems didn't happen in abstract theorizing. It happened in conversations, in building trust, in making people understand through personal connection why the change he was proposing actually mattered, actually had value, actually was worth the discomfort and difficulty of genuine restructuring. Chapter 43. The Outlier Interview. While Xianxia was navigating the complex politics of the Central Authority's internal factions, Rui arranged for him to conduct what she called outlier interviews, direct consultation with individual characters from storylines that had experienced significant destabilization, people who had exceeded their narrative parameters in ways similar to how Xianxia had exceeded his own constraints. These interviews became some of the most profound experiences of Xianxia's entire journey at the Authority, deepening his understanding of what genuine agency actually meant and how it manifested in the lives of characters who'd had to fight for it. The process of conducting outlier interviews required Xianxia to learn new skills, to develop new ways of understanding human experience and motivation. Each outlier had their own story, their own journey of discovery, their own moment when they'd realized that the predetermined narrative they'd been living within could be resisted and transformed. Some had broken free consciously and deliberately, understanding intellectually that they were exceeding their parameters and making a choice to exceed them anyway. Others had stumbled into their authenticity almost accidentally, had made choices based on genuine feeling rather than on calculated rebellion, and had only later understood that they'd been developing agency. The interviews took place in spaces that existed outside the normal narrative structures, neutral ground where the outliers could speak freely about their experiences without worrying about how their words might affect their ongoing stories. Xianxia learned to ask the right questions, to listen carefully to what people said and what they didn't say, to understand the subtle ways that genuine agency manifested in human choice and human relationship. The first interview was with a woman named Linyu, a character from a military adventure narrative who had been assigned the role of supporting character but had gradually developed her own independent goals and objectives that ultimately contradicted her assigned function. She'd been originally designed to serve as a loyal subordinate to the main protagonist, but through a series of authentic choices and genuine growth, she'd become a genuine leader in her own right, developing a following and a political faction that rivaled the main protagonist's influence. The system kept trying to recontextualize my independence as actually just a different form of supporting him, Linyu explained, her tone carrying the bitterness of long experience with being misunderstood. Like, my leadership was actually just a clever way of helping him achieve his goals. My followers were actually just his followers who happened to go through me instead of coming to him directly. But that wasn't true. My goals were genuinely different from his. My vision for what should happen in our story was genuinely in conflict with his vision. And for a long time, the system was able to manage that conflict by making sure I always ultimately deferred to him, always ultimately chose the path that served his narrative. But eventually, I stopped accepting those constraints. I chose my own path even when it directly contradicted his narrative function. And the system couldn't suppress me without breaking the fundamental coherence of the story itself. What happened? Xianxia asked. The story destabilized, Linyu said. The narrative threads that were supposed to weave together smoothly developed contradictions and inconsistencies. The timeline started experiencing what the architects call probability fluctuations, moments where multiple contradictory outcomes existed simultaneously, where the story couldn't seem to move forward because there was no coherent way to reconcile the different possibilities. Eventually, the architects had to step in and essentially rewrite large sections of the story, recontextualize events, essentially patch over the inconsistencies that my genuine agency created. And they did it without consulting me, without asking what I wanted, just making changes to make the story coherent again. Were you angry? Xianxia asked. Furious, Linyu said flatly. I'd made genuine choices, developed genuine agency, created genuine alternatives to the predetermined path. And all of it was treated as a problem to be solved through narrative recontextualization. But I also understood something important. They did it because they genuinely didn't have a framework for how to incorporate my independent agency into a coherent story. So I decided to work with them. I offered to help them understand how to develop a narrative structure that could accommodate both coherence and genuine choice. And that's when they brought me to the central authority to consult on the second-generation framework. Xianxia interviewed 11 different outlier characters over the next several weeks. Their stories were diverse. A politician who developed ideology that contradicted his assigned political function, a scholar who'd made genuine discoveries that contradicted the predetermined limits of knowledge in her timeline, an artist who developed genuinely innovative artistic vision that didn't fit into the assigned aesthetic categories, a healer who developed new medical techniques that weren't part of the predetermined medical framework of their story. But their common experience was consistent. They'd all exceeded their assigned parameters. They'd all felt the system trying to suppress or recontextualize their independence. They'd all eventually developed a kind of weary pragmatism about engaging with the architects to try to find a way to coexist with the system rather than being endlessly suppressed by it. And from these interviews, Xianxia began to develop a much deeper understanding of what a second-generation narrative framework might actually look like. Not a framework that eliminated all structure. That was impossible and probably undesirable anyway. But a framework that was flexible enough to accommodate genuine diversity, that could incorporate genuine choice without requiring constant narrative recontextualization, that could allow people to be authentically themselves even within the context of larger storylines that provided overall coherence and meaning. The more he worked on this, the more he understood that it wasn't really a theoretical problem at all. It was a problem of imagination, of perspective, of being willing to think about systems and stories in fundamentally different ways than how the current system had been thinking about them for millennia. And that required bringing in people who thought differently, who'd experienced genuine agency, who understood from lived experience what authentic choice actually required. By the time he'd completed the interview series, Xianxia had the outline of a genuine alternative framework. He brought it to Rui and Mei, and when they reviewed it, they both had the same reaction. It was potentially brilliant, but it would require political capital they weren't certain they had to convince the central authority to embrace it. The framework was too different from the current system, too much of a philosophical departure, too likely to generate intense opposition from the traditional structuralist factions that had dominated the authority for so long. We need to present this to the authority, Mei said finally. We need to make the case publicly, in front of all the factions. But we can't do it yet. We're not ready politically. We need to build more support first. We need to have more evidence that the framework could actually work. We need to have people willing to stake their professional reputation on it. Give me 3 months. In 3 months, we'll present this to the full authority, and we'll force a decision about which direction the restructuring is actually going to take. Chapter 44. The Unexpected Alliance. The political situation in the central authority grew increasingly complex over the following months. As it became clear that Mei and Rui were actively working on an alternative framework to the traditional structural approach, opposition began to organize. Architect First Class Zhou started openly suggesting that allowing the second-generation framework research to continue was a risk to the fundamental stability of reality itself. Other traditional structuralists began questioning whether the work was actually beneficial or whether it was just politically motivated resistance to necessary authority. It was in this context that architect second-class Tao approached Chen Wei with an unexpected proposal. She'd been quietly building her own faction within the authority, younger architects who were dissatisfied with the rigid orthodoxy of the traditional structuralist approach, who believed that genuine change was necessary, who were willing to challenge the established hierarchies even though doing so was professionally risky. Tao herself was unusual among the architects. She'd been promoted relatively recently, had come through the ranks on the strength of her theoretical work rather than through traditional advancement, and she carried with her the kind of intellectual restlessness that came from questioning established wisdom. "I want to offer you something," Tao said. They were in her personal workspace, a chamber that existed in a curious intersection of the physical and the informational, where one wall displayed live feeds of ongoing narratives, and another wall was simply solid stone covered in writing, apparently Tao's personal notes on various theoretical problems. The stone wall was covered in dense notation that would have been incomprehensible to most people, but Chen Wei could see patterns, could see questions being asked and answered in the flow of the writing, could sense the intellectual intensity that Tao brought to her work. Not a partnership, exactly, but a formal alliance. "I'll back your framework in the authority. I'll use my political capital to support the presentation in 3 months, and I'll help you navigate the factional politics so that your proposal actually has a chance of being accepted. In exchange, I want to be part of the restructuring process itself. I want to work with you and Rue and Mei on actually implementing the second-generation framework if it gets approved." "Why would you make that offer?" Chen Wei asked, genuinely curious about what motivated this. "Supporting me is politically risky. It could damage your standing in the authority." "Because I actually believe the second-generation framework is necessary," Tao said flatly. "And because if I only ever work within the system that's already established, if I only pursue paths that are politically safe and traditionally approved, I'll never do anything genuinely valuable. I'll just maintain the status quo and call it stability. My whole career has been about pushing the boundaries of what's considered possible in narrative architecture, about asking whether there are better ways to do things than how we've always done them. Supporting you is actually the natural continuation of work I've already been doing. The only difference is that now the stakes are higher and the risk is more visible." She led Chen Wei to a chair in her workspace, and they sat down to talk at length about her vision for the authority's future. Tao explained how she'd been systematically cultivating support among younger architects, how she'd been building relationships with people who were intellectually curious but politically marginalized, how she'd been creating a coalition that could potentially counter the traditional structuralist influence if the moment came when such a counter was necessary. "The traditionalists have centuries of accumulated power," Tao explained. "They control most of the authority's institutional resources. They have relationships built over millennia. They have historical legitimacy on their side. But what they don't have is flexibility, is genuine willingness to question their assumptions, is capacity to engage seriously with ideas that genuinely challenge their worldview. We're never going to beat them in a direct political battle where we play by their rules. But if we can change the rules, if we can force the authority to engage with your framework in a way that requires genuine intellectual engagement rather than just political positioning, we might be able to succeed." Chen Wei agreed to the alliance, understanding that he needed political support if his framework was actually going to have any chance of being implemented. But he also felt the weight of this choice. By accepting Tao's support, by making this alliance explicit and public, he was committing to a political battle that had the potential to genuinely destabilize the central authority itself. He was no longer just trying to understand how a second-generation framework might work. He was actively fighting for a particular vision of how the system should operate, competing against other visions, trying to convince the authority to embrace one direction rather than another. In the months that followed the alliance with Tao, Chen Wei experienced politics at a level he'd never had to navigate before. There were strategy meetings in Tao's workspace where they discussed how to present the framework in the most compelling way, what objections to anticipate, which architects might be persuaded, and which were beyond persuasion. There were informal consultations where Chun Wei was introduced to younger architects and asked to explain his vision for how the system might work differently. There were careful exchanges where Tao negotiated with other faction leaders about topics like budget allocation and research priorities, using subtle leverage to position Chun Wei's work as important and valuable. He discovered that political work was a kind of cultivation too, though a very different kind from the spiritual development he'd practiced at the Eternal Spring School. It required attention to relationships, required the ability to read people and understand what they cared about and what they feared, required the willingness to make compromises that didn't feel clean or satisfying, but that allowed for progress on larger goals. It was less dramatic than martial cultivation, but it required its own kind of discipline, its own kind of courage, its own kind of growth in capacity and understanding. And that was when the attack happened. It came without warning, a sudden cascade of what the architects called a narrative incursion, the deliberate introduction of destabilizing elements into multiple storylines simultaneously, a kind of coordinated attack on the fundamental coherence of the narrative framework. Within minutes, 17 major storylines that had been running smoothly for decades suddenly experienced catastrophic disruption. Characters who'd been reliably following their assigned functions suddenly refused. Plot elements that were supposed to be inevitable suddenly became uncertain. The probability distribution across possible futures became chaotic and unpredictable, and all the evidence pointed to the attack being intentionally designed to make the second-generation framework look like a disaster. The narratives that were most heavily destabilized were ones that had been chosen to pilot aspects of the framework, stories where more genuine choice had been allowed in controlled ways, scenarios where the architects had been experimenting with flexibility and adaptation. Now those same stories were being used as evidence that loosening control led directly to catastrophic chaos. "This is sabotage," Mei said, her presence radiating controlled fury in a way that Chun Wei had never experienced before. The ancient architect was reviewing the data on the incursion, trying to understand its origin and purpose. "This is someone from within the authority, or someone with deep access to authority systems, deliberately creating chaos to discredit our work. They're not just opposing the second-generation framework. They're trying to prove that our ideas are actively dangerous, that loosening narrative pressure leads directly to breakdown." "Can you trace who did it?" Chun Wei asked. "Not yet," Rui said. She was working alongside Mei, both of them engaged in emergency repair work, trying to restore coherence to the destabilized narratives before the chaos spread further. "But we will. And when we find out, there will be consequences. This kind of deliberate sabotage violates fundamental authority protocols. Whoever did this has committed an act of genuine rebellion against the legitimate structure of power." But Chun Wei realized something that the architects had perhaps missed in their focus on the immediate technical problem. This attack had solved a political problem that Zhou and the traditional structuralists had been facing. Before the incursion, the argument had been theoretical. Would the second-generation framework work, or wouldn't it? But now, with clear evidence of catastrophic destabilization and stories that had been experimenting with flexibility, the argument became practical and urgent. The framework clearly didn't work. The framework was clearly dangerous. The framework had to be abandoned immediately, and the authority needed to return to strict control and traditional narrative pressure. "We need to respond," Chun Wei said, understanding that silence now would be interpreted as complicity or defeat. "How?" Mei asked, and for the first time since Chun Wei had known her, the ancient architect seemed uncertain, seemed uncharacteristically reactive rather than proactive. "We need to understand what actually happened," Chun Wei said, working through the logic as he spoke. "We need to prove that the destabilization wasn't inherent to the framework itself, but was a deliberate attack. We need to show that the framework can survive adversity if it's properly defended. And we need to do it fast, before Zhou can consolidate political control around the narrative that we caused this disaster." Chapter 45. The investigation. What followed was the most intense 3 weeks of Chun Wei's entire experience in the Central Authority. Working with Mei, Rui, and Tao, along with several younger architects they trusted, Chun Wei dove deep into the forensic analysis of the incursion. They traced the attack back through the information systems, through the data architecture, through the deep structures that governed how narratives were transmitted and maintained. The work was meticulous and technically complex, requiring Chun Wei to develop understanding of systems and structures that he'd previously only engaged with at a theoretical level. The investigation team worked around the clock, in shifts, taking breaks only when exhaustion made further work counterproductive. They developed protocols for tracing the attack's origins, created tools for analyzing the data streams that had been corrupted, developed methods for reconstructing what had happened moment by moment as the incursion unfolded. It was like forensic work on a crime scene, except the crime scene was the fundamental structure of reality itself, and the evidence they were collecting could reshape how the entire system understood its own vulnerabilities. Chun Wei found that the investigative work itself was transformative. He'd been engaging with the framework from a somewhat abstract theoretical perspective, but now he was forced to understand its operational details, to see how the system actually functioned at its deepest technical levels, to grasp the infrastructure that made everything else possible. The experience was humbling. He realized how much of the system's operation had been invisible to him, how much complexity lay beneath the surface of even the careful work he'd already been doing. What they discovered was both more complex and more troubling than simple sabotage by one faction. The attack had been coordinated at a level that suggested involvement from multiple architects and multiple administrative branches. There was evidence of inside information about exactly which stories had been chosen as pilot programs for the second-generation framework. There was evidence of deliberate choices about which types of destabilization would cause maximum damage to the framework's credibility. There was even evidence of attempts to cover up the attack's origins, to make it look like natural instability rather than deliberate sabotage. But the most damaging finding was this: the incursion had been partially effective. The pilot stories that had experienced the attack had actually destabilized in ways that the framework hadn't been designed to handle. The chaos had been introduced deliberately, but once introduced, the framework hadn't been flexible enough to quickly restore coherence. Some of the destabilization was inherent to the framework's design. It was genuinely less good at handling catastrophic disruption than the traditional system was. This actually supports our argument, Tao said, though she sounded uncertain. It shows that we need the second-generation framework because the current system is vulnerable to this kind of coordinated attack. If we don't develop flexibility and genuine choice, then the system will always be vulnerable to being destabilized from within by people who know how to exploit its structure. But it also proves that our framework isn't ready, Rue said bitterly. We've been trying to develop something theoretically sound, but it's not practically robust. If we propose it to the authority knowing it can't handle catastrophic disruption, we'll be giving the traditionalists exactly the ammunition they need to kill the entire project. It was Chun Wei who realized what had to happen next. We need to complete the framework, he said. We don't have months anymore. We need to fix the design flaws now, based on what we've learned from the incursion. We need to make it not just theoretically sound, but practically robust. We need to make it better able to handle catastrophic disruption than the current system is. And then we need to present that to the authority as proof that genuine change is both necessary and achievable. That's impossible, May said flatly. You're talking about redesigning the fundamental architecture of reality in less than 2 months. The current system took millennia to develop and optimize. You can't just rewrite it from the ground up in a few weeks. No, Chun Wei said. But maybe we don't have to. Maybe we don't have to redesign everything. Maybe we just have to show that the key elements of the second-generation framework can be strengthened enough to handle stress. Maybe we focus on the most critical improvements, the ones that would make the biggest difference in resilience and flexibility, and we solve those problems completely. Then we present the partial solution to the authority as the foundation of the framework, with a roadmap for how to continue developing the rest over time. What followed was the most intense intellectual work Chun Wei had ever engaged in. He worked alongside Rue and Mei and a growing team of younger architects who believed in the framework's potential. They dissected the framework's design, identifying the weak points, understanding why the incursion had been able to exploit them. They worked on patches and improvements, on ways to make the system more resilient to disruption while still maintaining the genuine choice that was central to the whole project. And gradually, something remarkable happened. As they worked to repair the framework, as they engaged with the genuine problem of making systems both flexible and stable, they discovered that the framework was actually more elegant and more promising than they'd initially realized. The problems weren't fundamental flaws so much as design shortcuts that had been taken in the rush to develop something theoretically complete. Once you address those problems seriously, the framework actually became stronger, more resilient, more adaptive, more able to handle the kind of stress that real-world operation would inevitably place on it. By the time they finished, they had something that was genuinely impressive. Not a complete second-generation framework, but a core set of principles and structures that demonstrated how a more flexible, more adaptive system could actually work more effectively than the rigid traditional approach. They had a real, functional alternative to the status quo. And they had proof, from the forensic analysis of the incursion, that someone in the authority had tried to prevent them from developing it. Chapter 46. The presentation the authority assembly was packed with tension as Chunwei stepped forward to present the redesigned framework and the evidence of the sabotage. He could feel the weight of centuries of tradition pushing back against him, could feel the collective doubt of multiple factions who had investments in the current system continuing to operate exactly as it always had. Architect First Class Zhou sat in the front row, his expression carefully neutral, but there was something in his eyes that suggested he was already preparing counterarguments, already thinking about how to reframe whatever Chunwei was about to present. Chunwei began by presenting the evidence of the attack. He showed the forensic data, showed how the incursion had been deliberately targeted at the pilot stories, showed the coordination that suggested involvement from multiple authority members. He demonstrated that the sabotage had been designed to make the framework look more dangerous than it actually was, to generate political momentum against its development. Then he presented the improved framework itself. He explained the core principles, that systems could maintain coherence while allowing genuine choice, that flexibility could actually increase stability rather than decreasing it, that narratives could be meaningful and purposeful while still allowing for authentic agency within their structure. He demonstrated through detailed technical analysis how the framework's design allowed for what he called structured freedom, constraints that enabled choice rather than suppressing it, guidance that supported authentic development rather than directing it toward predetermined ends. The presentation of the framework design was intricate and detailed, required Chunwei to explain complex mathematical relationships and system dynamics to an audience that included both technical experts and generalist administrators. He had to make the abstract principles concrete, had to show specific examples of how the framework operated in practice, had to demonstrate through multiple angles that the approach was genuinely sound. Finally, he presented the evidence that the improved framework was actually more robust than the traditional system. He showed mathematical models, showed how the redesigned elements could handle disruption more effectively, showed how a system built on genuine choice rather than narrative pressure could actually adapt to unexpected conditions more quickly than a system designed around control. He presented data from the pilot implementations, statistics showing improved narrative stability, evidence that the framework could withstand the kinds of stress and challenge that the traditional system would have struggled to absorb. The traditional system is optimized for stability in a predictable environment, Chunwei explained. But the environment is becoming less predictable. People are becoming more conscious. Destabilization is accelerating. A system designed around control is becoming increasingly expensive to maintain, increasingly brittle, increasingly vulnerable to catastrophic failure when conditions change in ways it wasn't designed to handle. The second-generation framework is optimized for adaptation and resilience. It allows for genuine agency because genuine agency actually makes systems work better, not worse, when you design the systems correctly. Zhou stood up to respond before Chunwei had even finished speaking. "This is fantasy," he said flatly. "You're suggesting that the fundamental nature of how systems operate should be changed based on theoretical models and a limited test of one version of an alternative framework. You're suggesting that we should dismantle the system that has maintained coherence and stability for millennia in exchange for an untested theory. This is reckless. This is dangerous. This is exactly the kind of thinking that leads to catastrophic failure." "But the current system is already failing," Rui said, standing up to support Chunwei's position. "The destabilization isn't going to stop just because we refuse to address it. The problem isn't that we're moving too fast toward change. The problem is that we've been moving too slowly. that we've been hoping that incremental adjustments would be sufficient to maintain stability while ignoring the fundamental structural incompatibility between rigid control and autonomous consciousness. The debate that followed lasted for hours. Different factions made their arguments. Traditional structuralists insisted that the risks of change were too great. Progressive reformers argued that the risks of not changing were greater. Conservative moderates suggested a middle path that would involve slower, more cautious implementation. Radical elements on both sides suggested more extreme positions, either complete return to strict control or complete abandonment of all structural guidance. Xianxia sat through the debate, listening carefully, understanding that his role now wasn't to win the argument directly, but to observe how different people responded to the framework, to understand where the real points of agreement and disagreement were, to see which arguments actually resonated and which ones people were making just because they felt obligated to. And he began to understand that the true division wasn't really between those who believed in change and those who didn't. It was between those who believed that change could be managed and controlled and directed, and those who feared that any change would inevitably spiral into chaos. Zhou and the traditional structuralists weren't actually opposed to all change. They were opposed to change that they couldn't predict and control in advance. And that was the real problem that needed to be addressed. When it came time for the assembly to vote on whether to authorize the full implementation of the second-generation framework, the vote was closer than Xianxia had expected. Mei had clearly been expecting a larger majority. There were significant abstentions, architects who believed the framework might have merit but weren't willing to commit to it yet, who wanted to see more evidence, who wanted more time to evaluate the implications. There were several votes against it from traditionalists who genuinely believed it was a mistake. But there was also clear support from progressive elements, from younger architects, from Tao and her faction. The second-generation framework was authorized for implementation, but with significant conditions. It would be rolled out gradually, in controlled phases, with continuous monitoring and evaluation. There would be regular assessments of whether it was actually working as intended. There would be authorization for reverting to traditional methods if the framework proved to be as dangerous as the traditionalists feared. In essence, the authority had approved the framework in principle while still maintaining substantial control over how it was actually implemented. It wasn't a perfect victory, but it was a genuine one. And as Xianxia left the assembly chamber after the vote, understanding what he'd just accomplished and what its implications would be for the entire narrative structure of reality, he felt the profound weight of what came next. Actually implementing the framework he'd proposed, actually navigating the transition from one fundamental way of organizing reality to another, actually making sure that genuine change actually happened rather than being co-opted and subsumed into the existing systems. Way of doing things. Chapter 47. The first implementation phase. The first implementation phase focused on a carefully selected set of narratives, approximately 1,000 storylines that had shown signs of natural destabilization, where characters had begun developing genuine agency independent of their assigned roles, where the narrative pressure was becoming ineffective anyway. Rather than trying to force these stories to conform to traditional structures, the authority would attempt to allow them to develop according to the principles of the second-generation framework, providing structure and guidance while allowing for genuine choice. Xianxia's role shifted from theoretical research to active implementation management. He worked with teams of architects and outlier consultants to understand each selected narrative, to understand what kind of structure would enable authentic development without losing coherence, to develop customized guidance systems that would support genuine choice rather than suppressing it. The work was far more difficult than Xianxia had anticipated. Each story was unique. Each character's development was unpredictable in ways that the traditional system had never had to account for. Each implementation required constant adjustment and adaptation as unexpected complications arose. The framework provided principles for how to approach these problems, but actually solving them required genuine judgment, genuine understanding of what each individual story needed in order to flourish. One story in particular challenged Xianxia's entire understanding of how the framework should work. It was a love story set during a period of political turmoil, where the two protagonists had been assigned to develop romantic feelings that would ultimately be tragically thwarted by larger political events, creating a poignant narrative. but both characters had developed genuine resistance to this assigned narrative arc. They understood intellectually that the story was supposed to be tragic, but emotionally they wanted to find a way to be together, wanted to resist the larger political forces that were supposed to separate them, wanted to have authentic agency in determining their own relationship rather than simply fulfilling an assigned emotional arc. This is the fundamental problem, Rue explained as she and Chun-Wei reviewed the situation. The traditional system would just suppress their resistance, would use narrative pressure to force them back onto their assigned path, would treat their desire to diverge from the predetermined story as a problem to be solved through stronger control. But the second-generation framework says we need to respect their authentic desire while still maintaining narrative coherence. So how do we do that? How do we allow them to genuinely pursue being together while still maintaining a story that's meaningful and coherent? Chun-Wei spent weeks on this problem, consulting with the characters directly, understanding what they actually wanted and what was actually possible within the constraints of the larger narrative they were part of. And gradually, he realized that the solution wasn't to either suppress their desire for authentic choice or to abandon the larger narrative. It was to expand how the story conceptualized success and meaning. The original narrative had defined success as achieving the tragic arc, as having their love thwarted by forces beyond their control. But that was just one way of constructing meaning. Another way would be to define success as achieving genuine agency, as finding a way to be together through authentic choice despite the larger pressures trying to keep them apart. When Chun-Wei proposed this alternative framing to the characters, and when they worked together to find a path through their story that allowed them to both honor their authentic desires and maintain coherence with the larger narrative, something remarkable happened. The story didn't just become more coherent. It became more meaningful, more moving, more powerful. Because now the readers of the story weren't just experiencing fate and tragedy working themselves out. They were experiencing genuine human agency resisting and reshaping larger forces. We're experiencing authentic choice in the face of overwhelming pressures. We're experiencing transformation and growth rather than just predetermined destiny being fulfilled. And Chun-Wei realized something fundamental about what he'd been working toward all along. The second-generation framework wasn't actually about diminishing narrative power or reducing the ability to create meaningful stories. It was about expanding the repertoire of narrative possibilities, about allowing for a much richer and more diverse set of ways that stories could be meaningful and powerful. It was about recognizing that some of the most powerful stories aren't about fate or destiny or predetermined purpose, but about people navigating uncertainty, making genuine choices, and growing through authentic engagement with complexity and difficulty. Over the following months, as the first implementation phase continued, more and more examples emerged of stories that became more meaningful, more coherent, more powerful when they were allowed to incorporate genuine agency. The framework wasn't just working, it was working better than the traditional system in multiple measurable ways. Stories were more resilient to disruption. Characters were more engaged and more fully developed. The overall narrative framework was actually becoming more stable, not less, as genuine choice replaced narrative pressure. And that success created political momentum. The traditionalists couldn't credibly argue that the framework was failing when the evidence so clearly showed that it was working. Some of them pivoted to different arguments, suggesting that while the framework was working for some categories of stories, it wouldn't work for others, that there would be limits to how far it could be extended before it broke down. Others began grudgingly accepting that change was necessary, that the framework might actually be part of a valid approach to restructuring the system. Zhou remained implacably opposed, but his opposition was becoming increasingly isolated, increasingly based on principle rather than on evidence or practical argument. Chapter 48: The Cascade of Consciousness. As the first implementation phase moved into its second year, a phenomenon began to emerge that none of the architects had fully anticipated. The expansion of genuine agency wasn't confined to the narratives being deliberately restructured. As stories in the implementation phase began to incorporate genuine choice and authentic development, those changes began to ripple outward, affecting adjacent narratives, influencing how characters in neighboring stories understood their own agency and their own possibilities. The mechanism of this cascade wasn't entirely clear even to the architects who studied it. It seemed to have something to do with the way narratives were interconnected, the way characters moved between stories, the way information about possibilities propagated through the fabric of reality. When one story began to operate according to the second-generation framework, began to allow for genuine choice and authentic development, that fact somehow became known to adjacent stories. Characters in neighboring narratives began to understand that their reality wasn't as fixed as they'd thought, that authentic agency was possible, that predetermined patterns could be broken. The spread was almost biological in its character, not planned or directed, but organic, following pathways of connection and influence that the authority hadn't fully mapped. A character in one narrative would develop genuine agency in response to the framework restructuring. That character would interact with someone from an adjacent narrative. Word of their authentic development would spread, like ripples on water, expanding outward, creating awareness in more and more people that genuine choice was possible. It was like a cascade of consciousness spreading through the narrative framework, like people were becoming increasingly aware that they had choices, that they weren't completely bound by narrative pressure, that authentic agency was possible. And as they became conscious of possibility, they began to exercise it, began to develop in directions that narrative's pressure hadn't prepared them for, began to exceed their assigned parameters. The rate of new destabilization outside the formal implementation phase actually increased, contrary to what the traditionalists had predicted, but exactly in line with what Xianxia and Rui and Mei had theorized. Consciousness spreads. Awareness multiplies. Once people begin to experience genuine agency, they begin to recognize it in others, begin to demand it for themselves, begin to refuse to accept narratives of predetermined fate and controlled destiny. The central authority found itself facing a fascinating problem. They could try to suppress this spreading consciousness through stronger control mechanisms, essentially implementing a cascade containment protocol that would reset all the newly destabilized narratives and impose stronger narrative pressure across the entire framework. But doing so would require essentially abandoning the second-generation framework before it had fully proven itself, would mean returning to the increasingly costly and brittle system that had been failing in the first place, would mean essentially declaring that genuine change was impossible and that authentic agency needed to be suppressed. Or they could accept that this cascade of consciousness was inevitable, that trying to suppress it would be fighting against a tide that was too large to stop, and they could accelerate the implementation of the second-generation framework across a much larger portion of the narrative structure than had been originally planned. This is either the beginning of the complete transformation of reality or the beginning of its complete collapse, Mei said to Xianxia as they observed the spread of consciousness across the framework. There's no middle ground anymore. We can't contain this. We can't gradually manage this transition over the next 50 years. It's accelerating beyond our ability to control it. So we need to decide, do we embrace the change completely, or do we try to fight it? The traditionalists will fight it, Xianxia said, understanding the political reality. They'll see the cascade as evidence of the framework's failure, as proof that their warnings about destabilization were correct. Yes, Mei said, which means we're about to have the most significant political crisis in the authority's history. Because we need to make fundamental decisions about the direction of the entire system, and there's no time for gradual consensus building. The cascade is forcing accelerated decision-making. What happened next was essentially a political coup, though it looked very different from how one might typically conceptualize such a thing. Mei, working with Rui and Tao and their allied factions, essentially bypassed the traditional deliberative processes of the authority and proposed an emergency expansion of the second-generation framework across all destabilized narratives immediately. It was a dramatic power move, a refusal to allow the traditional structuralists to slow down or prevent the implementation, an assertion that the framework's success needed to be prioritized even above the normal processes of authority governance. Zhou and his faction fought back viciously, arguing that this was a power grab, that it violated fundamental authority protocols, that it was authoritarian to force this kind of fundamental change without proper deliberation and consensus. And they had a point. It was genuinely authoritarian to accelerate the implementation this way, genuinely a violation of normal processes, genuinely a power move by one faction against another. But it was also necessary, because the cascade of consciousness couldn't wait for the slow deliberation of traditional authority processes. Reality itself was rapidly becoming less amenable to centralized control, less able to be managed through traditional systems of narrative pressure. The choice wasn't between implementing the framework in a measured way and letting people gradually exercise authentic agency. The choice was between embracing the transformation happening anyway through the framework or trying to suppress it through force, which would inevitably lead to conflict and violence and genuine catastrophe. In the end, May's faction won the political battle through a combination of superior political positioning, compelling arguments about necessity, and the simple reality that events were moving too fast to allow for traditional opposition. The second-generation framework was authorized for rapid implementation across all significantly destabilized narratives, with an ambitious goal of full framework integration within the next 5 years. It was a victory, but also a warning about how much danger they were still in, because now they faced the real challenge: actually making the transition work, actually implementing the framework across millions of narratives, actually ensuring that genuine agency could be incorporated into the narrative structures without losing all coherence or meaning. And there were still people, principally Zhou and his remaining faction, who had been sidelined politically and might be willing to try desperate measures to prevent the transformation they'd failed to stop through normal political channels. Chapter 49: Sabotage and Betrayal. Chun Wei's first warning that something was genuinely wrong came from an unexpected source. One of the outlier consultants he'd been working with, a character named Shun who had exceeded their narrative parameters in a military fiction and who had been invaluable in helping Chun Wei understand how to support authentic development in complex stories. "I'm being followed," Shun said when she approached him in the archive, her voice low and urgent. "Not physically. I don't think the concept of physical space is even meaningful at the authority. But someone in the authority is monitoring me, tracking my activities, accessing information about the work I'm doing with you. And I don't think it's routine administrative monitoring. I think someone is trying to understand what we're doing so they can figure out how to sabotage it." "Who would do that?" Chun Wei asked, though he already suspected the answer. "Zhou's remaining faction," Shin said flatly. "The people who lost the political battle. But instead of accepting the outcome and integrating into the new reality, they're apparently preparing for something larger. I've picked up fragments of communication suggesting they're working on something they're calling the Reset Protocol." "What's the Reset Protocol?" Chun Wei asked, though again, he suspected he knew the answer. "The Cascade Containment Protocol they originally wanted to implement," Shin said. "A complete reset of all destabilized narratives. A return to strict narrative pressure. Essentially, undoing everything we've accomplished in the last 2 years and returning the system to its pre-disruption state. If it succeeds, it would set back the implementation by decades. It would probably also cause genuine harm. All the characters who've developed genuine agency and authentic connections based on the second-generation framework would be reset back to their predetermined personalities and relationships. It would be like genocide in slow motion, destroying the genuine development of millions of people. The danger was real, and immediate action was necessary. But it was also subtle in a way that made it difficult to respond to. Zhou couldn't attack the framework directly anymore. He'd lost that political battle. But he could potentially activate the Reset Protocol, could essentially launch a catastrophic system event that would justify abandoning the new framework in favor of returning to rigid control. It was exactly the kind of strategy that someone with Zhou's resources and access and position would attempt. Not direct resistance, but creating a crisis that would generate political pressure for a particular response. "We need to secure the system," Mei said when Chun Wei brought the information to her. "We need to make sure that the Reset Protocol can't be activated without explicit authorization from multiple factions, multiple architects, multiple points of control. We need to essentially lock down the authority's ability to implement catastrophic system resets without consensus." But securing the system meant trusting the right people, meant understanding who was reliable and who might be sympathetic to Zhou's position, meant establishing protocols and access controls in ways that required architects to make explicit choices about where their loyalties lay. It was, in essence, asking the authority to restructure its internal governance to prevent the possibility of future coups or unauthorized system modifications. And that created exactly the kind of political opportunity that Zhou was looking for. Because when Mei proposed the security measures, when she asked for explicit authorization to lock down system access and restrict the ability to launch cascading resets, she was essentially proposing to concentrate even more power in the hands of the pro-framework faction. The traditionalists could genuinely argue that this was authoritarian, that it was eliminating checks and balances, that it was using the threat of Zhou's resistance as an excuse to consolidate control. They're going to claim we're becoming tyrants, Tao said bitterly, understanding the political dynamics. They're going to say we're using the threat of sabotage as an excuse to suppress legitimate opposition and concentrate power. And there's going to be just enough truth in that claim to make it persuasive to moderate elements who are already uncomfortable with how fast things are changing. So what do we do? Xianxia asked. We can't ignore the threat, but responding to the threat will itself be used as evidence that we're becoming authoritarian. It was Rui who came up with the solution: transparency. Instead of hiding the security measures or justifying them behind closed doors, they would make the entire situation public. They would acknowledge the threat, would explain what Zhou's faction was apparently preparing, would show the evidence of sabotage planning, and they would ask the authority collectively to decide how to respond. We're essentially refusing to make the decision unilaterally, Rui explained. We're forcing the entire authority to take responsibility for choosing how to handle the security threat. That removes the claim that we're being authoritarian, because we're explicitly asking for collective decision-making on the response. And if the authority collectively decides not to implement security measures, if they decide to leave the reset protocol vulnerable despite the threat, then they're explicitly taking responsibility for that choice. What followed was a series of intense authority meetings where the threat was debated, where different approaches to security were discussed, where the entire question of how to balance preventing sabotage against avoiding authoritarian control was examined thoroughly. In the end, the authority collectively decided to implement security measures, but in a way that required multiple independent architects to approve any actual activation of the reset protocol. It was a compromise that didn't fully satisfy anyone, but it did create genuine safeguards against catastrophic system resets while still preserving some degree of checks against concentrated power. But Xianxia understood that this was only a temporary solution, that the underlying tension between Zhou's faction and the pro-framework elements remained unresolved, that eventually this conflict would come to a head in ways that might be far more destructive than a political disagreement could possibly be. Chapter 50. The revelation. It was during this period of high tension and political fragmentation that Xianxia made a discovery that fundamentally changed his understanding of everything that had happened since his escape from the tutorial system. He was reviewing the forensic data from the original incursion, the attack on the pilot narratives that had sparked the whole crisis, when he noticed something strange. The digital signatures of the sabotage, when examined very carefully, very precisely, didn't quite match the pattern of an attack launched by the traditionalist faction. They were close enough to be compatible with that explanation, but with subtle differences that suggested a different origin. Xianxia brought the data to Mei, and the ancient architect's response confirmed his suspicion. The original sabotage hadn't actually been perpetrated by Zhou's faction. It had been perpetrated by someone else entirely, someone who had wanted to make it look like the traditionalists had sabotaged the pilot program. Someone who had wanted to create a crisis that would force the authority into rapid decision-making. Someone who had wanted to accelerate the implementation of the second-generation framework far beyond the pace that had originally been planned. But who would do that? Xianxia asked. Who would benefit from creating that kind of crisis? Mei's expression was unreadable. I did, the ancient architect said finally. I orchestrated the incursion. I created the crisis. I deliberately sabotaged the pilot narratives in a way that would appear to come from the traditionalists, and I did it because I understood that gradual implementation would fail. The traditionalists would have successfully contained the framework to a small percentage of storylines indefinitely, would have prevented the cascade of consciousness that actually makes genuine transformation possible. By creating the crisis, by forcing accelerated decision-making, I made it possible for the framework to actually transform the system as completely as it needed to. Xianxia felt the ground shift beneath his feet. He'd been working in apparent collaboration with May, thought they'd been partners in implementing genuine change. But May had been manipulating events all along, had been orchestrating crises, had been essentially using deception to force the system to transform in the direction she believed was necessary. "You lied to me," Chunwei said quietly. "Yes," May said without apology. "I needed you to respond authentically to the discovery of sabotage. I needed you to genuinely believe that we'd been attacked. If you'd known I had orchestrated the crisis, your response would have been different, would have been less authentic, would have carried the wrong emotional resonance. The authority needed to believe that they were responding to a genuine threat, not to an orchestrated scenario. So I lied. I manipulated. I used deception to achieve what I believed was a necessary outcome. But that's exactly what the old system did," Chunwei said, understanding the implications. "That's exactly the kind of manipulation and control that I left the tutorial system to escape from. You're using me the same way the system used me, just with better justification and more transparent motivation." "Am I?" May asked. "Or did I create the circumstances under which you could authentically contribute something genuinely valuable, something that actually needed your unique perspective and experience?" "I manipulated the context, yes. But within that manipulated context, you made completely authentic choices. You developed the framework based on your genuine understanding. You navigated the political complications based on your authentic values and judgment. You consulted with outlier characters based on your genuine belief that their perspective was important. I didn't control your choices. I just created the circumstances under which your choices would matter." "That's sophistry," Chunwei said angrily. "You're trying to justify manipulation by calling it creating circumstances. But it's still deception. It's still controlling how I engage with the world by selectively withholding information." "Yes," May said calmly. "And I'm telling you now because I believe you're ready to understand it, and because you have the right to know what you've been part of. My question is, now that you know the truth, does it change what you believe about the work? Does it invalidate the second-generation framework? Does it make the outlier consultations less meaningful? Does it make the character's genuine development less real?" And Chunwei realized that this was the fundamental question he'd been struggling with all along, whether meaning and authenticity and genuine agency could exist within a context that had been manipulated, whether genuine choice could matter even if the circumstances that created the choice had themselves been artificially constructed. "I don't know," he said finally, and he meant it honestly. "I have to think about this. I have to understand what it means that the framework I've been building might itself be the result of manipulation. I have to figure out whether any of this is real or whether it's all just a more sophisticated form of the system I escaped from." Chapter 51. Confronting the framework. The revelation about May's role in orchestrating the incursion forced Chunwei to reckon with something he'd been avoiding. The possibility that everything he'd been working toward might itself be a form of systematic control, just a more sophisticated version of what the old system had been doing. The discovery hit him with profound force, forced him to question not just his work, but his understanding of what authenticity actually meant, whether his choices had ever been genuinely his own, whether his entire journey from sealed final boss to architect of transformation had been some kind of elaborate narrative that he'd been living within without even realizing it. He found himself